You do your recap, then I'll take it away.
All right, so last week, Ash and Julius went out to. First things first, they got permission from General Lorelei to have Jennifer join the squad to help build the Talkies 3. Um, they then were sent out to retrieve. Well, first off, they went out to an anime convention after getting tickets to it from Gondar. While there, Hunk, let's say, got into an altercation with patrons, and then Ash and Julius and Pequod ended up on a panel where they were asked about what was going on, and the beginnings of the truth about Malcolm were revealed. Lorelei showed up there and put the kibosh on it and sent them out to retrieve Saris and Sasha. After doing so, they had a meeting with Lorelei where she allowed them on the team, or on the squad, but made it very clear to Ash and Julius that they were to be brought back alive no matter what. And then I think that's where everything ended. And then we found out, sorry, forgot one thing. The time spheres that they were collecting to get their memories back from Gallia, Lorelei told them that she had had a vision that if they collected all three, it would very likely suck them back to Gallia, something they didn't want. After this realization, they were reunited with the girls, and that's where we left off.
Right? Okay, so it's one day later. This is the day of General Lorelei coming to the apartment for dinner. So she's coming over to dinner tonight. So, besides that, it's one day ahead of time. Everybody's gotten to know each other. You know, everybody's met Davine. Everybody's met Snarf and Jennifer. You know, so the rapports have been built. You know, you don't have to go through introducing everybody all over again. Beyond that, Pequod's sitting here playing her new Game Man box with Sasha. She's losing. She's playing like the Super Smash Brothers equivalent, and Sasha's destroying her, even though Sasha's never played the game. Pequod getting increasingly angry about it. Ash, Rocco's sitting on your lap. Jennifer's holding Lazuli. Snarf's eating a bowl of chili. He's taking quite a liking to young Sasha. Sunny's doing some homework. Julia's sitting next to Saris. Saris watching them play the game, laughing at Pequod's anger. And you hear Pequod, damn it! And she almost throws the controller, and she goes to stop, realizing how much money it is. And then she, best 15 out of 25! And Sasha just laughs at her, and they start another round. Go.
You know, you could have played the tutorial first.
Pequod glares over at you. Sasha, oh, she claims to be an expert at these games.
Right.
You may be, but it's the newest installment. They probably changed things.
Yeah, well, Ash, when I was 15, I was rank 1000 on the US servers for these stupid games. She glares at.
That is impressive. I'm sorry I frustrated you.
I can't believe I'm losing to an amateur! As they start their next round, and Sasha wins within 5 seconds. And you see Pequod's face get extremely red.
I didn't even know that was possible.
Pequod's face getting increasingly red as Snarf laughs and takes a bite of chili.
I'm impressed that you mastered edge guarding so quickly.
I had a lot of free time back then. Didn't have to look after lazy eye Ash.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go again, Sasha. Fine. And they start up another round.
You know, despite how it may seem, I've missed this.
Snarf, the fun friend group you got here.
It
Yeah,
is.
I mean, it is fun to watch Pequod get destroyed by someone who's never played the game before.
Ash, would you please lean back in the chair?
Right. He leans back.
Saris stands up with a smile. Pequod crawls over, reaches across Ash's chest, and punches Julius in the kidney. And then reaches back over this way, and Saris sits back down.
Yeah, I deserve that.
Yes, you do, dearest. And Sasha, why don't we let somebody else play? Go ahead, Julius.
I just said love you too, darling.
She does not say she loves you back, as no. We'll go another round. I'm switching characters. Pequod switches. She's gone through the whole roster twice, losing every character.
Oh, alright.
Here, Ash, you try. I give up, and she throws the controller in your lap and moves Rocco onto her lap.
I mean, I'll try. I'm not sure it'll go well, because I still don't have full movement back.
Sasha lets you win. You play it out. You can tell Sasha lets you win. She's not playing to the degree she was playing against Pequod.
Thanks for that.
Sasha, oh wow, Ash, you're amazing. Look, you beat me. Pequod couldn't pick up on the fact. She let you win, so Pequod glares at you now.
Leans back. Yeah, nice one. Yeah, this reminds me just a lot of just the time I spent on that ship, playing games, like, not necessarily this, but games. That was what I did most of the time.
Saris looks over at Julius. Did you play game?
Nah, I watched a lot of anime.
Saris looks back at you, Ash, and Pequod. Yeah, we need some new games. And she turns off the Game Man box. What kind of games can we send Julius to buy us?
Oh, it depends. I hear they're coming out with a new Zelda game. Possibly even expansions for some of those MMOs that are out there. What do you prefer?
When you say the word MMO, you see Snarf shiver. Korkron.
Korkron, indeed.
Pequod, co-op game, where we play on the same team. She glares over at Sasha.
I hear that some of those isometric horror games may have a new installment.
Saris, haven't you guys gone through enough horror? She looks at both you and Julius.
Yeah, at least in this one you can fight back.
Sunny pulls up a clip on her wrist computer from what looks to be Nick, the other Spartan's POV. You see the door, Malcolm's captain quarters door slowly opening, and you just see him staring down at a fax machine. And the POV hangs on him silently staring at the fax machine for about 45 seconds, and then he, Grundok shall be faxing me soon. And the door quietly closes. And Saris, yeah, I'd call that horror.
You don't know the half of it. What about the time that he bashed Davine with a sledgehammer?
Pequod's face goes from mildly red to white, and she stares at Julius from across the couch.
Yeah, so, I think there's a video of it, and he pulls up his wrist computer, presses the video. It's a shot from what they can assume to be Mercurius, with Malcolm in front of it. Alright, my little Malcolm maniacs, right around this corner is that idiot Ash, and we're gonna... And he picks up the sledgehammer, we're gonna show him what was really up, my little Malcolm maniacs. Ready? 3, 2, 1, and he rounds the corner with Mercurius following him, and he just swings the sledgehammer and hits Davine in the face as Ash was tying his shoe.
So as you're recounting this or showing the video, Davine, it's early in the morning. Davine is coming down the stairs in her workout clothing.
Oh, god damn it, Julius, as she's on the... You could tell she got knocked out for a solid 10 seconds, and she's crawling back up onto all fours. And you can hear on the video, oh, motherfucker, what was that? And then Malcolm says, oh, god damn it, I hate you. Now it's an airlock match, you motherfucker. And at Malcolmania, I'm sending you into space. Just you watch, my little Malcolm maniacs. I'm gonna kill this brother.
Saris has her hand over her mouth, trying not to laugh at the misery Malcolm wrought on Ash and Davine from that clip. Pequod, why the hell did he blame you for everything, Ash?
Oh, he hated me. I actually didn't catch any of that. I had, if you look, and he kind of points to and zooms in on the video, he's got earbuds in. I managed to get a pair of noise-canceling earbuds at some point on the journey. I didn't hear any of that.
I mean, you're easy to make fun of. This is Pequod. You're easy to make fun of, Ash, but I wouldn't blame you for anything.
Well, you don't know the half of it. Do you want to see what came after that?
As Sasha looks over, yes, please.
I've been searching through the big info dump of all these videos Snarf sent me, and I found this. And he clicks it, and it's a video of Malcolm pacing, like, you know, the backstage segments in wrestling, except it's in, like, the corner of the engine room. He's pacing back and forth, and it's, you know, Ash, up until now, this was a business. This was all business between us, but you made it personal. Your vicious, unprovoked attack on my suite, you will pay for it. Oh, all the little ones at home, all my Malcolm maniacs, they understand. But you don't. You've unleashed the beast. Where I wanted to beat you before, now I want my vengeance. So at Malcolm Mania, I'm laying down the gauntlet. I challenge you to an airlock match. Whoa! Oh, I'm going to end you. When that match begins, it will not be a fight, it will be a massacre. Get ready, boy. I'll show you what a colonel can do. Then it just cuts.
Pequod falls into your lap, Ash, laughing. Sasha, the back of her head and upper torso hitting Pequod's back. Saris, dear God, I wish I could have gotten on that ship for just 20 seconds. Though, I bet you he tasted bad. She's looking at old Malcolm cutting the promo. He probably tasted horrible.
Please, I wouldn't want you to ingest junk food like that. It's terrible for you.
Jennifer holding and feeding baby Leslie. Is that lower thirds on the bottom of the screen? There's a watermark. Does that say Monday Night Malcolm?
Yes, it does. He rewinds it to what would have been the start of the quote show, and it shows like the old WCW logo. It's that, except instead of like corrugated steel, it's like cardboard taped together, and there's fireworks going off around it.
Sonny speaks up. I heard a rumor. Some of my friends from college, back at the academy anyway, some that came from the outer colonies, they used to talk about a wrestling show. She stops talking.
Really? There's no way.
Snarf, given Mercurius make and model, and hell, the broadcast equipment on the Majestic, it's theoretically possible Oh my God, I do think I remember him saying something about going live. He would always count down before the beginning of a show, and then do those ridiculous intros. Cut to this is Monday Night Malcolm.
Oh, hello everybody and welcome to Monday Night Malcolm. The place where dreams are reality and where Davine kisses me.
Everybody laughs, even baby Leslie's laughing as Jennifer holds her laughing. Sasha looks up at Davine, collects her laughing. Wait. So, excuse my ignorance, but puts up her finger. If Davine started as a direwolf, how did she become not a direwolf? And did Malcolm know she was that attractive while she was a direwolf?
Well, I think he knew she was that attractive. I had shown him the locket of the picture of me and her. But I don't know, well, Towns is the one who made her a human, but I don't know why he would do it.
Towns? They all look confused. Even Snarf, I wasn't allowed off the ship much.
Oh, yeah, some rogue guy on Dale's school.
Yeah, we met him when the ship ran out of gas.
Oh. Snarf, I vaguely remember running out of gas, I do, but we really didn't. And he shrugs.
What do you mean?
Mm-hmm.
Snarf looks down at you and Julius. Malcolm said we were out of gas. Tennessee told me we weren't. We weren't allowed off the ship. You guys were the ones who went out and did whatever. We still had enough fuel to get to one of the nearest, he air quotes, EarthGov refueling relay. Would have taken a couple hours, but we had enough fuel.
That's what I had assumed, because you don't exactly lose momentum in space, but who are we to question? And points over Malk Flair.
Pequod looks up at the picture. I do like how the apartment is turning out now that everybody's back. And she smiled. She looks over at Blaze and Lasley, and then her face goes white for a second. She looks away in shame. And then she, yeah.
You're alright. Well, I also found something that I think you very much are going to get a kick out of, Pequod.
Good.
He's going to play footage of Malcolm in the ring, just walking around and posing, but he's showing her the robe. He apparently had this custom made.
She looks down at it and then over at Snarf, and Snarf, I made it.
You know how expensive was it? Because I did some basic research and know that those things can cost over 10,000 credits.
Snarf chuckles and shakes his head. You see the gold inlining around the collar and all throughout the robe?
Yes?
Okay, that's real gold.
Oh, gods.
So you do the math, buddy. As he takes a bite of chili, he's eating chili and eggs for breakfast. It was more money than most things. Let's just say there's a reason he was crazy.
Dear God. Well, I did find in your things the schematics for the robe. But
Snarf, oh god, don't tell me you want me to make another one.
that's up to the lady.
Pequod looks over at Snarf and, Snarf, if I am to do my Malcolm cosplay, I need that robe. I have the belt, I need the robe, and a wig like Malk Flair as she gestures.
You'll need a bald cap as well. You can't see because of the hat, but the entire crown of his head was bald.
She looks over at Sasha, and Sasha, she needs a Globnock cosplay. And Snarf, oh god, talk about nightmare fuel.
Yeah, he is nightmare fuel.
Jennifer, why do you need cosplays? And Pequod looks at her, to reenact and put on our own show with a big smile.
Oh no.
Saris, do you really think putting on our own show is a good idea? And Pequod, absolutely. We'll broadcast it live as she looks at Julian.
Oh, right.
Snarf puts his hand up. I'm not getting in that ring.
You know he intended to legitimately kill me, right?
Pequod, and I would never hurt you. Unless it was to hurt your feelings making fun of you in jest. And she smiles. But I'd like to put on my own show. And she smiles. I'll be the star. And she fixes her hair and blinks at Julia.
You can do it.
Although, looks down at her belly, it'll probably have to wait until the little one is born, because looking at the schematics for this thing weighed 50 pounds.
She nods. Well, I can be the announcer until then, with a big smile. She looks over at Saris. It's not like you don't know some wrestling moves. All the power bombs you used to give out. And Saris, yeah, Major Lasley taught me a thing or two.
Well. Honestly, it seems that he very much, just from these videos and everything, it seems he was speeding towards a airlock match against me, and some person, Malk Cena, was supposed to face Julius in what is referred to as a Davine on a forklift match.
Sasha starts choking on a piece of potato, coughs it back up, hits her chest with a closed fist. Forklift?
forklift.
Everybody looks up at poor Davy.
He had Snuff make a forklift, and he would put me on it, and whoever got up to me first would have my hand in marriage. Snuff was in one of those matches.
Snarf speaks up. I tried my damnedest as he looks at Davy longingly.
Is that where? And he pulls up the video of Snarf taking a brain buster from on top of the forklift. Is that where this came from?
Snarf looks at it. Yeah. If you fast forward a little bit, you'll see me getting hit over the head with a kendo stick and falling into thumbtacks.
Damn.
That was a no weapons allowed match, too. He just wanted to hurt you.
Snarf, yeah, I was the punching bag. They told me when they made me the ref, the officiator, that I wouldn't get hit. Then I think I got hit more as Snarf grabs the side of his head.
Well, that's the way it seems, and he puts up like a few instances of Gurok spearing Snarf while he's in the referee shirt.
Snarf, yeah. People wonder where this back injury came from.
I'm surprised it's not worse.
Oh, Ella couldn't fix me up good. As best as she could. Imagine trying to tell her. I had to go into her med bay and say I was in the wrestling federation. She didn't even know what was going on for the first, 7 months.
I'm guessing that would be another reason she was planning to kill Malcolm.
Yeah, from what I remember, I think her and Gonzalez were gonna OD him on morphine if he ever got hurt enough to the point where he needed it. As I said, problem was, he was really good at running.
I think I can count on one hand the number of times he got actually hurt. One of the few I remember is, and this was luckily early enough that I still have footage of it. He brings it up from his point of view. You see Malcolm get hit by a clothesline from one of the power armor cultists. He hits the ground and goes, "Oh, glob knock, oh," as he falls back over.
Pequod starts laughing. Saris, I was watching this last night while Ash was in the shower. She pulls up a compilation of "Take them down, Julius" clips. Apparently, this was one of his favorite lines. He relied on Julius to take them down very often.
Yeah, I can tell you why, too. It's because I 1v1 the lightning count, and after that, boom, I was his 1v1 man, except it usually wasn't 1v1s, it was 1v12s.
As is customary with you and Xerix. You and Xerix being left to clear 10 people out when we were rescuing Pequod's mum.
Yep, take them down, Julius. I hear that crap in my nightmares.
I mean, it is in one of his entrance themes, remember? Take them down, boys.
Yeah, Ash, I remember.
Snarf looks over at Pequod. I got some of Malcolm's chains from his Malcina phase if you want them. He called it the Malk Chain Gang. Pequod, yes, please. I got the schematics, I should say.
Oh yeah, the Malcolm of Colonel Nomics. I forgot about that part.
Sonny looks at you. Colonel Nomics, you say?
Colonel Nomics, Sonny.
Yes, the Malcolm of Colonel Nomics, whose one of his finishing maneuvers was the 5-star shuffle.
Sasha, do you have a clip of the 5-star shuffle?
Yes, I do. And it cuts to Rolly on the ground, Malcolm bending over and going, "I'm a colonel," as he waves his hand in front of his face and he does a 5-knuckle shuffle. I believe that was during the Malcasina character.
Saris, so did he come up with these characters on his own, or did he base these off actual... I am not a wrestling fan, and don't really see how anybody could be, until I saw these.
Well, upon researching and kind of getting into it, yeah, most of them are based off of people, and he pulls up a video of John Cena doing the 5-knuckle shuffle.
Jennifer, wow, that guy's hot! And Pequod, yeah. Julius, you need to hit the gym more. As she glares at Julius, and then back at the video of Cena from how many years ago?
Or how about a man named Ric Flair? And it cuts to, whoa, jet flying son of a gun.
I imagine there's a shiver that goes up Davine's spine when she hears the woo.
Yes,
Sasha, so did he really woo at Davine's door all night?
constantly.
Yeah. One of...
Kata,
You do talk.
Kata set up a camera at one point, and she walks it forward, shows the video, and it's a hidden camera up in like the rafters of the ship, pointed down on to Malcolm, and he's like 2 inches away from the door with his hands over cupped around his mouth, yelling out right into the door.
One of many things on that ship causing people to lose sleep.
Pequod, if Julius had done that outside of my bedroom at Raven Rock, trying to court me, I think I would have just shot him. Why would he think this is how you get a woman?
Because he cuts to prime 80s Ric Flair with women hanging off of him while he does it. That's why.
Pequod, I don't know. How did you get any sleep on the ship? And she looks up at Davey.
I had Ash give me his noise-canceling earbuds.
And that would be why I didn't get sleep on the ship, but better she got it. And with him courting and, now that we found out, tying her up and forcing her to watch his wrestling shows, she needed it more.
Yes. Sleep was helpful.
Jennifer propping baby Leslie up in her arms, gives her a kiss on the forehead. Is it true he put cameras in the women's bathrooms? Like hidden cameras? And Pequod's face goes white. Oh my god!
Davine rubs her face. Yes, Jennifer, it's true.
Wow!
Yeah, I remember the rant from that, where he ranted at Carter for, what was it, 2 hours? About how much of a traitor he was, and how it was... he would be court-martialed for ignoring orders because Carter spray-painted over the lenses.
Pequod, were they well hidden or obvious?
There was one on the door of the store when you closed.
And Malcolm, from what I saw when Snarf removed them, under Carter's orders, they weren't small. They were more similar to, well, and he shows the big cameras they use on the wrestling show. Those.
Snarf clears his throat after he swallows some chili. They actually ran on tape. You know how all of our stuff is digital nowadays. Long ago, they actually filmed on tape. Cassette tape. That's how old they were. Snarf starts laughing.
I still don't know where he got the cassette tapes, or that fucking fax machine, or the pages. He had to have spent untold amounts of money getting... What are they? 800-year-old relics?
Saris, yeah, I mean, given what I know, my mom, she likes antiquated tech, you know, Ash. Yeah, I mean, most of these things belong in a museum at this point.
I mean, if we're talking about things that are priceless and should be in a museum, maybe we should talk about the theft of Stonewall Jackson's uniform.
Sasha starts laughing. I kind of think it's fitting. He got himself cursed. He deserved it.
He did, and believe me, I have no sympathy for General Jackson himself, given what he fought for. But I mean, robbing a grave like that in the middle of a city in broad daylight, it just sounds like a Saturday morning cartoon villain.
Pequod, at this point, it's getting way out of hand to the point where I can't tell what is true and what's not. And she plays a clip of Malcolm putting on the fedora, and you hear da 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 da. This looks like him and Davine. Look, right here. And you see the clip of him trying to whip Davine to him, but he ends up just whipping her.
Oh,
Then blaming Ash.
that's Malkiana Jones.
He thought it would, because he saw very old movies called Indiana Jones, and because he got the girl at the end of each movie, he assumed that the wily archaeologist would be the key to Davine's heart.
Jennifer, I like Indiana Jones movies. Sasha looks over at her. Me too, I'm a big fan. This is a mockery of some of my favorite movies.
You remember the minecart scene in one of them?
Jennifer, in Temple of Doom!
Aye. Watch this. And it shows him and Ash running away from what looks like natives of a planet. Mind you, this is a sacred temple. He told us it was a MaxTech facility. Turns out it wasn't. He stole what they said was 2,000-year-old idol from there. And, well, shows it, and it's them running away, jumping in a minecart and it rolling away. It going quickly, and Malcolm goes, "Oh, let me off this thing, Ash!" Turns, looks out the back. "Never mind, keep going!" As he ducks behind. There's Ash fighting for his life, shooting, not trying to kill people, but trying to wound, right? Trying not to get killed. And then it cuts to them going across like the side of a cliff, and Malcolm goes, "I'm done. I'm getting off. Get me off of it." Looks over the cliff, sees the 500-foot drop. "Ash, I swear, don't let me off this thing." And then it shows a few minutes later, Malcolm sitting down on his knees in the back of it. I swear, God, if you let me out of this, I will not be mean to this man anymore. Please, I'll change. Yeah.
Pequod, did he change? At least for a short amount of time after you saved him?
We got back on the ship, and he looked me dead in the eye and said, "I lied, Ash."
Sarah starts laughing. Snarf, yeah, Malkiana Jones. I had to make him the whole get up, the fedora. He even had a fake scar across his chin. I had to get that prosthetic going, put it on him every damn morning. Had to shave him so he had constant 5 o'clock shadow like that. Was it Harrison something guy?
I remember helping you braid the whip. That took like, what, 4 hours?
Yeah, imagine braiding a whip to see him then whip Davine with it 12 minutes later. I remember I handed him the whip and I said, "This is very dangerous." And he just said something like, "I know what I'm doing, Spackle." And he just took the whip from me. And then 12 minutes later, I come out into the main part of the ship, and I see him whipping Davine in the face.
I think he whipped her multiple times. Didn't he get you on the thigh once, and you had to get stitches because it actually broke the skin?
Yes, Ash, I did, as she pulls up a video without even talking. He also didn't even go on archaeological pursuits, like into a 2,000-year-old temple. He would just try and get into my room, and she pulls up a video of them on a Majestic with Gurok next to him. "All right, glob around. We got to get into this temple to get the Ark of the Covenant." And Gurok just looks over and presses a button, and the door opens. "Oh, gotcha, genius, glob around." As he, like, hits against the door and puts his hand into the light. "Don't step into the light. Go under it." And he starts to crawl under the light until he gets to Davine's clothes hamper. The Ark of the Covenant. Glob round. We did it!
Pequod cackling. She gets up, comes over here and falls on the back of Julius's shoulders, hugging his neck, cackling at poor Davine. "Sasha, so, I guess some of your undergarments went missing on the ship."
Carter, when I first turned back into a human, bought me enough to last me until we should go back to Gateway again. 8 months. I had enough for 2 by the end of that.
Yeah, although, if I remember correctly, didn't he have to buy you 2 wardrobes? Because when Malcolm saw the photo that Gurok had taken of you, he airlocked your wardrobe.
Yes, she did.
Sonny airlocked her whole wardrobe.
Yeah, it was fun holding Carter back from killing him that time.
Yeah. The picture, for those who aren't aware, I was not privy to seeing it, thankfully, because that would have been awkward. But from my understanding, when Davine turned back from a dog into a human, the only thing she had on was the canine vest. And Gurok took a picture of that.
Snarf's monocle falls out of his eye. You hear him, damn it! Oh, I mean, yeah. And he just looks the other direction. Terrible. Terrible! God damn it.
He also would share it around, which is why I again say they are very lucky we never ended up on Gateway again, because Davine would have had a slam dunk sexual harassment case against them.
Snarf looks at you. Who the hell did they share it with?
Towns,
Ruger.
Dale, Ruger, everyone basically in that town we solved the murder in.
Sasha starts laughing. I saw a clip of him walking up to random civilians in a desert town, asking them if they had murderous intent.
Yes. Meanwhile, we were trying to solve the murder mystery, and I mentioned that this person had to be a relatively high-level caster because it seemed somebody had cast silence on the room. And he looked at me indignantly and said, "No, silence is a second-level spell, Ash."
Jennifer, I think I saw a clip of him saying something to Julius about, you're making the scene fit what you want.
Yeah, we were providing theories as to what happened. It had to be someone who was strong, because he looks around. I won't get into gory details. But yeah, it had to be someone strong who did it. And he said, don't make the scene. You're trying to make the scene match something. Don't do that. Take what is given to you and use that. And then he walked about 10 paces north and asked someone if they had murderous intent.
And then accused Ruger of murdering them.
Snarf chuckled. I'm surprised he didn't just accuse you, Ash. He looks at you.
He did.
Everybody starts
Ah. Oh no.
Pequod comes and sits back down with you. He accused you. How much time was between the murders? Were you there when it happened?
It happened like, what was it, 2 weeks before?
Sasha, and he accused you.
Yeah, and then you see his face kind of go white. Oh no, I just realized something bad.
What?
We found a cursed crown on that mission, and we were told that he would send it to the Arcane Council. He sent it off, but I don't know to where, so they probably should keep an eye out for that thing floating around now.
Snarf, I think I know where it is.
Where?
You do?
How do you think he had the strength to powerbomb some of those slaves? Look at some of the clips. He made the crown invisible. You think he could really... And he plays a clip of him picking up a pretty well-built guy, a slave they bought, found on an independent colony, and Malcolm is overcome with rage. You really think he could do that, given the, old cursed Malcolm?
Ash just looks relieved. As horrible as I'm going to sound, thank God it was there. Imagine if that thing had ended up in a populated city.
Yeah, he kept it in the back of the Escalade.
Which he parked next to the forklift. That's where he got the forklift from?
Snarf, what do you mean?
You remember, right? Right around the end, right after we, on Max Tech on Mars.
Snarf looks at you blankly, then Davine, and he... Work with me here. I'm still coming back to reality.
So, after we had done that, I think this was not long after the sledgehammer incident, he gave me, you, and Julius a limousine, remember? And he told us, go out and have fun, boys. You've earned it.
Oh yeah! Snarf, wait a minute.
And then as we were very cautiously driving out, hoping to get some food, we heard an engine start up, cackling, and what I remember is mouthing, "What the fuck?" as I hear you yelling, "Oh my god!" as the forklift drove into the side of the limo, nearly impaling us.
Snarf, Julius, you have to have a clip.
Yeah. God damn it. He pulls up the video. I didn't trust anything Malcolm did for us, so I recorded it all. And he shows the clip.
You see Snarf's face go a little white watching it. Yeah. I remember, there I am, look, Davine, pushing Julius in front of me.
Yeah. And then there's the point where, and it shows him get on top of the forklift laughing. Get ready, Ash. Malcolm Mania just ran wild all over you.
Sasha, you know, even though it affected a lot of people's lives, it's hard not to laugh.
Better to laugh than to cry.
Pequod, better to make our own wrestling show than to cry.
Oh boy. Although, looking through these, there are people I do not recognize. I know there's the 3 slaves he purchased, but I've seen at least 5 other people that I have no clue where they came from.
Ash, those are all just slaves.
He bought more.
Well, he didn't buy more. You remember when we took on that slaver, the Iron Circle?
Oh, yes. Yes,
All those random people that came on the ship!
Yes, there's a reason why, while Julius was being held hostage, he was on the ramp saying, "Go, go, go," and fist bumping in the air.
Right. That's the day where we got... Oh, it doesn't matter if Julius dies. The Arcane Council owes us. Happened.
Pequod, what?!
Yeah, he said that.
Yes, he did. He apparently got it in his head that the Arcane Council could resurrect Julius, which, I mean, technically it may be possible, but doesn't that take away someone's ability to cast magic forever?
Pequod immediately shuffles over pregnant Pequod and gives Julius a hug from behind and starts kissing his cheek.
Yeah. That was when Xerix took over the leadership role in the moment and got him out of there safe. Good man. Did not deserve where he ended up.
What's this? Sasha pulls up a clip, and it's a clip of Malcolm declaring that he's having a casket match on tonight's Monday Night Malcolm.
Oh. Casket matches. I almost forgot about those. And she starts pacing around the room. Casket matches were when one person would be forced to put another person into a casket and close the door, thereby winning the match. Malcolm would not open the door back up. He would just put the casket in the airlock and whoosh them away.
Sasha closes the clip. Jesus.
Yeah. And based off at least one clip, there was at least one time where there was something blocking the airlock. I think it was that mech suit we had on the ship for a short while. He just dropped the casket down the trash chute into the compactor.
Jennifer holding Leslie. Oh my god!
Yeah.
Snarf, craziest thing too. If he was broadcasting this to the outer colonies, they probably all thought it was, some type of grandstand show like the wrestling shows of old that got Malcolm into this phase of his life in the first place. In reality, a lot of people died.
Yeah, I mean, look, and he shows old footage like the one of Undertaker in the casket when they put a hole in it, pour gasoline on it, and light it on fire. No one got hurt there, but Malcolm actually basically did that for real.
Sonny, yeah, given what little I know about professional wrestling, it hurts, but the goal is not to hurt your opponent, as Snarf Oh, in the Majestic Wrestling Federation, the goal was to hurt your opponent, let me tell you, young lady.
I believe they refer to it as shoot wrestling.
If Globnock didn't like you, he was gonna break your neck.
And if
Like-
Malcolm didn't like you, he would just spit on you.
Yeah. It was horrible. As Snarf says, horrible, you hear Hunk call up from down the stairs, Davine, are you ready?
Oh, he actually wants to work out. Well, before I go, I will leave you all with this. And she takes off her wrist computer and sets it down and plays a video and walks down the stairs. The video is a wide shot of the mess hall with Malcolm, Snarf, and Gurok all sitting around the table. And Gurok's telling Snarf what he wants for his armor. As Davine walks by, Malcolm takes a drink of whatever he's drinking and whips around and missprays it straight into Snarf's face. Turns around back to Davine and says, "God damn, girl, walking around with that fine ass of yours. General Stonewall Jackson smite me down. You should sit over here with me."
Snarf, oh god. Oh god, the game, Malcolm. The king of Colonel.
Yes.
Fuckwad. As Sasha rubs him on the back. Thanks, baby.
Oh. Ash is at this point just looking through the videos as he comes across. He's just looking through the videos. Did he just change his outfit between, quote, matches to play different characters?
Snarf, yeah. Him and Globrog were the stars of the show. And Davine, bound and gagged. But they played multiple characters.
Right, so that's where this entrance came from, and as the air horns start to play, oh, Ash's time is up, my time is now. Ash can't touch me, my time is now. I'm the franchise Ash Colonel ranking now. His time is up, my time is now. In case Ash forgot or fell off, I'm super hot, knock his shell off, my Colonel rank gold. Plus you can't turn my ring off, the franchise winning Davine's heart, she loves me, our marriage will be beauteous. Oh, Ash hears those horns, he's finished, a soldier, I stay over him fighting. I'm storming that chump like I'm thunder and lightning. And it just keeps going.
As the song is playing, hologram in the middle of the room pops up, and it's General Lorelei, and she watches the video play. It popped up like the last 10 words, and she doesn't say anything. She lets it play as she's looking down at everybody. Big hologram, bigger than Rika.
Shuts it off. Ma'am, good to see you.
Having fun, Ash.
Oh, just answering questions from the girls about how things went on the Majestic, ma'am.
Interesting. She looks over at Jennifer holding the baby. Having fun, Jennifer? Is Ash tending to you? She speaks up. Yeah, Ash is great. Julius keeps us well fed. Julius is an amazing cook. General Lorelei smiles slightly. He made a great dinner last night, and I got to do all the dishes with Saris and Sasha. And General Lorelei, and where was Ash during this time, Jennifer? And Jennifer enjoying a cigar with Hunk at the table. And General Lorelei's hologram turns to you. Was it a good cigar, Ash?
Yes, ma'am.
Fabulous cigar, to be sure. As the smile slowly starts leaving her face.
Right.
Well, tonight I think you'll be doing the dishes, Ash.
Yes, ma'am.
Wonderful. Report to my office. Sarah stands up. We'll be on our way, ma'am. And no, you will stay. Just the cadets. She smiles at Julius and Ash, full military attire. And I hope those cadet emblems are polished. As she disappears off the screen.
Yay. Just as soon as she's starting to not hate me, something comes up. Fucking idiot that I am.
Jennifer, I like doing dishes.
Yeah.
Snarf, just don't say stuff like that around her.
Please.
What do you mean? I did dishes at home. It's no big deal.
Yeah, but she hates me right now.
Sasha, I don't think she hates you. I think maybe loathe is the better word.
Yeah.
Pequod, let's go, Julius. Well, full military attire. You did polish the cadet emblem, Julius.
Yes, I'm too scared of her not to.
She lets you go, comes round, gives you a slight kiss on the lips, and come back alive and not in another dimension, please, and sits back down with Rocco and turns the game man back on.
Yeah, okay, I'll try, as he gags a little from nervousness.
Saris looks over at you, Ash. I already steam pressed all your uniforms and yours, Julius. They're up in the rooms. You're ready to go.
Thank you, my dear. And he kisses her. Oh boy.
Saris speaks up. I wonder what she wants. As you guys go get dressed, you come back down in your military attire. Pequod whistles, seeing Julius.
Julius winks at her as he fixes one of his cuffs.
Good luck!
Thank you. We're gonna need it.
Saris smiles. She's a big softie on the inside, Ad.
Yeah. Hope so.
You'll make your way down the gateway. You go past the workout. You pass the gym on your left-hand side of the stairs. You don't hear Hunk screaming anymore in pain. Your token should be right here. And Mercurius accompanies you down.
Interesting. Alright, let's go.
He's following right behind you.
Walks up. Waves to Country as they're going by.
She waves. Mercurius comes up. You notice this time there's no guards at the door. The office doors are open.
Knocks.
General Lorelei, standing up at her desk, waves you in.
Comes in. Stands at attention and salutes.
Julius does the same.
Mercurius comes in as well, saluting her. General Lorelei, take the elevator downstairs. Points to Mercurius. He rides the elevator down. She comes up to you two. Puts her hands on Ash's shoulders, brushes his military uniform with her shoulders, grabs your collar, fixes it for you, comes over, starts doing it to Julius, looks down at the Ranger Cadet emblem. I must say, these look very good on both of you. Major Lasley would be proud as she looks at Julius.
Thank you, ma'am.
She walks over to her desk. I'm sure you're hoping I have news on Major Lasley for you. I don't. I do have a question. Do you two have anything of hers I could potentially borrow? I will not keep it. It has to be something significant. And given the fact you were sons to her, I assume you, and the answer is no to all this, you never asked to. I assume you, which means you're really bad kids. But did you ever take her out for Mother's Day, buy her a memento, buy her any gift, something like that, a keepsake maybe that she has left at the bunker that Hunk could retrieve for her?
No, ma'am.
No. Not unless you count me giving her the helmet from those games to keep.
You see General Lorelei's eyes widen. You never took her out for Mother's Day?
No, ma'am. To be completely honest, I didn't know that Mother's Day existed until the 4th year I was in the military because I spent the first 30 years of my life with it not being a thing.
She puts her hand up. But you still had a whole year. That's one Mother's Day. And you didn't even need Mother's Day. You could just buy her some. She gave you a place to live, fed you, while the rest of the people at Raven Rock sat in that shitty bunker. And she just shakes her head. Oh, I'm glad you're not my children.
I'm glad about that too, because I'd hate to treat you that way. Hate to treat her that way too.
It's the thought that counts, but the act of, and she looks over at Julius, giving something somewhat facilitates the thought. You do realize that here in the civilized world we live in. And she makes a big circle with her hand.
Yes, ma'am.
You never gave her anything I could have. Her voice is starting to crack. She's shocked.
I don't think we did. No. The only thing we have is the picture of her at the bunker.
She takes her index finger and thumb and starts squeezing her eyes. Wonderful.
Yeah.
Oh joy. Oh joy, and I thought it was strange she wanted to get away from you too, and she looks at both of you.
Yeah, that's fair enough, ma'am.
She doesn't say anything, then she facepalms. Looks back up at you. Perhaps Agent Hunk would have something. If you could converse with him, give it to me, it would greatly assist me in finding her for you. It takes a great amount of energy and effort to try and find somebody half her power level, her strength, her willpower. I'm going to need help, I'm sorry to say.
Of course, anything, ma'am. And...
Perhaps if I was younger. She starts rubbing the back of her neck. But I am older nowadays, so I need some assistance.
To be completely honest, ma'am, you look younger than I do.
She smirks at you. See how you won Saris over.
Yeah, sometimes I can pretend to be charming, ma'am.
Sometime. She comes back over to Julius. She's looking you right in the eye. I can see you greatly miss one Major Lasley. Don't have to read your mind to tell.
Yes, ma'am.
Fixes the emblem just to straighten it up on your chest. Lets go of the emblem and you. So, I am a generous, benevolent being by nature. She walks over here. Perhaps you would disagree given our interactions over the past week or so. Today I will show you so. What you're about to see might disturb you. And she puts her finger up. Prepared? Raises an eyebrow.
Yes, ma'am.
Can't be much more disturbing than what we saw on that ship.
She looks over at you. Have you ever stayed up late at night wondering if you were crazy, given what you consider to be your origin?
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
She looks at Julius.
He nods.
Well, today we'll put those notions to bed. Follow me down the elevator.
Yes, ma'am.
As you're riding down the elevator, she's standing behind you two with arms crossed. I know I told you not to inform any of the girls on the squad or at the apartment. I've let your captain in on things. She needs to know if she's going to help us destroy the orbs. I will need her assistance. You understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Makes sense.
If you're wondering where she's been, as the elevator opens up and you're down in the mausoleum and Icy's standing looking up at the orbs, and General Lorelei, come. She walks over here.
Yes, ma'am?
Stand over there. She points up.
Where is the ping?
With Icy, right?
Ah, okay, it didn't show up. Sorry about that. Ash kind of leaning away from the orbs as if because he does not want to be near them.
General Lorelei, when she pointed for you to stand with Icy, I'll be right back, as you walked over. She goes off through a room, a door, for 1 minute. As you guys walk up, Icy looks at Julius and, so what do you consider yourself, a time-traveling gigolo? And she punches you with a left hook right in the stomach. And knocking all the air out of your stomach. Do you think I'm gonna raise your other kid for you so you can go back to wherever shithole you came from?
We didn't even know, Captain.
Yeah, trust me, ma'am. This may sound ridiculous and stupid, but there is nothing that even Lorelei, the General, can do that is scarier to me than going back there. No
General
offense to her.
Lorelei. General Lorelei, hearing that, comes out, chuckles, grabs Icy's wrist, and pulls it out of Julius's stomach. I never got around to briefing her about everything. And she comes over and helps Julius stand up straight. Mean left hook, wouldn't you say?
Meaner than mine.
Icy, good. Because after everything we've lost and been through, it would be really selfish to go back.
Yeah, it would.
Yeah.
General Lorelei, I assure you, as she fixes Julius's dress, the military shirt, overcoat, they don't want to go back. She rebuttons some of it for you. The punch was so hard it knocked off some of the buttons. She's fixing it for you. Icy grabs your wrist, Julius. General Lorelei looks down and looks you right in the eye, Julius. You can see her eyes faintly start to glow gold, and you can hear her voice in your head. Only you two can hear each other. And she says, "Tell me, Cadet, what is she?" And you see her eyes gesture down to her and then up to you. To you.
Honestly, I knew her when she was younger, less mature, so I've always seen her as a little sister, even if she doesn't see me like that.
She's fixing your coat still, making you look a little more presentable. And only in your head. Would you agree with the statement, a good big brother protects their little sister?
Obviously, ma'am.
You see her nod. Then, she's killed men in the name of EarthGov. She's rubbing your shoulders. But she's still young and pure of heart. When I pay these men their gratuity, turn her away. And you see her smile. Shield her eyes.
Pay these men. Yes, ma'am.
She comes over to you, Ash, snaps her finger. She's speaking orally, so everybody can hear her. And a necklace appears. And a necklace of lightning balls, Ash. Familiar?
Similar, yes, ma'am. Lightning balls. The one I saw was a necklace of fireballs, but that Dale wore, but that is familiar.
She hands you the necklace. Feel the arcane energy surging through it. That necklace is very old. Quite powerful. One bead of that hitting the wrong place on Earth would be enough to knock out the entirety of the power grid of Earth.
I can tell, ma'am. His hand's starting to shake a bit. The energy coming off of it is unreal. The only time I felt anything at this level was when we were near Bayagona and Dagon.
Be a dear and take one of the balls off for me. Carefully. Do not hurt yourself. And then hold the necklace carefully.
He does as she says. His hand's shaking even more now, trying to be careful with it.
Icy's looking at the necklace while holding Julius's wrist with wide eyes. She comes over here. When last we spoke, I mentioned of a stolen batch of Mercurius units. Do you recall?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you like to meet the men that stole them?
Yes, ma'am.
She snaps her fingers. Ranger guards come in, the two that are always guarding her door. They have two very familiar looking individuals.
Oh my God.
Not in custody. They are not in custody. They're not in handcuffs or anything like that. General Lorelei turns around. "Gentlemen!" Smiles at them and then back to you guys, and she stands out of the way. Quite the reunion, I'd say. She crosses her arm.
Yeah. The psychopathic murderer and the coward who abandoned us.
Magni chuckles. The Water Ganassi, "Hey, man!"
That sounds familiar.
I don't have your wyvern to bodyguard you this time.
The Water Ganassi chuckles. Amir, you know them, Magni. Amir chuckles, "Man, he didn't make it through."
Oh. Well, good for him. Pretty sure you were planning to eat him eventually.
He laughs as you see Magni scratching the side of his chin, giving Julius the middle finger.
better than that. I am better than that.
General Lorelei, so these men are responsible for stealing, as she comes over, the Mercurius units that Mr. Kingsman had under his school. I've told them they can avoid any due justice. They know they don't need to go to court or be imprisoned if they're willing to assist you two. I think what they have to say you'll find interesting, and I assure you, they are telling the truth. I can read their simple, as a mere, hey, lady, simple minds. And she smiles. Would you like to hear them out?
Oh, of course. It'd be the first time I think either of them talked truthfully with us.
She stands up here and crosses her arms, looking at them. Go ahead. Magni looks up at you guys. So, how do you think you got here?
I don't know. The forge? That's my first guess, once I saw it.
That would have been an educated guess from me. Honestly, I don't know. I had assumed it was I died in that world, and dying where we did caused my spirit to be catapulted to another one.
Amir, well, man, fuck all land creatures. You thought you died, and he points at you. But it was all, and he points to his head up here. Man.
Really?
Really? Do you remember the Isle of the Dead? Magni speaks up.
Yeah.
You left us there, yeah?
I left you there to initiate a ritual, and he points up to these. Amir, we didn't know it at the time, man, when Dale first signed us up, but if you remember Towns, you remember he was late getting to the group?
Yeah?
Towns was stealing these. These are time stones. And if you look at General Lorelei, she's nodding her head.
Okay. Time stones.
Magni looks at you. Do you really think some wizard teleported the Child Emperor to the Isle of the Dead? Randomly, of every point on Gallia, not into the ocean, not into a volcano, of every point, a convenient isle in the middle of nowhere, lost to time.
It's...
I didn't really care.
My thought was it seemed unlikely, but how many people on Gallia were actually competent?
Amir chuckles. Well, the water Ganassis are competent, man.
Yes, that's why they were the first ones in chains when Donolini made his work known.
Icy's squeezing Julius's wrist tighter, just looking at these two freaks. And Magni, so, we went to, and he air quotes, the Isle of the Dead. You were on top of a mountain hilltop kind of ruined fortress, right?
Mm-hmm.
How would I know that if I wasn't there?
Well, considering you were working with him, I would have assumed Dale told you.
That, ruins of a fortress, was a ritual site, not ruins of a fortress. There were no zombies. You didn't kill Towns. If you killed him, he probably wouldn't be here. Dale wanted to leave Gallia, escape it, to escape something called the Darkening. And Amir shrugs and, I don't know what it was, man. He never told us, but he told us we had to leave. He had Towns steal the orbs. We took him to the Isle. You guys were under something similar to mass suggestion from Dale. Magni, I didn't steal the ship. I was 3 knots out from the island. I initiated the ritual. We all got teleported. You might wonder why Dale brought you. He didn't like you two to begin with. He brought you because time travel, and if you look over at General Lorelei, she's nodding to affirm this, fragments one's mind. The more people you have, the less fragmented the mind. That's why he brought you two. And he chuckles at you.
More fragments to go around.
Exactly. And given the fact Dale was the one that initiated the ritual at the site, he retained the majority of his memory.
That makes sense.
The plan was simple, man. Jump ahead in time, avoid whatever crap was happening, man, and then go back with all this stuff. And he points up to a picture of the Mercurius units. And we could be in charge, man. You think Donnellini could stand up to this garbage crap, man?
No, these are basically the perfected version of the Warforged he had.
Not only that, man, but guns, artillery. Dale wanted to bring back tanks, you name it. That's why we were selling off his students, man.
Right.
We were going to go back and take over. Preferably after whatever catastrophe was happening, and Dale wanted to rebuild Gallia in his image, the city. General Lorelei, arms crossed, just smirking at them.
Right. It's a beautiful plan. There's just one issue I see coming up with it. Don't you need to recharge Mercurius units?
General Lorelei chuckles, and Magni, I don't know anything about that. And Amir, man, shut the fuck up, Ash.
Yeah, so you would have had an untouchable army for all of... What is it, ma'am? 3 weeks without a recharge is how far they can last?
Given weather conditions, possibly less.
What a well thought out plan. You'd be rulers of everything until your army ran out of juice, and then just ready for the civil war to start when all the conquered peoples see that you can't defend yourselves anymore.
Magni shrugs and chuckles. Apparently there wouldn't have been that many people left after the darkening, and he shrugged. Enough for us to take over, man.
The darkening.
General Lorelei sends you something on your wrist computer. Dale's logs about. Reads just like that one you saw in the temple a long time ago with Hunk and Lasley.
Oh my god.
Dale's recounting glyphs. Not glyphs, Dale's recounting something. You don't know the origin of what he's recounting. But
that temple. This is...
Not exactly like it, but it's, same kind of writing.
This is very, ma'am, this is very similar to writing we found on a mission with Major Lasley and, at the time, Captain Hunk. It was, I forget the name of the planet, but it was an outer colony where everyone had been turned into these fish monstrosities, and there was a temple telling a very similar Revelation-like story.
The Rangers now standing behind them. Again, they're not, in chains or anything like that. General Lorelei, so, your friend, Mr. Kingsman, wanted to escape a catastrophe. She waves her arms dismissively. Go forward in time, comes over using you two to less fragments, which explains why you just showed up on EarthGov bases, threatened to be arrested, as she gestures over to Julia. And then go back with Amir cuts her off, which you can see annoys her. And man, we were going to have tanks. You don't even know, man. We were going to bring some of these mech units back, not just Mercurius, man. Bite me, ass.
Yes, it's still all temporary, but it's a smart plan if it's that bad, and I'm getting the idea that the darkening, I think I might be starting to get an idea of a possibility of what it is, ma'am.
General Lorelei looks over at you. And we are so... That was Dale's plan. If you think back, you two idiots wanted to join the rebellion, man. Dale didn't want any side of the Civil War for a reason. He had his own plans, man.
That makes sense. Even though it was all lying to us, Dale never looked out for anyone but himself.
That's true, man. He even had a curse on towns, which explains why he was such a retard.
Which makes it even funnier that you two idiots believed him. You know he was going to kill you the moment you got back, right?
Amir shrugs. He gave us his word, man, that we'd be at his right-hand side. He had a curse on towns, and General Lorelei apparently it was something called the Curse of the Revanchists.
And I'm sorry. The man who manipulated all of us into going forward in time, only telling you because he needed you. The man who has manipulated, betrayed, and sold everyone near him. Who gods know what he did to his wife and children. You took him at his word? You
A
are
mere
not-
wife and children? Man. And Magni points to his temple. Simple minds, boys.
Illusion? Yeah.
Do you really think a family could live in a shack that's like 4x4? Morons, man.
Yes, they could. Morons. But either way, you trusted his word.
We're here, man.
For now.
We're here safe and sound, and we're rich.
For now, he still needed you. You just don't get it. Apologies for breaking decorum, ma'am. I just... even in fiction, I've never read or seen anyone this foolish.
Magni, Dale was good to me. Think he just didn't like you two, because you were too busy trying to be valorous trailblazers, fighting the rebellion, yada yada.
Maybe so, but better to be an altruistic fool than a coward who hides in the shadows at the moment of the first notion of maybe something possibly happening that's slightly spooky.
General Lorelei puts up her finger. Quite the little sneak thief you are, as she looks over at Magni and he smiles. She looks back over at you two. Any more questions for them?
A simple one. You sleep well at night knowing what he did to all those people in that school?
Amir shrugs. Doesn't bother me, man. It's business, nothing personal. And Magni shrugs. We were rich, man. Yeah, he even imitates Amir and says it like him because he knows it annoys you. And Amir, remember what I always used to say, man? Fuck all land creature.
Right. Any other questions, Julius?
None at all.
What's Julius doing right now? Out of curiosity.
He's gone from annoyed to confused to angry to just pinching the bridge of his nose back to angry at this point.
I see, still squeezing your wrist. General Lorelei comes up. The ball, please.
Carefully hands it to her. There you go.
She takes it, closes her hand, smiles. Thank you. Well, gentlemen, she walks up here. Your gratuity. Ash, present them carefully the necklace.
He's going to walk up and very carefully as he can, hand it to them.
So you're about here. No. You're about
Sorry.
here with it. She stands in front of you. They need to see one of the balls to know that it's real. We have confiscated the Mercurius units, the gold, the weapons from Dale's school. Here, when she puts the ball in Amir's hand, can you tell that it's real? You have a connection to the arcane plane. He's holding it. Yeah, lady, it looks real and it feels real. And she grabs his hand and shoves it in his face and punches his mouth, breaking the ball, and you hear him start to scream and he's getting electrified.
Julius holds her hand and covers her eyes.
Magni, you see Magni, Ash, you see him panic, and he stealths out. The Rangers, you see the visors light up green. General Lorelei puts out her hand, no. And they stand down. General Lorelei walks up here with arms crossed, taking the necklace carefully from you, Ash, before crossing her arm. Though they may not be of the apex predators of the planet Innova, Mana Sabers are of the most relentless. They have the keenest sense of smell and sight and hearing. Once they track their prey, they will never give up until they are killed. And you see a splatter of blood, and you hear a Mana Saber roar as Magni starts rolling out here on his back right next to poor Icy. And Achilles, because he can stealth, you see his runes light up on his body, and he's right on top of Magni with the paw on his chest and one paw up in the air with a, like sickle-like appendage claw sticking out of it, and he's about to slash Magni on the throat. Magni's screaming, begging Ash for help. He's, "Help me, Ash, help me!"
Sorry, under orders not to move.
Achilles starts to swing the paw down. General Lorelei, no. And he stops right at Magni's throat. You haven't eaten this morning, my beloved pet, as he tilts his head confused and looks at her. Feast. And you see these rangers even look away. They kind of shuffle in place as there's nothing left but a puddle of water and jewelry and stuff he was wearing. Expensive stuff that he bought from selling students. And Achilles opens his mouth and his mana fangs protrude out, and he digs them into Magni's chest and starts draining him of his arcane power. And you see Magni start to shrivel to a husk. And and his voice is even bellowing as he's reaching to you. You want to help?
Julius pulls Icy away from him further.
He's reaching out. Achilles lets out a triumphant growl as he's sucked all the mana energies out of him. He's still alive, wafting his arms up at Ash and Julius. General Lorelei, the bones of dwarves are quite rich in calcium. Take him back to your abode. Leave no scraps. Achilles drags, and he's crying for help, Magni off, and they disappear.
Oh boy, man.
General Lorelei taking the necklace.
Ash.
She comes over here.
Ash
Go ahead.
relaxing. Oh, thank you. That thing is scary.
Indeed, you should be afraid of it, but don't worry, you're safe. You hear faint cries for help coming from the distance, and then they stop because he killed Magni.
Well, brutal, but couldn't have happened to more deserving fellows, ma'am.
She looks at the door that Achilles and the husk of Magni disappeared through. Quite a fitting end for a sneak thief.
Aye, killed by a stealthy predator. An actual assassin of the night, as it were.
Mercurius was here off in the corner watching the whole time. She comes up to him. You'll find a janitor's closet. Consult your local schematics. Clean the floors of the mausoleum, then wax them, then clean them again. Then report back to the apartment and tend to the girls. As he salutes happily and walks. The ranger, this guy, Jesus, I got this guy on my boot. As you see him lifting his boot. And the puddle of what's left of blood, maybe they have like a darker blue kind of blood or something, and water on the floor. And General Lorelei, you're off duty the rest of the day. No visitors. And she puts out her hand and they, yes ma'am, and they disappear. And she walks up to you guys here. She nods at you, Julius, to let Icy go. As Icy's hand's trembling, because she's still holding your wrist, and I assure you what they told you was the truth. I did take the time to read their minds this time, unlike when I beheaded that despicable Dale Kingsman character.
I believe it. Wholeheartedly, ma'am. It sounds like Dale. He thought himself more intelligent than everyone, I could tell that, as he walks back to stand at attention there.
I understand you probably have a busy day. Your squad's together now. You need to begin requisitioning arms and armaments, and I expect a fabulous dinner. She looks over at Julius tonight, but the day is young. She pulls up her wrist computer. It's only 8:45 in the morning. We're going on a field trip.
A field trip, ma'am?
The three of us.
Yes, ma'am?
Tell me something. There is no footage from when you went into these shimmer sites. These fools, as she gestures to the puddle of water and then the door that he was dragged through and eaten alive, these fools did not go into them either. And it would appear, she pulls up on her wrist computer, and you see a private communique between Dale and Malcolm. Dale insisted and paid Malcolm to stop at your school the first time. It would appear you were never out of fuel. The second time, why do you think? Did you not think it was strange Dale would help, or Malcolm, I should say, would help you out of the kindness of his non-existent heart by going back to that school? Dale paid him.
It makes sense, ma'am. I admit I was foolish in accepting it. I just wanted to remember.
It would seem that somebody like myself, a grand spellcaster, if I walk through these shimmer sites, I come out on the other side as if nothing happened. However, if somebody who's broken the rules of time, as she wags her fingers, walks through, then it would appear others can accompany them. Is that what happened when you two went through your two sites to retrieve these?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, except, Mercurius, Mercurius unit, ma'am, could not. It would seem that only you needed a spirit, or a soul, in order to walk through, because, Xerix was able to.
So it would appear Mr. Kingsman needed you.
Here, so, ma'am.
It sounds right. This is not to puff myself up, but more to talk about how bad they were. I think Julius and I were the best fighters of the group.
She nods. If those two were part of your band of mercenaries, I'm surprised you got anything done.
Yeah. Oh, the grunk.
So, we'll be going on a field trip. Come with me. All three of us. And she points at all of you.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
You board a dropship. She doesn't tell you where you're going. You land on an island right here. And Towns is here waiting to greet you guys, flipping a coin.
Hello, Towns.
He looks over at you guys. Hey, watch this. Snaps his fingers. No magic powers anymore.
Oh. Were they from Dale?
Don't know. My mind's screwed. As he kind of looks off into the distance, and Icy moves behind Julius, hiding from this guy. Still holding Julius's wrist. General Lorelei, this idiot, walks up to him, pokes him on the forehead. He was cursed. However, he can still be useful. The curse of the Revanchist? And she shrugs, confused.
I think I heard the term Revanchist talked about in, folktales when I was young, ma'am. The name they gave to some warrior who defeated a great threat. I think it's... Apologies, ma'am, it's very vague, and I don't remember much of my childhood, but it's something I think I remember. Like a boogeyman, right? That kind of campfire story elderly people would tell kids.
Town speaks up. I definitely stole time stones, or orbs. I remember that. And then I hooked up with the group, and all I can remember is lusting after this beautiful Asian nun. As General Lorelei and steps away from it.
Yeah.
I think I was cursed sometime back then. He's rubbing the back of his neck.
Yeah.
I'd say so.
Well, anyway, this is not a hill anymore. It's flat ground, and there's just grass and some ruins. Vague remnants of ruins. Towns, anyway, this should look familiar. This is where you fucking shot me. And then oh wait, yeah, no, he didn't shoot me. Well, you thought about shooting me, and he points it at.
To be fair, you ranted at me in about 8 different personalities over the course of 4 months. All day, every day. I think anyone would think about shooting you.
General Lorelei, he was cursed, Private, not by his own choice, and points up.
That's fair, ma'am.
And you are the morons that worked for Dale Kingsman. The 3 of you. As she glares at Towns, and we were in the Thieves Guild together. Go ahead. She points to the ruins.
Right. Just walk in, look around.
Sure.
Or
Yeah,
is there...
wherever you want to go.
Okay.
Icy's gonna follow you.
Walks up to it and almost scared walks in.
Towns is walking with you guys, so Dale, bit the dust?
Yeah,
Yeah.
he did.
Is it just me, or did we all get played for fools as he's walking around?
We
Yeah.
got played for fools. As he
I
walks here and looks in.
see following Julius. There's Frontier Rangers around. General Lorelei walks up here. Ranger Ella? She comes up. General, ma'am, salutes her. General Lorelei says to her, the carbon dating, if you would be so kind, as she gestures for Julius to come close. Towns walking with Julius. I hear you're married to General Rico's wife now.
Daughter, yeah.
Her daughter, excuse me. Sorry, this cursed. Been a long time. And General Lorelei, Ranger Ella, she steps aside, and Ranger Ella, it's hard to tell given the equipment we have, but these ruins, 2, 3, maybe 4 million years old.
Oh my god.
Icy looks up at Julius. You really are a time traveler.
Julius bends over and puts the hand that she's not holding on his wrist, on his knee. Oh, jeez. Oh.
Town starts rubbing your back, and Icy rubbing your back with her other hand. General Lorelei, if you would be so kind, Captain, why don't you go over here? Start scanning with your wrist computer. Look for equipment, metals, archaic metals, stuff like that. As she lets go of Julius, but really doesn't want to walk away and starts going around, looking around. General Lorelei turns to you, Ash. Look familiar?
Yes, ma'am. May I walk forward, ma'am?
Sure.
He's gonna walk right to here. This is where it happened. Right here.
She walks up with you, Towns. Julius, come on, buddy.
Right. And he looks up at the sky. Right.
Towns says to you, he's saying it in a low tone of voice. I was cursed. My mind was all over the place. But, do you know that old guy in, like, the general uniform or something you showed up with at Dale's school?
Yeah, Malcolm, or Captain.
You know he paid me, like, $200,000 to fire a decursing arrow at that direwolf? You know Dale collected all of it after I was supposed to get it? Was that really the rat that you used to carry around in your pocket?
Yeah, that was my mom.
The Towns. Oh, sorry about that, buddy, as he pats you on the shoulder.
Not a problem, Towns. It's better this way anyway.
Towns walks over here. Dale bought a couple tanks with that money that I was supposed to get that I'll never get now, as he's looking at General Lorelei.
That's awesome. And he's gonna walk forward up to General Lorelei.
He follows you. General Lorelei, you'll earn your money. SIS agents make a fair wage, but you will earn your money now, Mr. Weebly. She's looking at him and he salutes her. And she turns to you, Ash. Is this the field you, she air quotes, died in?
Well, he's gonna step to the side. Not only is it the field, right there is where it happened. That spot right there.
Towns, yeah, we were screwed. I remember seeing Julius get sucked up into a cloud. We were surrounded by zombies, right, Ash?
Yeah, various stages of undead zombies. I think some were whites. A death knight. Just an unwinnable situation, ma'am. Not unlike the Geist. Hordes of them coming one after another after another.
And Mr. Kingsman just threw out all of his spells and then had nothing left, conveniently. What happened then?
Thinking, we got swarmed once. We managed to beat them back and take a rest. And I didn't know much about the arcane arts, ma'am, but I remembered reading about them because when I was in my previous life. When I was younger, I didn't have much else to do when I wasn't being made to work, so I would read. He should have had spells left over. He should have been able to regain them with a light rest. And he didn't. And then we got attacked again, and that dwarf, Gulchin, the one who was on Captain Icy's team, he got mind-controlled. And that's where I ended up falling.
Ranger Ella speaks up. Given erosion and time, apparently this place was a hilltop a long time ago. But given the erosion, now it's just a field as she gestures around.
Yes, it was a hilltop, and he's going to point around. Over where we walked in, that was one entrance, and then everything else was sheer cliffs. One way in, one way out. That's why we picked it, because it was a defensible position to bed down for the night.
Towns walks over here, so we really traveled through. And he points up at the sky and then back at the ground. Time? I mean, I stole time stones. That much I know for damn sure. And you see Icy reaching down into the grass and her hand is shaking. And she pulls up a blunderbuss. Old, rusted away, never operable again. And her hand's shaking and she, don't tell me you used a musket or whatever this is, Ash. Please don't tell me, as General Lorelei walks to the side so Julius may see it and puts her arm around his shoulder.
May I?
She shakily hands it to you in town. Oh man.
He's gonna turn it and look. Check if there's a hook on the ground near it, like a hook holder appendage.
Icy starts looking, and she pulls what looks to be very fossilized. She has to dig around because she can scan with her computer. Her hand's covered in dirt, and it looks like a fossil. You know, you can't tell if it's hook horror, but yeah, it is.
This is beholden. This is mine. You can tell, and he's gonna turn the stock to where he had carved it. In his free time, he would have carved filigree into it. This is mine. Oh gods, this is mine.
Ironwood. Towns puts a finger up. You were trying to make a sniper rifle.
Yes, that's what it... If we're going by modern terminology, what it would have been. I think I may have been the first to draw up plans for a bolt-action rifle, or at least one of the earliest.
General Lorelei rubbing Julius's shoulder. Let's go. Comes up. A memento for you.
Yeah, to remember.
When you went through the Shimmer sites, there's no combat footage, as I've said. It's a black screen and static. What did you fight exactly?
The first dropped us into a coliseum, not unlike what are those video games called? Doom, I believe.
Icy runs back to Julius and grabs his wrist.
We fought 3 gladiators, old school, more like Roman. And then we defeated them and we retrieved 1 stone. And the second, we were transported to a hilltop where we fought a dragon human, like a dragonborn, but more primal. More dragon than born, ma'am.
Towns. Dale said in the Shimmer sites would be manifestations, and he points to his temple of our mind, because that's how Guardians of Time apparently work. And General Lorelei, yes, even the most powerful wizards do not mess with time. Space-time continuum. I know little about it for good reason. She's looking at Icy, and you see Icy nodding her head. It's not to be trifled with. Ever.
Isn't time directly tied to reality, ma'am? If you unravel one, you unravel the other? At least that's what some of the papers I've seen about it said.
Potentially. The few wizards that have tried to tamper with it have met horrible ends.
Oh, gods. He's gonna kind of kneel down. Oh, gods.
Towns, we did fight a gladiator. He points at Julius. Turbulus something, and he comes up to Julius.
Maximus. Turbulus. Maximus.
He turns to Ash. I wasn't there with you, but you said dragon. We fought a legit dragon, and
Yes.
it rolled over.
Yes, because it flew into cannon fire.
General Lorelei.
I,
Pray
I-
tell.
Well, we had been marooned on an island full of grung. These grung were, slavers, ma'am. I killed the crown prince of them, apparently, when I heard him talking about enslaving people. And we were left on our boat that had been marooned there because we needed repairs. And they told us that their god was coming, and we saw a dragon coming. We took the cannons from the boat and set them up, and as it got into range, we just started firing. And the thing took, 12 shots from the cannons before just falling out of the sky, Julius?
Yeah.
It just seemed like it seemed like something that was so used to being untouchable that it didn't even care that things can hurt it, ma'am.
You see Towns gesturing with his hand. All I wanted was a crossbow. But Dale said we couldn't spend or afford any money. We had to get to this stupid island.
And then he let Magni have one.
Towns, yeah. Where is Magni anyway?
Gone.
He
General Lorelei passing through something's digestive tract. As you see Towns' eyes widen.
You know, Malcolm and Dale are so alike, I wouldn't be surprised if, Dale was an ancestor of Malcolm's. They're so similar.
General Lorelei laughs. Would you like to keep that?
Yes, in a way, ma'am. Although I'd rather not remember the things from there. I think it's a good reminder of what I have.
Keep it then. She looks at Towns, looks over at Ranger Ella. Continue researching the site till the archaeological teams arrive. We're going somewhere else.
Yes, ma'am. Shaking, holding it. This time not from the injuries, just shaking legitimately because he's overwhelmed.
She flies you out to a field, and you're standing right here. The four of you. Towns is with you, and I gotta get him. Hang on. You see Agent R here, hands in his pocket, looking around, and you see this guy here. He, just like his picture, he's a frontier ranger. He strolls up, salutes General Lorelei, puts his hand up. Classified site, ma'am. You ain't allowed anywhere near here. She smirks and walks up Curtis, gives him a hug, and she, long time no see, bonks him on the head of the helmet, and out on the frontier the past 8 months. Can't wait to get back to Gateway. Heard all these rumors about the majestic wrestling, and not now. She turns, I believe you're familiar with Captain Winters, and he nods and comes over and shakes her hand. She shakes it and moves right back with Juliet. She turns, this is Ranger Cadet Valorius, Rainfall, and Mr. Weebly. He'll be working with Agent O and SIS. And he looks over at you guys. Oh, pleasure to have you in the Brotherhood. Puts his hand up.
Honored to be part of it, sir.
Shakes your hand. Puts his hand out to Juliet.
Thank you, sir. He shakes it.
If you want, I can get you a drink when you get back to, Gateway. You deserve it. 8 months on the frontier ain't easy.
He nods. I've heard your name somewhere before. I think you're the Tallgeese kids.
Yes,
sir.
Talk about go-getters. He punches Ash in the shoulder, getting in one of those things. He walks out here, and I need a stiff one when we get back to Gateway. Be back in a couple weeks. Just gotta wait for the archaeological team to arrive. We're still digging things up here. As he walks up here, Icy lets go of Julius and walks forward. General Lorelei walks arms crossed.
Ash is
Icy's with Agent... Where are you? God, you old man. Icy's with Agent R. And you see her turning around with eyes wide. It's a mass grave, and her voice is breaking as General Lorelei stands with arms crossed and just puts her hands out to you two.
Yes, it is.
Take a good look, General Lorelei says to you. I'll reveal all of them. See him?
Yeah. Oh, God.
Town standing right behind you. Hang on, I'll get him. Get the dialogue moving here. Town standing right behind you. This is Major Curtis here. This guy, General Lorelei, with him. Ash, you can be wherever you want. And you hear Major Curtis speak up. And some type of lowland creatures. Icy, they look like, she moves closer, Agent R walking with her. They look like centaurs, but different. And Major Curtis, can't identify them. We found centaur fossils on other planets, but nothing like this. Some type of lowland creature. And Town's just muttering the word
Asinine.
Centaur.
Asinine centaur.
Icy, looking down at the graves, General Lorelei looks around, looking at the robots. Colonel Curtis speaks up. Major Curtis speaks up. Yeah, Mass Grave is right. You took the words right out of my mouth, Captain. He looks around with the shotgun on his shoulders. Whatever hit these folks hit them hard and fast. Scans indicate that there was some type of agrarian society here at one time. We found remnants of buildings, farms, what looks to be some type of like lodging, an inn. It's really hard to say till the eggheads get here and start digging it all up and scanning it carefully. But from what the robots have been able to tell us, Agent R, something hit them hard and fast.
It was a settlement called Hickson.
Icy grabs Julius's wrist again.
Looking around, the people who populated it were asinine centaurs, a subspecies, you could say, that had the bottom half more resembled a mule than it did a horse. We stayed here one night. We helped them out with gnolls that were attacking them.
Towns, we had a party after we hootenanny. As General Lorelei looks over her shoulder, confused, and then back at you.
If I were to equate them to anything, ma'am, think deep south rednecks from the United States.
Major Curtis speaks up. Whatever hit him hard and fast. Again, we won't have all the information until the eggheads get here, but you can see, he points down some type of archaic weapons at their sides. Looks like firearms, muskets, cylinder-type revolvers, that kind of stuff. And then also axes, your run-of-the-mill stuff that we found on other planets. But this planet, from everything we've seen, we've only been here for a couple days, but had a high level of tech compared to what we found out there in other places. Agent R speaks up. That's correct. We found the remnants of a railway system about 2 miles north from here.
Yes.
And what looks to be a rail cart. The cart matches the dimensions of the tracks we found.
Yes, they had, it was a magical railway, a combination of technology and magic. It, used lightning magic to move at high speeds. Think of it as an archaic equivalent of the bullet trains we have today.
Towns looks around, so what exactly killed them? And Agent R, not sure yet, Agent Weebly, not sure, but as the Major said, whatever hit them hard and fast. You can see weapons by their side, somewhat of a defensive formation, perhaps. The missing parts of the skeletons you see, take a walk around, look for yourselves. Looks like they were hit. They didn't know what hit them, and the ones that did couldn't mount an effective defense.
Ash is gonna look at the missing bits of skeleton and see if he can recognize any injuries that are similar.
No. Nope.
I don't recognize this. This is... My first thought was the Warforged that Donalini man used, but this is different. This is unlike anything I've seen.
Major Curtis speaks up. Given the fact the remnants of their town that the robots scanned are about 5 to 10 feet below these skeletons, something like upheaved the whole town. I don't think Warforged can break the earth. But who knows? I don't know anything about this place. All I know is this is Mr. Kingsman's planet, apparently.
Yes. ours too.
Agent R walks up to Julius. There are no coincidences in espionage, young man. Looks over at you. I've been following your careers for a long, long time. Two men, one day randomly showing up on an EarthGov base. Out of nowhere, no credentials, no next of kin. A long time ago, we thought you were spies for the UIR or Maxtech. He puts his hand up. Nobody doubts your loyalty now, I assure you. Nobody's doubted it since your training with Lasley. He shrugs and laughs. Who the hell would go through that for a cover? Even General Lorelei laughed. That being said, I believe today we close the book on your question mark of an origin story.
Yes, sir. Oh, gods. Yeah, we came from here. I probably knew some of these people. I don't know. There's a
This
lot.
ranger comes up with, right before you can finish, and hands you a sign. Found this 10 clicks west of here. Buried about 20 feet under the earth. Robots picked up on it. And he wipes the dirt away for you. Here you go, buddy. Hands it to you, and it says Colton.
Colton.
General Lorelei looks over at Julius. Ring a bell?
It was a town.
The
Yeah.
robots are all going around doing their thing. Towns, that's where we fought a Wendigo.
Yeah. And where we journeyed through the Underdark. I'd, with all due respect, ma'am, to give a recommendation, I'd say dig a lot deeper in that area. There you would find the remnants of a deep gnome society as well as, Duragar.
This ranger speaks up, who came with this one. Scans indicate the Underdark caverns of the planet are collapsed. Something collapsed them from inside. Something big. Maybe multiple big things. And we're not talking Warforged, we're talking... Who the fuck knows? And he shrugs and laughs.
This is...
It'll take probably, even with our tech, we're talking hundreds of years to get down there just to find skeletons.
Right.
I mean, we're talking, there's no life. He looks around. You didn't notice there's no wildlife on this planet?
We were only here for short periods of time, and around Dale's school he had, well, I would assume imported wildlife.
Negative, buddy. There's nothing here. I mean, the ecosystem still works. Small insects, but nothing large. No mammals, reptiles, nothing. Just skeleton.
Could this be the darkening he spoke of, ma'am?
Agent R clears his throat. General Lorelei, did my rangers get it open for you, R? And he, yes, ma'am, your rangers are quite adept with explosives. Come with me.
Okay.
General Lorelei gestures back to the dropship. As you're making your way, I see grabbing Julius's wrist. As you make your way back to the dropship, she's telling you, at the base of the mountain Dale Kingsman School is located on. There is a very large set of double-wide doors. They look like the entrance to a dungeon, if you will. Come with me. You go on the plane. The doors had to be blown open. And Icy immediately sees a human skeleton here. General Lorelei, proceed, and puts her hands out to you two.
Yes, ma'am. Hand on Icy's shoulder. It's all right. We'll be okay.
Yeah, you got us too here. Specifically me. I don't think the old man can help us very much, you know?
She finally laughs and moves wherever you want to go.
And if anything does go wrong, we have one of the most powerful beings to ever exist in here with us.
Towns is following. General Lorelei looking around. Agent R. They have flashlights. Agent R has a flare. He handed you a flare, Ash. Agent R, it appears the citizens of, and he points over here, and you see a wooden sign that says Gallia.
Oh my god.
It appears the citizens of Gallia locked themselves down here. Look at the jewelry some of these corpses, fossilized remains have. Poor people don't wear stuff like that in worlds as I suppose Gallia was. The rich and noble were hiding down here, like rats, trying to escape the storm.
Surprising.
He points over to this one. Look at the marks on the bones! In General Lorelei, human and elf teeth, some dwarfs, different types of skeletons, not just humans. They resorted to cannibalism, hiding down here in the dark.
Gods.
Okay.
He walks over here, has to light another flare. Come over here. All of you.
Yes, sir. Walks over.
General Lorelei standing in the back with the arms crossed. Towns is going to come over here. Standing next to General Lorelei, concerned. AC following you guys. Agent R has the flare. He hasn't ignited a new one yet. He puts the one that's dying out, pulls out another one. What you're about to see may disturb you. Lights the flare and holds it up, and you see a cave drawing of, you know who it is, Bayagona. It looks really similar. And Agent R is holding the flare up, revealing the whole wall. Look familiar to your eyes?
I knew it. Oh gods, I knew it.
This time, Julius grabs Icy's wrist. Oh my god.
She's looking up at it. That's the thing from your combat footage.
Bayagona. The thing that took my hand that we killed. Excuse me.
Agent R, it appears Bayagona here as he lowers the flare so you can read carved in writing on the wall, raised your home planet.
The darkening. I started to have suspicions, but it makes sense. This thing was able to drag us into effectively a pocket dimension. Dagon destroyed all of Earth. How many of Earthcub's fleets? 3?
3.
These things are, and the master of them, the firstborn, the one behind the Dark Star, it created them. How powerful would it be? It makes sense.
Read here. I'm sure you can read this ancient elvish script. And he holds the flare down, and you see a recounting of the end of the world. Their world. Your world. Gallia, from one of these people's perspective.
Oh my.
General Lorelei, I believe I heard the name before. Does the name Donalini ring a bell as she's holding up a plaque and a crown with the name Donalini carved onto it?
Yes. He walks over. He was the ruler. Well, he supplanted as ruler of Gallia. By today's terms, you would call him a fascist, I believe, ma'am.
Agent R, from everything we learned from, I assume the now deceased Waterganassian dwarf, there never was a child emperor. It was a ruse to get you to the Isle of the Dead. What you thought was the Isle of the Dead.
Presumably.
Of course. Oh, gods.
In a strange way, though I would not feel sympathy for that man, you do owe Mr. Kingsman your life. He puts his hands in his pockets. Gives Towns a flare, and Towns lights it. He did save you from this, and he shrugs. Catastrophe?
Yeah.
Though I would not feel sympathy.
No, he used us for his purposes. We're just lucky it turned out well.
You can see here some of the inscriptions on the wall. Took about 10 years, maybe less, for what was left after the whatever darkening to die off the species on the planet. These poor individuals huddling down here in the dark like morons.
Oh, gods.
So did you not travel through time? I think you'd be dead. And he looks right at Julian.
Yeah, I think so too.
Very glad you did. And he smiles. I've been watching your careers for a long time. If you remember, Ash, he turns to you. Our meeting back on Jupiter Falls long ago when you were still under Major Lasley's tutelage was by design.
I would have assumed so, sir. Not to be offensive, but you don't bump into SIS operatives such as yourself on accident.
I even tried to talk to your captain, the demented whatever the hell he thought himself, champion of his wrestling federation on your first mission. I tried to speak with him, inform him of things. All he wanted was money for the corpse of the Deep Ones. And he shrugs and puts his hands back in his pockets. Yeah.
Money for... Right. The Deep Ones. It all ties together. The Deep Ones were so similar to what we encountered on that planet with Lazuli and Hunk. And that temple having such similar inscriptions to what you showed me, ma'am. It's happening again.
He gestures over to the wall, the cave wall with Bayagona. And I believe we know what happened to your friends at, what was it you called it, Hickson?
Yeah. That thing.
Towns looks around. Gallia, the Empire, and the Rebellion. I mean, even if they joined forces, what the hell is that thing even? He points and he can just barely see it. I don't think anything could have. Wow.
It was a demigod. From what we saw with it, the only thing that really hurt it was radiant damage, and isn't that interesting that the Order of Paladins in Gallia was being systematically wiped out at the time?
Agent R shrugs. You would know better than I or SIS. As General Lorelei turns and looks at both of you. Doesn't say anything, just looking at you blankly.
Julius is gonna walk up to the picture of Bayagona. Just put his hand on it. Uncanny.
Quite a good drawing.
Yeah. It was. So, these things were summoned on Gallia, so if we looked at the ocean, something of the sort, we would find evidence Dagon was around, or something like that.
Agent R shrugs. Given your Arcane Council Strike Squad status, he looks over General Lorelei and she nods. Agent R, you've been to multiple planets out on the frontier, not to invoke bad memories. You had to have seen some sights. Ancient statues, carvings, ruins.
Yeah, of course.
One on, I believe we saw one on, well, where we fought the Deep Ones first of all. We saw one in the Ripper system, I believe on a Nova. A few others throughout the different places, but those are the two that stick out, so.
He nods. The general public is not to know. That being said, most people, the general public, believe that all of our species, Cathar, Ganassi, what have you, elves, half-elves, humans, all come from Earth. I don't think that's the case.
No. The ones on Anova looked, if memory serves, they looked dwarven in nature. And another one looked elven. It seems the races came out independently on different planets, or... weren't we told that... I'm trying to remember. Didn't that dragon say something about the Star Children seeding life? I could swear it did.
Agent O shrugs. We have no footage from your interaction with this dragon. What exists, and he pulls up and it's just static. I believe you spoke to a dragon. I have no reason to doubt you, but if it was a dragon, as he leans over and smiles at Julius, it probably didn't want to be found in the first place.
It didn't. It
Um,
was pretty
Therefore, it was probably not going to allow itself to be recorded by our feeble technology.
No, it even said that. It basically said that the only reason it brought us there is because it had a use for us, or at least wanted us to know what was coming so that we could try to stop it.
He shrugs, puts his hand out. That's what the general public believes, and we'll keep it that way. But I imagine, gestures towards the wall with Bayagona, these things swept through the universes, the galaxies, wiped out life. Not quite sure how Gallia had such a diverse group of species, but we'll probably never know. I imagine they probably all originated from here. Was it a diverse planet as he looks back to you? All I've seen is the skeletons of humans, elves, one dwarf, and those poor centaur creatures.
Yes, it was very diverse, but it was also quite racist, sir. These concentration camps basically filled with every race other than what they called the big three: human, elves, dwarves.
There was all forms of Ganassi, Asama, deep gnomes, Duragar, halflings, gnolls, others that I may not be remembering, but there was at least a dozen different sentient species, Grung, at least a dozen or more sentient species on the planet, sir.
You see him kneel down, wipe the dust and dirt off the skeleton of this head. Not anymore.
No.
General Lorelei walks up here. So every night you've put your head on your pillows for the past how many years? 7 and some change, wondering if you were crazy or not. Looks back at town, except you. I think you are crazy. She laughs. But turns out you're not. You never were. Agent R, all the ridicule you received over that airship, Sergeant Major Valorius. And he starts chuckling. Should we find any remains of an airship, I'll be sure to forward a picture to Miss Patricia. And he starts laughing.
Please do. I'd love to see the look on her face, sir.
Towns, there were airships. A fleet of them. And Agent R, well, not anymore.
The magic that propelled them would have been, in my opinion, based off what it felt like, ma'am, it would have been considered advanced even by today's standards, I think.
Agent R shrugs. Doubt we'll ever really know. Walks over here and starts looking around the cave. Mr. Kingsman had all these sites cataloged in his computer. That's how we found them.
The places we went.
Yes, in fact. As the Ranger told you, the Underdark system here on the planet was collapsed by something very large. And he looks back up at the carving of Bayagona, and he just shakes his head. Life on this planet was exterminated. The remnants died off, as I said, given what we see, the carvings on the wall, some literature, can't read it. Some carvings on the wall. 10 years or so, maybe less. No life left.
Right. Well, Bayagona was a fierce opponent. I mean, maybe if everything on the planet joined forces at once in a single assault against it, they would have been able to stop that, but Dagon, the dragon that we fought, and gods know what else that thing created. Or maybe the thing itself, the firstborn, as he's walking up. Maybe that came from here. I don't know. There's so many speculative things that could be true.
Agent R shrugs. We found deformed skeletons. Heavily twisted and deformed skeletons of centaur, minotaurs. I believe these creatures can shape and warp life to do their bidding.
The dragon told us as such that the centaurs, minotaurs, creatures of that sort worshipped the one behind the black star, that it twisted them and changed them and gave them powers. And I think it said some dragons may have as well.
That would make sense. We have intact skeletons of some dragons. Others we have intact skeletons, but they appear deformed. Longer jaws, protruded snouts, way too many teeth, longer tails, clubbed tails, wider wingspans, necrotic energies.
I think it had said that the chromatic dragons sided with that god, whereas the metallic dragons did not. I mean, it makes sense. Chromatic dragons always were more bestial and evil.
General Lorelei looks over at you, Julius. You know where would be a great place to have a wedding? When you don't fail me and defeat this threat on an airship, but just to stick it to your wife for poor Master Sergeant Valorius as she looks over at.
Julius smiles. I 110% agree, man.
She crosses her arms and laughs. So, as you can see, I am a generous. She comes over to you, being by nature. Agent R laughs, walks over here. She strokes your cheek with her hand. When you have a long lifespan like mine, when you're as long-lived as I, it's easy to find sympathy knowing that you're going to outlive practically every person you meet. Do you feel at least a little better? I understand as she looks up at the picture of Bayagona. This is shocking. She looks over at you, Ash. But the lingering questions in your minds should be solved now.
It does feel better, ma'am. Now I just feel almost ashamed that I got played for a fool and used for dark purposes again.
Agent R shrugs. Would you rather have been played for a fool or be sitting next to Donalini over here? As Towns, I remember I pulled out the rat and it was not Davine, and then you got chased out of the damn city on a boat?
No, I'm happy we're alive. That man used us so many times and so many people got hurt because of it.
Well, Ash, now he's dead. I heard he's no more. And we're alive. And Ranger Cadets, so. Guess who got the better of the two?
It's true, and I can't imagine being killed by someone such as you, ma'am, would lead to a very good afterlife.
She nods. How about my Rangers will stay on the planet. They're going to keep investigating Mr. Kingsman's sites. I'll forward you all the information you want from his computer. Sooner or later, we'll have to make a decision as to what you want to do with the third orb. Should we leave it where it is? Or get it and have them destroyed?
It's a hard choice. I want to know for sure that bringing them together at all won't cause that portal to open, ma'am.
She speaks up. You'll have to make peace with yourselves. Do you what else would you like to know about your origin? Are there any more lingering questions? If it's worth the risk, we'll go for the orbs. But, as I told you, even her, as she points down at Icy, years from now, looks up at Julia, will not be able to get you back if things go wrong. You'll go back to the date and time you departed. Which means probably shortly thereafter you'll be seeing your friend. And she points up to Bayagona again. And you will die a horrible, and she gestures back here, death.
Any questions that I may have aren't worth being answered, ma'am. What was it you told me? You were not supposed to know some things?
If you're worried about the orbs being used against you, the ace in the hole is they need, let's say, hypothetically speaking, our good buddy Tewaz, she says through grit teeth, somehow knew about all this and wanted to use them against you. He would need Mr. Weebly or one of you two to go through the Shimmer site. Dale is dead. Magni is dead. That water Ganassi creature is dead. Was there anyone else? She looks at you guys.
Gulchin from
Yes.
Alpha Niner.
She nods. A
Uh,
loss, for sure.
Aaron, Warforged. I don't know if he's around or even counts.
Warforged. She speaks up. When I read the Ganassi's mind, the Warforged was done on a beach, and she turns and looks at you guys looking for, like, affirmation.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, if I were to describe what he did, I'd say he took an empty shell and injected it with a primitive version of the Mind Stones that exoframes have, ma'am.
Right. Well, there is no mention of a Warforged in any of Dale's logs, if you will, that I forwarded to you. Something tells me the Warforged probably couldn't have come through. If our Mercurius unit couldn't have come through, odds are, the Shimmer sites, odds are I don't think this thing could have time traveled.
It makes sense, and even if it could have, I would assume, because it was a last-minute addition, I don't think Dale would have planned for it with the ritual he'd set up either.
Well, she crosses her arm and shrugs. I leave it up to you. My rangers will study this planet, facilitate the archaeological teams, and they will guard the Shimmer site. It's of no danger or threat to them. I'd say we have our bets covered on this planet. It's up to you what you want to do. And Icy looks up at Julius. I'm not letting you near the orb.
Wait, what?
I'm not letting you near the orb.
Oh, I thought you said I'm not letting you leave the orb. Okay.
No, I'm not letting you near it. She's glaring up at you.
Yes, of course. I see. I don't want to remember these things anyway. I don't want to think about that place. I just, you know, I don't need to.
He's gonna walk up and just hug her. It's okay. I had questions, and now I wish I hadn't had them answered.
General Lore, she hugs you back. General Lorelei, our minds, especially those with fragmented minds, are as a Rubik's Cube. She puts her hand out. Mr. Weebly, Agent Weebly, he comes over. What? And she touch my skin, idiot. And he puts his hand on her hand. Go ahead. Do you touch it? Do you touch her hand?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
You do. And you see that same vision of you getting the orbs are together. You get sucked back to Gallia. General Lorelei and Icy stand there looking like they're about to lose their shit in horror, you know. You get sucked back to Gallia. You land on the Isle of the Dead alone. You realize there's no zombies. No dead creatures. Ash, you see yourself holding your gun. Empty gun that you're firing at nothing. Towns is standing, lying on the ground with a wrought iron, not a tire iron, not a Kelson sword, just a wrought iron, stick, pipe. And the sky is dark and there's lightning. And you hear odd roars in the distance, bellows from it has to be huge. Because you can't see it anywhere off on the horizon. Multiple different sources, so multiple different creatures.
Ash is going to pull away and just back up over here, coughing, doubled over as he feels sick.
General Lorelei crosses her arms, puts her hands, in her sleeves or whatever, crossing her arms, and I believe again, as Agent R said, Mr. Kingsman got you out in the nick of time.
Yeah. Yes, ma'am. Uh, personally, Ash, I trust the Rangers to protect this planet. So, I think we're good on the memories. Yeah.
Ash is doubled over coughing, tries to collect himself. Yeah, we're good.
Agent R rubbing your back. If we find any more information that might help you unravel your mind without going near the Chima site, young man, we'll let you know. These fossil dig sites are turning up everywhere on the planet.
Put his hand on his shoulder. If you need any coordinates, I can give them to you. I know where most things at least on the main continent are. I've been all over it.
We found remnants of an old fort. Looks like there was, I don't even know the word for it, honestly. General Lorelei jousting tournaments took place, and you see Town's eyes widen.
Yes, that would be Turbulus Awesomeness's fort.
We found remnants of that. Again, the Rangers showed you the sign of the supposed town of Colton.
May I see a map of the main continent we're on?
He pulls it up for you on his wrist computer.
There's where I grew up. He's gonna point on the map to where his home village was. You won't find much of it, I don't think. I never went back after everything happened. There's the city where I was held a slave for a long time. You'll find large bandit encampments here, and here. And he's just pointing out things he knows for them. And finally, here, you'll find a large rebel fort. It was called... Oh, what was it called, Julius? Where that Squawks fellow was from.
Something into the free, something like that. I don't care.
Independence, something like that.
Town's Liberty Isle.
That.
I wonder what happened to Captain Squawks as you see Town scratching the side of his temple.
Probably talked in circles until Bayagona came for him.
Jannar chuckles.
Oh, God. Those are most of the locations I know. Apologies,
Well, we'll hit them up, young man. We'll hit them up and start digging. I don't know what importance we could find, but we will dig. It's part of the Frontier Rangers' duties.
It may not be important, but who knows what knowledge about an ancient society could be found, right? Might not be of use to me and Julius, but it'll definitely be of use to EarthGov.
General Lorelei walks up in between all you guys. She nods her head in agreement with what Ash is saying. How about we go back to Gateway? And she smiles.
Yes. Thank you, ma'am. Oh my God. Is there any medicine I could take to settle my stomach, ma'am?
Agent R pulls out a small medkit, Dramamine.
Thank you. Apologies. He's gonna nothing with it, just take it. Apologies, ma'am. I'll talk to Dr. Country about it next time we're in therapy, but you could say there's a lot of unresolved trauma with this place bubbling up.
Towns, oh, right! Ranger General! Here! And he pulls out what looks like an old scroll. And this was on me when I thought I died. And he sounds confused for a second, and she unravels the scroll, and turns it to face Ash, and you see the map of Galia.
That's it.
She turns like like one of the game show presenter models and does it to Julius. Hmm?
And he just looks away, not wanting to see it.
She folds it back up. Would you mind if I give it to Agent R? And Towns, no, he could have it. Agent R takes it. We'll be making copies, and we'll start digging.
Good. I hope you find something useful for EarthGov as a whole.
He nods and looks up at the picture of Bayagona. As do I.
Whatever propelled those airships may be helpful. Any magics. The technology of the place was not advanced, but the magic, I wouldn't say quite on par, but some of it was nearly on par with what we have in EarthGov.
Towns, I'll be staying with my liaison here, and General Lorelei. Yes, you'll report back to Gateway SIS in a few days. Help Agent R hit the sites Mr. Valorius brought up, and the rest of the map. You, she points to Julius, you, points to Icy, and you. Let's get out of here. She starts to walk at a brisk pace to get the hell out of Dodge.
Kind of try to keep up. Yes, ma'am, and even though it might not look it, I might not look like I mean this, thank you.
She says you're welcome as you're walking out with her. Icy goes with Julius, and you ride back to Gateway. Take the ride in her off the elevator back up. In her office, you walk through the mausoleum. You notice the floors are like spotless, sparkling. Mercurius did a great job. And you make your way back up to the office. General Lorelei looks you both over. I'm looking forward to dinner tonight. Private Rainfall. Cadet Rainfall.
Yes, of course, ma'am. Any allergies or dietary restrictions I should know about?
No, my little ranger. Cadet, she comes up and rubs your shoulders. And don't forget what I asked you about Major Lazuli. She's trying to say it so Icy can't hear. I need some help.
Yes, of course, ma'am. We'll be... And he whispers to her, contacting Agent Hunk about it.
Good. She pats your shoulders. Very good. I have things to attend to. I'll see you tonight. As she disappears down the elevator. Icy. Right. She puts her finger up in the air. So we have Saris and Sasha now.
Yes.
Here. And she types on her wrist computer and sends Ash a bunch of requests for him. So, Sasha wants a Mark 24 Gatling laser. Ash. Good luck! And she smiles. Also, as I said a couple weeks ago, I want everybody on the squad, with the exception of me, to have one of those healing guns. You two have one. Everybody else needs to get one. Go shopping. We need food for dinner with General Lorelei.
Yes,
yes, ma'am. Is there anything in particular I can get for you, ma'am?
She thinks, no. Not at the moment, but if I think of anything, I'll call you. I'm gonna go have a glass of water. She walks off.
Before she walks away, Julius grabs her arm. You're gonna hate this? And he's gonna give her a little hug.
She's receptive and gives you the hug back, and she's so, we're not telling them about it, right? I mean, they know you traveled through time, but are we telling them about the orbs, or?
No. Lorelei specifically told us not to. You were an exception because we have to destroy them. Or, don't need to, but we would like to.
She nods. Done and done. I'll tell them General Lorelei took you out on a training exercise or something.
Yeah, tell them she kicked her asses.
They'll believe it. She laughs, gives you a 2-finger salute, goes shopping, and walks off.
Alright. So I have to go shopping. You can do whatever you like, Ash. I'll see you back at the apartment. And he's gonna go down to the shopping, or the food store.
Go for it. Same old turtle lady. She's sitting there in her chair.
Ma'am? And he taps the counter.
Oh! What can I do for you, my young tyke?
Hey, ma'am. I would just like to purchase some food.
Anything for a handsome, and she's squinting, lifts her glass. Handsome young elf like you. Tell you what, I'll let you have I'll give you a 50% discount this time if you get Grandma a cup of coffee.
Yes, of course. Where can I get the coffee at? Uh, okay.
Julius tried to buy groceries. The lady said she'd give him 50% off if he got her a cup of coffee. She fell asleep. He's down here. You can catch up with him and go wherever you want.
I think Ash would have gone right to Buck and JD to see if they could help him with the requisition form for Sasha.
Okay, Julius, pick up the coffee hunt.
Okay. So, gotta find some coffee. I'm just gonna walk out. Okay, the guard. Yeah, the guard. Excuse me, sir.
Hey, partner! As you walk up, you see he's watching a clip of Malcolm throwing Rolly into a casket. He closes the wrist computer. What do you need, buddy? Julius?
Oh boy, Wi-Fi issues?
Yeah, a little bit. It just went in and out.
Oh, he was just watching a clip from the Majestic Wrestling Federation of Malcolm throwing Rolly into a casket. And he closed it, looked up at you, and said, what do you need, buddy?
Where can I get a good cup of coffee around here?
Hey, you should try Mick. Mick's got the best coffee pot on this side of the station.
Alright.
He needs coffee to function. He's one of those guys.
Oh, I see. Thank you very much, sir.
Yeah, you're welcome. Or you can go to the bar if Mick ain't in a talking mood. They got coffee there, too.
Yes, sir. He's gonna head over to Mick.
You see Mick in his beautiful flannel shirt, scribbling away, typing away at his computer, logging people coming into Gateway. He looks up at you. What do you want?
I heard you got some good coffee.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You want a cup?
you bet.
Well, buddy, let me tell you something. I only comp coffee to people who compliment my shirt. You didn't compliment it.
Well, it is a nice shirt. Good idea.
Heard that one before.
The plaid on it is especially eye-catching.
He points back to this 5-station coffee machine, espresso, cold brew. Help yourself. We only have small and medium-sized cups here.
Thank you. He'll grab a medium-sized cup and make some coffee.
This little kid watching you asks you if she can have a cup.
You probably moralized. I don't know if your parents would like you to have the coffee.
Mick looks up at you. Go ahead, she's a bundle of joy.
Okay. He's gonna make a small cup of coffee and then give her half full of it.
She takes a drink. Thank you, sir! Goes out here. Mom, look what this nice guy gave me! And she runs to General Lorelai's office.
You're taking the blame for that.
Mick looks up at you. I give her coffee all the time. What's the big deal?
Well, she doesn't like me, so... Alright, thank you for the coffee. Mick, right?
Yeah, Mick. Mick Guard is my name. Full
Well,
name.
it's nice to meet you, Mick. I'm sure we'll be seeing each other more. I do like me coffee.
Yeah, my friends call me Thickathy.
Well, I hope I can get to the point where I can call you Thickathy too, sir.
Keep complimenting these flannels, and you can.
It is a damn nice flannel. I might buy one myself.
He nods and smiles, back to logging new entries into Gateway.
Have fun, sir. And he's gonna go back down to the food store.
You set the coffee down on the counter. The smell of it wakes her up. Oh, that was quick.
I'm pretty fast at getting people what they want.
All right, what would you like, young man? She sits up in her chair. Oh!
Well, and he pulls up a recipe. I would like lemons, limes, miso, virgin olive oil, maple syrup, ground pepper, cayenne pepper. I believe 12 salmon should be good. And scallions.
She gestures over to the younger tortoise guy. He nods, takes the list, goes and disappears in the back. This will take some time. Our robots are out of commission. They're recharging right now. I forgot to charge them. Go have fun.
All right. He's gonna step out and try and find Ash, but I'll just leave Julius here so he can do his thing.
Go for it.
Buck, JD, good to see both of you.
Buck looks up at you, and you notice he's holding a very similar, albeit a little more up-to-date rifle that Malcolm stole from your locker and deconstructed it. And he looks at it and then looks at you without saying anything.
It's a beautiful rifle.
Puts it down on the desk. Orders from Lieutenant Sasha. All yours.
He's gonna pick it up and, aim it, hold it, feel it. It's beautiful.
If you want to customize it, get parts, stuff like that, let us know. But the rifle is for free. We're doing it for you and Sasha. That's for free. What can we help you with today?
Well, first off, thank you, boys. I think Ascent is going to prove useful. But, a request from Sasha. Oh my god. What was the specific requisite? He's gonna look at the paper again. It was a what kind of Gatling laser? Because I didn't get a
Mark 24 Gatling laser.
Sasha's looking for a Mark 24 Gatling laser.
JD speaks up. We have one. That'll run you. Even for Sasha, he laughs. That'll run you.
Oh, of course. What are you looking for? I know you guys don't do much in money, so...
Trade. What do you got? Too bad you don't got that Mercurius unit you had on the Majestic.
May the old boy rest in peace. Well, we do have a Gatling laser, although it's not quite the same level as that.
JD speaks up. I remember you guys wanting capacitor charge packs for that, and ammo cells for, and he gestures with his hand like he's holding a particle accelerator.
Particle accelerator, yes, we have both of them. We managed to recover them from the crash. I could offer those up.
Buck looks at you. What else you got in the armory? You're the armory master at Niner, from what we hear. This is part of the job, kid, as he leans back in his chair.
Yeah, I'm looking. Those are off the table. They belong to Icy. We've got a Ripper, a couple shotguns, although I'd prefer to keep those. Gods.
Buck speaks up. Parting is such sweet sorrow. He starts laughing.
Well, the shotguns I've had for, well, one of them at least I've had for about 5-6 years now.
Makes sense.
Valor and Ravage are off the table. We honestly...
Yeah, Valor's definitely off the table. Not asking Lorelei for it back.
Not even if I had it, it wouldn't be on the table. Something from the Forge, you understand?
Oh yeah.
Damn. Honestly, outside of weapons that were gifts from people, we don't have much in the armory at the moment.
JD speaks up. You might want to try acquiring some weapons, some goods, build up a bank to sit on. I know on your time on the oh, what the hell? And he plays the clip of, go ahead, Malcolm telling Ash he has enough gun.
Oh, Ash, you have enough guns.
I know when you were on the Majestic, you didn't quite have an armory or know anything about it, but good arms master has a stockpile to trade.
That's intent. We've been, well, as you could see, and he holds up his hand that's still shaking. We haven't recovered to the point that we've been able to go out and create a stockpile yet.
No plasma weapons?
None that don't. No, none that I can think of.
Buck shrugs. Since it's for Sasha, I want that particle accelerator for my collection. I'll take it into the armory, pay the price back to, EarthGov to keep it for myself. The Gatling laser we could probably use for parts. So give particle accelerator and Gatling laser, and we'll give you Sasha's Mark 24.
It's a fair trade. I mean, they are archaic tech best used in the collection. Although, take good care of that accelerator. That thing helped kill a god.
He nods. It's going up on the wall back Earth's side, buddy. Don't worry about that. The Gatling laser we'll probably take apart for parts.
I have no qualms about that, considering the man who wielded it.
He looks at you. What?
You remember the jackass orc that was part of the old squad?
The one that was showing nude pictures of some lady here.
Yeah, the one who showed nude pictures of Julius's mom. Yeah, him. That's the one who exclusively was allowed to use that Gatling laser.
He shrugs. Makes sense from everything I heard about the Majestic.
Yeah. Bad, excuse me being a bit superstitious, comes with my upbringing, but, bad energies on that one.
JD speaks up. You know, some of the Rangers here were actually interviewed for a TV show recently about you guys.
Really?
The ghost ship of the frontier, they're calling it.
Oh, gods. Yeah, I can see that, because there were times where Malcolm, I think he got a sick kick out of it. He would fly right near ranger ships, or at times even, deep space truckers, uncloak, and then recloak right away.
They start laughing. Yeah, I mean, we weren't interviewed for the show or anything about that, but a lot of the Rangers here, they'd see your ship out there, and apparently a couple of them got threatened to be blown out of the damn sky, by this Malcolm guy, and they play a log of, "No, we don't need your help, Rangers, unless you want to come aboard and kill Ash." And he turns off the recording. Sound familiar?
Uh-huh. You know he was planning on... he was planning to kill me not long after everything went down, right?
Not surprised. I saw a clip on... So, I mean, there's the Gateway News Network. It only airs here on Gateway. It's for the military. But there's still civilian news outlets. Good Morning EarthGov. I saw a clip on Good Morning EarthGov this morning of you mouthing motherfucker getting into this car, and Julius, the kid that's always with you, and some little kobold dude getting almost ran over by a forklift.
Yes. I had to pick glass out of my clothing for weeks after that.
He laughs. Well, have your Mercurius units send down the Gatling laser, and we'll send him back up with it. And the particle accelerator. That's going in Daddy's private collection. And he starts laughing. And don't forget your sniper rifle.
He's gonna pick it up. Thank you, boys. And... I'll be back soon.
Hey, don't leave. Can you do something for me?
What's up?
Can you please stop that Tommy Wiseau guy from coming over here? I mean, he's okay. But he comes over here and he says, "I'm friends with Ash, and so I honorary ranger now."
Oh god, I can try. I can't make any promises because you've seen him.
If he wants to walk around the ranger wing, that's fine. But keep him the hell away from Lorelai's office, and keep him the hell away from our storefront.
I'll try. You know how he is. It's like talking to a child.
A very weird-looking child. As JD starts laughing, and yeah, just do your best.
I'll try. Sadly, I can't make any promises, boys. Sorry.
Oh, just give us your best. That's all we're asking.
Got it. And once we get a bit more of an armory together, I'll be back because, Ravage needs some more ammunition types.
He looks up at you. Probably gonna need something to shoot with. Don't know when you're gonna get Valor back.
Yeah,
Gunslinger with only one pistol.
I might be able to get one of the old Colts I had back in the day.
Well, if you need work on it, let us know. Phased Colts are pretty easy to do.
Will do. Thank you.
No problem. Take it easy, buddy.
Thank you. He's gonna walk out and start making his way to logistics.
Sure, Julius, you can catch up with him. Go ahead. Got a wrist computer. You can find him anywhere.
1 second.
Oh, he's also gonna radio up and let Mercurius know.
He nods, and we'll bring them down to you.
What's this room right here?
There is an Archfiend, and Ella from Major Jiren's team are in the room with an EarthGov Marine, and the little kid's talking to them about the cup of coffee she had.
Julius walks past, mouths, "So sorry."
You see the Archfiend with a big grin, and Ella looks at you like, do I know that guy?
Julius looks at her like, "Do I know that chick?"
The little kid is not going to make it to General Lorelai's office. She's caught up with showing other people her cup of coffee.
Alright, he's gonna walk in here because he knows this is around the place where Denaria used to get her arrows, if he remembers correctly.
Yes.
He's gonna walk in. Hi.
You see a dwarf and two dudes in EarthGov power armor. They turn, look at you. Hello, son? The power armor guys put their hands out for you to shake their hand.
He shakes one of them and looks at the other and shakes it again. Hi. Do you sell something here? Or?
The dwarf speaks up. He's got a pipe just like the picture. I imagine he has like a Scottish accent. No, this is Power Armor Repairs, son. There used to be an arrow store here. Something happened. The dealer moved. He moved to, I think, the Bounty Hunter section of Fleet or something like that. He was trying to get away from some crazed regular customer.
This regular customer, she talked with a southern accent, say a lot of things like, "I believe in the natural order of the world."
The power armor guy here, he's got the mask on. Oh yeah, apparently so. One day she came in and just, started flashing him. She took her shirt off, and from everything he said, he was interested and all, but crazy bitch like that he wanted nothing to do with. Any girl that does that to you, kid, turn the other way and run.
Well, thank you for your time.
If you need power armor, let me know. He takes the pipe out of his mouth.
Yes, sir. I'll let you know. Keep that in mind for later, I suppose. And then he'll catch up with Ash.
All right. You two are together.
Everything goes smoothly for you?
About as well as it can.
I got Sasha a Gatling laser at the cost of our old Gatling laser and particle accelerator.
Oh, cool. Those things were useless to us anyways. Right.
Well, we got work to do. Got some people to meet, and he's gonna knock on the door to logistics.
Door opens up. Captain Mei Ling and the Spartan look up at you. Afternoon, boys. It's now early in the afternoon, like almost 1 p.m.
Captain, sir, walks in. You told us to check back with you?
Captain Mei Ling looks up. That's correct. We've found a potential lead, believe it or not.
Well, we'd love to hear it.
Have you ever met a Walren before?
Walren, can't say I have.
Well, there is a Walren. Walrens are rather long-lived creatures. There's a Walren who worked on many of the mobile suits from back in the Calamity Wars, specifically the heavy arms. He has a family now, a lot of kids and grandchildren, and he's passed on his knowledge, albeit it's unapplied knowledge because they can't work on these things. But we're going to reach out offer some fair compensation and lodgings here at Gateway, because I understand your lodgings are getting quite full, and they can hopefully begin working on it for you. I hope you like Walrens.
Never met one, but I'm sure we will. Thank you. I'm much obliged.
So, just out of character, this Walren is Zap. Going down, need help. Okay, anyway, back in character, he seems like an interesting character. You know, we reached out, talked to him a little bit. He didn't quite believe us about the Tall Geese 3. We don't have any pictures to show him to prove it, but he's going to make his way. He doesn't live on Earth. He lives out right on the border of the frontier of known EarthGov space. He's going to make his way here in about a week. We will interview him for you to make sure he's still, and the Spartan points at his head, still all there. You got to think about it. This guy's more than 600 years old because he was a kid before the Calamity Wars. And he starts laughing. And Captain Mailing, and if he passes the mental evaluations, he and his family can begin working on your Tall Geese 3 for you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
No problem. Told you we wouldn't let you down.
Oh, I had no...
The logistics.
Had complete faith in you. Thank you. Captain Mailing. Jerome.
Anything else we could do for you?
No, I don't think at the moment. Do you think of anything else we need, Julius?
Not really. Just... now I can't think of anything.
On your way then, boys. The Spartan gives you a thumbs up. We'll call up to the apartment, or actually, just give us your wrist computer numbers.
Give them over.
We'll reach out to you privately when this guy's name is Zap. He's a Walrus named Zap. When Zap and family get here.
Thank you. I believe his name was Jerome.
Got that right?
Thank you, Jerome.
Can't wait for you to meet Zap. And he chuckles.
Anything's a step up after Big M.
Captain Mailing. So, before you go, have you... Actually, never mind. Have a good day. Nope! Out of the office!
Backs away. What's... Oh.
You hear your name over the loudspeaker. Agent O. Asherion Valorius! Julius Rainfall! Report to SIS Command!
Right, let's go down.
Oh, we are dead.
Yeah. Walks in. Oh.
The doors open for you. Lanaya, hand on her face, laughing. Agent O throws a bunch of papers down on his desk. How the fuck didn't you know he was broadcasting this shit?
I didn't even...
There's 8 seasons of Monday Night Malcolm and Globdown. How long was this going on?
Well, given the dates on some of the videos I have, damn near the whole 2 years?
Do you understand? There's entire episodes produced, and now civilian news outlets are fighting over who can buy out the rights to them. MSNBC is going to be airing season 1 of Monday Night Malcolm Monday of next week.
Oh, God. I had no idea, sir. I didn't even know it existed until this week.
You didn't know it existed? He had merchandise made! Look at these! And he turns around and you see a shelf come up from the floor. We've got these! We bought these from people on independent colonies! Where was he getting the money to make this stuff?
I believe it was a combination of... Well, you said it, embezzling from EarthGov, and I think he was taking side jobs that we didn't know about, sir.
The hell is this? He comes over. He had wristbands, and they said, Milk, hustle, loyalty, kill Ash? As he's reading.
Ash's time is up. His time is now. Right.
Oh, dear God, I heard that this morning. He turns around.
One of his personas, sir.
Oh, he puts his hand over his face. Oh.
If I'd known he'd broadcast it, I would have told you.
Lanaya's watching a clip. You can't see what she's watching. At the very least, they didn't airlock this casket. She smiled.
Who was in it?
Did it?
Say again, Julius?
Which casket is it?
Well, the first casket was airlocked. It's right here. But there's another clip where they throw it down some type of chute.
That's the trash compactor.
Agent O falls into his chair. God!
He's going to look at the merchandise. Is that a pair of tights with Davine's face on the ass?
Lanaya starts chuckling. Agent O, yeah, Oh, God. I wanted to give you guys first dibs. I know Julius's wife is a big fan.
I'll be taking those tights, sir.
Anything you want, Julius, take. Please, get it out of my office.
No robe, I'm guessing.
Mm-mm.
Well, that money in the Colonel briefcase seems pretty good.
Yeah. This one apparently, he grabs the briefcase, turns it around. You see this? You see this dent in the back of the briefcase? This was apparently used on one of the shows. Here you go. And he pulls up a clip of Globnock smacking Snarf over the head with it.
Oh, God.
Yeah, she'll like that.
Thank you, sir.
Is there anything else I should know? He slams his hand on the desk.
He had an archaeologist phase where he copied Indiana Jones.
What?
Yeah.
Is that what the clip about him whipping your mother's about? Twice? Lanaya, 4 times.
8. And yes.
Yes.
Don't tell me you stole artifacts, please, God.
Yeah, we did. He did.
What did you steal and from who?
Well, the only one that I know we ever succeeded, other than Stonewall's, that he ever succeeded in, other than General Stonewall's uniform, is I guess it was like a fertility idol from like a 2,000-year-old fertility idol from an off-world temple.
Right, and so he puts his hand on the desk. What's this clip about him talking about the Nazis and trying to get the Holy Grail all about? And you hear Malcolm addressing the group. Men, the Nazi scum are coming for the Holy Grail. It's our job to stop them, and I shall drink from the Grail and be immortal. Then we will kill Ash.
If I can tell this one, Ash.
Go ahead.
He thought Ash was a Nazi, and the bathtub was the Holy Grail. The bathtub that my mother bathed in, specifically.
Agent O's eyes widen.
When he said, drink from it, she was in the bath, sir.
You... Gag.
I believe he also at one point dubbed the cup that she used at dinner one of the few times he actually fed her the Holy Grail.
Here. He gives you a disc. You play that when you get back to the apartment. You show your wife that. I think she'll have a good time. That is his movie that hasn't been released yet. He made a film. It's called Malkiana Jones and the Last Crusade.
Oh, no.
You play it for your wife. You play it. I got 10 minutes into it, skipped to the ending, saw him standing in front of some door on the ship. Believe your mother's, because you could see her walking around through the window on the door, and he's saying something about only the penitent man shall pass. You play it.
Oh my God.
You play it. And at this point, you have your wife upload it. Because I'm done with this Malcolm crap. I can't get any sleep. Every morning I wake up. There's new shit.
That's fair. The penitent man shall pass. Yeah, he said that once before Gorok threw a saw blade at me.
Lanaya starts laughing.
He got very mad that I ducked out of the way.
Why did he think you were a Nazi, sweetheart?
He hated me, ma'am.
She shakes her head.
He also started referring to Ravage as a Luger, so that might be part of it.
Agent O starts laughing. Is there anything else I should know? You realize your fucking faces are all over Good Morning EarthGov, the civilian news network. You're getting almost impaled by a forklift. And an unnamed, you're Kobold. You're an unnamed man, you're Kobold. Be in the fucking, you can see him pushing Julius in front of you, screaming, "Oh my god." Play the clip.
Oh my god! Smash. There was a similar incident. It was when we were on some, frontier town. Julius and I were on a stage, undercover, talking to someone, and he got in a tractor with a big bucket on the front, dug it under the corner, and lifted up the stage.
Yeah, I believe it was during a boxing match, if memory serves. I saw the clip on the news this morning.
Yes, that one.
Right, that's how you won the Mafia City Boxing Championship, Julius. Tyke Creed got crushed by the ring.
Yeah.
Despite the fact that Julius was winning otherwise, the fucking idiot tried to kill me with it.
Great. More comes to light. Let me know. As he points back, and you see his computer start to ring. There's High Command. I'm sure they're quite interested to know why one of their Arcane Council captains was whipping a civilian woman.
Yeah. Sorry.
Ash, one more thing. He pulls up a picture. You're a soldier. You take orders. I respect that. Did he really order you to wear this Nazi uniform? He pulls up a picture of Ash in a Nazi officer's uniform.
Yes, sir. Oh, please tell me that.
This is all over the news.
Oh, God. Great. Wonderful.
You're lucky most people in today's day and age don't even know the Nazis were a thing. Otherwise, you'd be in big trouble, buddy.
Yeah. Great. Great. Oh, God. That's one thing I wish we could cover up.
I'm working on it. The cover for this is your face was photoshopped onto it. And if you watch that Malkiana Jones movie, he did have your face superimposed onto all the Nazi. And he air quotes when he says Nazi.
Good. Good. That's good. That we can not have that exist anymore.
Lanaya speaks up. Your mother is quite a good actor, Private Rainfall. She played a role in the movie too, unwillingly. But she did play her part well. The only good actor in any of the movie.
What part did she play, man?
Malcolm's love interest.
You gotta be joking me, right?
She smiles at you. Take the disc back to the apartment and watch.
Oh.
I don't lie.
Yes, man.
Ash is chuckling. Oh, no.
Agent O, yeah, I'm sure your wife's gonna get a kick out of that. And, I'll tell you what. Here. Recovered from the crash of the Majestic, albeit they had to be cleaned up because they were covered in mud and quicksand. He types on a computer, and you see the full Malkiana Jones costume come up, pristine as new. The whip you helped braid, he turns some type of fucking shitty 20th century revolver, a compass, a bunch of tools. Here, he holds up a book, some prop book about finding the Holy Grail. He puts it back in the cosplay. If you're interested in this will cost you.
What do you think, Julius?
Yeah. You gotta love it.
What's the cost?
Agent O, I don't need money. I make a lot of money. You find something for me, I'll help you out. How about that?
Agreed. You got a favor from us anytime you need it.
Oh, yeah. Still waiting on that drink. And Lanaya, it's too early in the day for drinking. Oh. And she chuckled.
It's 5 o'clock somewhere.
Agent O, it's 9 o'clock somewhere. It's time to kick back and have 20. As he turns and watches the clip of Malcolm coming out as Melk Cena.
Ash's time is now. He can't see me. My time is now. Right.
And I thought it was the fever pitch of craziness was reached with Cool M. Every day it just gets worse.
Wait till you're introduced to Sean Malcolm.
See his face go white.
He was another one of his characters.
Wait a minute, is that the Colonel Break Kid?
Yes, the Colonel Break Kid or the Heartbreak Colonel. Both names were used interchangeably.
I think I saw a clip of him coming out. He gets on the ground and he's like talking up to the sky, and all these fireworks go off behind him.
Yes, the Mr. Malcolm Mania. Yeah.
Yeah, it's gonna be airing every Monday night on EarthGov Civilian Television.
Oh boy.
8 seasons.
How did you manage to put out that much?
Don't know. I think they recorded shows every night.
We can stop that, right? I mean, like, they kill people on screen. That's illegal to show.
Agent O shrugs. As far as these news outlets know, this is all a drama. It's up to General Rico whether we come out with the truth or not. Unless your wife would like to beat us to the punch. He smiles at Julian.
Oh, she very well might. Just give her a call.
No thanks. No thanks. I got your father-in-law breathing down my neck.
Sorry about that.
Sorry about that.
Lanaya speaks up. Better he than Lorelei, playing with her nails.
True. Very true.
True.
If I may, and he pulls up a video of Malksina coming out, and he does the thing where he takes off the hat, but instead of just like whipping it into the crowd, he rears back and throws it right at Davine, and it hits her directly in the nose as she's hogtied and gagged.
You see Agent O grab his nose. God, what a pretty start. Your poor mother.
No, don't worry. There were multiple times that Sean Malcolms sat on her lap while she was tied up.
Oh, dear Jesus. I mean, at this point, even if General Rico privately informs the news outlets, the television outlets, they'll probably just cut out the parts of the airlocking and stuff like that.
Oh.
He had a huge following in the independent colonies, and he looks over at Lanaya. Lanaya, that is correct. It's estimated he grossed well over 70 million credits.
That would explain where he got the money for the match.
Yes, it would.
Well,
He actually produced live shows. She breathes on her nail, and I'm not talking recording shows from your shitty cargo bay and broadcasting to colonies. You set down on planets, I assume sequestered to your rooms, and he and Globnock would perform.
Oh God, makes
You
sense.
were never aware of this going on. She's looking at you.
To be honest, ma'am, significant portions of that journey are a blur. I'm remembering more and more as we go through therapy, but I had no clue. I was just trying to get by.
She types on the computer and sends the Melkiana Jones cosplay down. Well, have fun. She waves her hand. If you have any information for us, let us know. And if you'd like to talk about that artifact or cosplay, as she's looking back at it going down on the floor, let us know. I'm sure your wife would be quite interested in that, Juliet.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
We have work to do. Have a good day. As Agent O's hands are in his head, just on the desk.
He's gonna pull out a cigar and hand it to O. Can't get you the drink yet, but yeah.
Thanks. His computer starts to ring again. He picks up the, call, and you hear him say, "I don't know anything about thug life. I don't know what it means. For God's sake!"
Gonna back out slowly.
He was a nut! An absolute nut! Stop calling!
Wait,
I'm not the
wait,
one
wait.
that told MSNBC to buy this crap! You could hear General Rico yelling on the other end.
You know they're
God damn it, oh! This is all you could hear.
You know they're probably gonna cut it up and make a documentary out of it as well, right?
Yeah, probably.
We should probably haul ass.
Yeah.
Start going this way.
All right, I'm gonna check if my groceries are ready. You go do what you need to do, okay?
Yeah, I thought I saw a familiar face over in the Marine HQ. I'm gonna go see if I did.
All right, have fun.
This tortoise is here with all the groceries. You see a TV in the back. Malcolm Mania is running wild! It's a commercial for season 1 of Majestic Wrestling Federation.
God, it really is true.
He looks up at you. I'm quite interested to see as the old lady. "Oh, yes, we're going to be tuning in next Monday, this coming Monday, young man. Your food's ready. 400 credits.
400 credits, yes, ma'am. As he takes out the card and swipes it.
This time it's not as big as an order as last, so you should be able to manage it back to the apartment. We've got it all in one tidy box for you."
Thank you very much, ma'am. Sir. And he bows to them both while picking up the box.
As you pick up the box, you hear, "Malcolm is war!" coming from the television.
Julius tries so hard to keep a straight face as he turns around. Well, thank you very much. You can expect me here again soon.
Oh, I always love seeing a handsome young fella like...
Okay, just gotta take this back to the apartment.
As you're walking here, you hear these Spartans and the Archfiends laughing. Right here. Yeah, okay. The Archfiends laughing, the Spartans are laughing. "Hey, you smell what Malcolm is cooking."
Oh, God. And he's gonna look over their shoulders at what they're watching.
They are watching Malcolm cutting a promo during playing the character of Malk the Rock Chance.
Milk? The Rock Chance.
Gonna send you to the SmackDown Hotel, Snuff!
Oh,
Look at him! Look at him! He's fucking... Well, it's the Colonel's elbow! He's giving it to Snarf. You hear, "Oh!" as Snarf gets hit by...
I imagine it's almost exactly like Snoop Dogg's elbow, where he just like barely lifts off the ground and
Yes.
falls limply onto him. Oh, God.
Malk Hogan's match is up next as the Archfiend. Yes.
Oh no.
I am a real colonel. Fight for the right of every globnock.
Oh my God.
The Spartan, this is great. We get early access to this shit. Don't gotta wait till Monday. What a fucking joke. And this guy, yeah, the Arcane Council. They really fucked up.
Yeah, they did.
They notice you. "Oh, hey, buddy.
Hi.
Check out this fucking hot babe tied up in the fucking stand. Look, she's on a forklift. Look at this babe."
Yeah, I mean, that is my mom.
They stop laughing and look at you. "Oh,
Yeah, that was my captain.
they closed the wrist computer. Sorry."
No, you're good. It's good people can laugh at it. Just, yeah, who cares? It's memories at this point.
You're gonna be seeing a lot of it around Gateway as you hear this guy over here. "Time for Sweet Davine music! Tuning up the band, Globnock!" The Spartan turns to you. "Yeah, so we have early access, because,
Yeah,
Gateway, Newsnet, and all."
Yeah, I mean, Might as well get used to hearing it.
Yeah. Get used to seeing it everywhere, buddy. Yes, he shrugs.
I'm planning on it. Well, have a good day.
You too, pal. As they wave goodbye to you, where are you at?
He's walking up to the same place Julius was and looking in the room.
Okay. The little kid is gone. Ella's talking with the Archfiend and a Marine. They're sitting in the room. They have like a logistics table up in front of them. And, they're issuing orders throughout, Marines throughout the galaxy.
Politely knock on the door.
The Archfiend turns and opens the door and stands out of the way.
Thank you, sir. Walks in. Well, it's been a while. Ella, right?
She takes her hat off, looks at you, snaps her finger just like that. I saw somebody very familiar this morning, or a few hours ago, or something. And then I saw a little while ago. Then you. Who are you?
Master Sergeant Asherion Valorius, but you would know me as part of Team Lazuli.
You see her face go white for a second. She looks around over your shoulder. That little redheaded kid who beat the fuck out of me isn't here, is she?
She's not here, but she's on Gateway. She's our captain now.
Oh! She stands up, puts her hand out. So the other guy, he had red hair. The really good looking guy. Where's he?
Probably getting food back to the apartment for, having the general over tonight.
Oh, having the general over. Is that guy single?
No, sadly. He's,
Oh.
taken.
Of course. Okay, anyway. I was looking for a date to watch Malcolm Mania this Monday. Malcolm is War, Raw is Malcolm, whatever it's called.
Yeah, that. Well, I'm happy to see you're here.
Yeah, I'm with Marines now. I was with the Rangers for a short stint, and then I transferred over to Marine Corps.
Doing good for yourself. I mean, you had some real power in those Earthcuff games. Impressed me.
Mostly support magic. Toolkit, if you will.
That's the most important, honestly. This is gonna sound like an idiotic thing to say, but any magic user can learn how to be a mobile artillery piece. Support magic is the real bread and butter.
As you say that, you hear this guy's wrist computer. The Texas Rattlesnake! Stone Cold Milk Austin!
Yes.
And she looks over. I can't wait for Monday. And yeah, I was... Well, I guess we all were kind of young back then. You look... weathered. She looks at you.
20 months on the frontier.
Wait a minute! She points at you. You're supposed to be dead!
Yes, the reports of my death have been highly exaggerated.
You were on the ship with Malcolm?
Yes, I was. He was my former captain.
Poor guy.
He got what was coming to him.
Not him, you, poor guy.
I'm alive, and that's what matters, right?
So was the hot dude with the red hair also on the ship with?
Yep, Julius and I.
He does look scrawnier now, as she scratches the back of her neck.
20 months on basically bread, water, and potatoes will do that to you.
Were you guys part of the wrestling show?
No, but apparently he wanted me and him to have an airlock match.
An airlock match?
Yes, you lock your opponent in the airlock and then open it.
It was all theatrics, though.
Well, about that, no, it wasn't.
The Archfiend starts laughing. He really killed people?
Yeah.
Let's keep that between us.
I plan to. I can say it to you because I know you're not going to spread it around. Commander
No,
Jiren.
now I don't want to watch the show. As you see this guy close his wrist computer.
That's fair. I know you wouldn't say anything. Commander Jiren knows how to pick him.
Yeah, he's on Gateway every once in a while. He comes and visits me. He said something about he was training I guess he used your names. I don't really remember, but is he training you guys soon?
Yeah, getting us back in fighting shape. I had a bad back injury and need his help to get back to where I was.
No more Major Lasley for you guys? Did she make you tap out?
No, she just she's going through some personal stuff right now. You understand.
I always wanted an autograph from her, but I was way too afraid to ask after the game.
Once we get her back and bring her on, I'll see if I can talk something up for you, alright?
I'd appreciate that, considering the fact you guys spawn camped me.
That's fair enough. Hey, to be fair, I didn't spawn camp you.
That's true. It was a fun set of games either way.
It was, wasn't it? Much more fun than the... this is no offense to you or Commander Jiren, it was smart, but the slaughter that he had been doing before.
I was never involved on his team before. I was the new addition. I was the youngest member, and I'd say the slaughter went the other way. The Navy's won every game since. You guys set a winning streak.
We did, but that's not what they're about, right? It's about showcasing young talent like you. Well, like you were. Apologies.
Not anymore. 7 years. At least I didn't have 20-odd months on the frontier. Apparently, on the wrestling ship.
Yeah.
You know, he actually broadcasted a bunch of shows.
I have since discovered that, yes.
He was famous on the frontier in the outer colonies, independent colonies. He was famous.
And I have since discovered that, yes.
Well, I'm glad you told me that he actually murdered people as this guy. Ugh. Because I was considering buying some of the merchandise coming on eBay, but not anymore.
Yeah. Well, it is a shame. Oh, gods.
How did he die? He looks at you confused.
Without getting too into some classified stuff, our ship got knocked out of the sky and he died during the crash.
Well, bet you're not sad. He actually tried to hit you with a forklift?
Yes, he did. He also tried to hit me with a sledgehammer.
Oh?
Yeah.
This Marine speaks up. Play the clip. You got a clip?
Yes, he plays in you here. Like Julius had said, and this is how a colonel takes care of business. Ash bends over to tie his shoe, and Davine just wham!
Oh! Look at what you made me do!
Yeah, she's
He
fine.
blamed you?
Yes, he did. She's fine now, of course, but yeah, Davine, I believe she got a 3rd-degree concussion and had to spend like 2 weeks in the medbay.
Wow.
Yeah, that's Julius's mum, by the way.
That poor lady, she's so pretty. She didn't deserve that.
No, she didn't, and yeah. If I didn't see Julius as a brother, I'd find her very attractive.
This Marine chuckles. You and me both. The Archfiend he even finds her attractive.
Beautiful woman, I can see why. I mean, let's be honest, she's the kind of woman that men would jump off a bridge for if she asked them to.
Or put on a wrestling show for.
Even if she didn't ask him to.
Poor lady.
Yeah. But she's doing well. Actually, she's the least messed up of the 3 of us.
Well, that's good. That's good. You guys get back on your feet soon. You'll need it. Commander Jiren is... He'll ride you.
I hope he does. And, no hard feelings about anything said in the games, right?
She shrugs. It was a fun time. I enjoyed it. I was just excited to be there, honestly.
Same here. Even offer to shake her hand.
She shakes it.
I'm a beginning magic user, but the energy I can feel coming off of you, that's something special. He does know how to pick 'em.
He does. And after he lost, he became a lot more receptive and understanding. I think it was good for him. She starts laughing.
I think so. Again, not meant to be offensive about him, but when you win too much, you lose touch with reality, right?
This guy pulls up the clip of Malcolm hitting Snarf over the head with a chair. You can say that again.
Yeah, but eventually, well, most of the time, reality comes back to teach you a lesson.
True. She smiled.
Well, I should be heading out. Thank you. What was your name? To the Spartan?
He's just a basic Marine.
Oh, Marine, sorry.
Yep. He's just a basic Marine.
And
Captain James.
nice to meet you, James. And you, sir?
He utters something in a language you cannot understand. They both look at each other, look at him, call him Andy too. You got Andy 1 down here, and Andy 2 here.
Well,
We can't comprehend their language. Working on it. EarthGov Logistics working on making it so our risk computers can easily understand them. Actually, we could use Major Lasley. She's, as far as we know, the only person who could comprehend their language.
well, when we find her, we'll send her your way.
Imagine trying to organize troop deployments with archfiends when they can't understand what you're saying and vice versa.
Yeah.
Some of them understand better than others, but Andy too here as he's just grinning at you. He's a little slow.
Fair enough. It's hard. If I had to put it anyway, it sounds like somebody took Abyssal, Infernal, and Celestial and just blended them together all at once with Undercommon mixed in.
You hear the phone ring and he goes to answer the phone. Is she, yeah, see? And he's and she, yeah. I'm happy to have them, but growing pain.
Of course, they always are.
You can hear the person on the other end of the phone. Put the goddamn wizard on, son! Please, I can't understand a word you're saying!
I'll let you go.
See ya, Ash. Send that cute guy over here sometime.
Will do. Walks out. Well. Puts up his computer. Julius, you on your way back?
Yes, sir.
Alright, I'll be right up, alright?
Alright, take your time. We don't gotta be on a ship anyway.
No. But best to enjoy being with everyone before the general comes, because, oh boy, that's scary.
Tommy sees Julius up here, waves you down.
Alright, Tommy wants to talk to me.
Talk to you, mate.
What's up, Tommy?
Hey, Julius. Rob looks up at you. Hey, Julius!
What's up, Rob? Tom?
Tommy, me and Rob here are having a very nice day. Where you going with all that food?
Well, I'm the cook of the apartment, or the squad, so I was getting ingredients. We're having dinner with the general tonight.
You cook, you say. See, St. Guillotine, he go to wash dishes and fight sun, but not very good recipe. Maybe you help me come up with menu for restaurant? I make it worthwhile.
Yeah, of course. I'll send you a couple recipes of mine.
Well, you come down very soon to restaurant, and I show you place, and I'd like full menu made by you. And I'll know you need something, Tommy help you.
Of course, Tommy. A favor from you is a boon from anyone.
Tommy, very good man, very historic life. You still wait for you to invite me to apartment. You cook a big dinner, maybe I come up tonight, tell you about my life.
How about tomorrow?
Well, Tommy free tonight, you see, St. Guillotine want to watch TV shows. No one hang out with, so good night for Tommy. Rob go hang out with his wife, so Tommy all alone.
Right. Maybe you could talk to Ash about it. I'm sure he's coming up here.
Call
soon.
Ash, call Ash, he good friend mine. You call him up here. Call him on Risk Computer.
Yes, of course. He calls him up. Ash, Tommy wants to talk with you.
Oh, yeah. Put him on.
Here you go, Tommy.
Hey Ash, come up to bar, see good Rob friend and Tommy, we wait for you. I'd buy you beer.
Sure, I'll be up in a second. Just give me one moment, alright?
Tommy orders a beer for Ash. You see Tommy, man of his word. I
As he's-
never betray a friend of mine.
As he's walking by, waves to Hamer.
He waves. Hey Ash, fist bumps you.
Hey, man, good to see you. Waves to Maine.
Main and the Archfiend wave.
Alright, let's go.
You hear Main, put those plastics to good use.
Will do, will do. Walks up. Hello, Tommy. Rob.
Rob, Ash gets up, gives you a hug. Tommy hands you an ice cold beer. Here you go, Ash. Don't worry, Julius. Tommy, take this for you. Takes the box from Julius. Orders Julius a beer. Sit, drink. Have drink with us.
Yeah, why not? Sits down and starts sipping away.
Tommy sets the box down on the counter. Here, Julius, drink your beer. Tommy, buy it for you.
Right, of course. And he'll take a small sip of it.
So, Ash, I hear Julius cook big dinner, so Tommy, come up tonight. I tell you about my life.
I don't know. We're having General Lorelei over tonight.
Oh, even better, Tommy needs to speak with her. I try all time to talk to her, but she always busy. I go into her office, she go down elevator. Ranger guards let me in, always laugh at Tommy.
I don't know. We'd have to ask her if that's alright. Not that you're not enjoyable to be around, but you know how it is to have somebody unexpected show up at a dinner. It can be frustrating, right? Even if you enjoy their company.
Oh, I never think frustrating. I think you just making excuses. Don't lie to Tommy. I good friend to you.
No,
I help you. You be in my movie. I get you JJ tickets. I know maybe you want something. I help you anything. I live historic life. You want tickets to Raiders game?
Possibly, but I would never lie to you, Tommy. We want to have you over. I just wouldn't want to drop anything on the general, you understand?
Well, maybe you're right. You know, I'll think about it. I show up if I want. Nobody tell Tommy what to do.
Okay. I suppose.
You know, maybe I send up some dessert for you. I send up good dessert as a show of faith, a good friendship. You guys very good friend of Tommy's. I be good friend to you. Back in Watertown, I helped protect you. You remember?
Yes, you did.
I saved you from a man with big revolver. It was all me, Rob. I tell you this.
Yes, totally.
Rob, man with big revolver.
Tay was.
Tommy, I was mayor of town, Rob. They know. I was big mayor, very important.
Yes. Very important.
What's your favorite type dessert, Julius?
Oh, anything with mint on it. I really like mint chocolate.
Who pregnant lady? That your sister?
That's my wife.
What her favorite type dessert? Tommy send it up for you tonight. The sign of friendship. Tommy no come up, but he send dessert up. Maybe get Archfiend or something like that to send up. Anything she like, you tell me and I send it to you.
Chocolate cake.
Chocolate cake for pregnant lady? You sure that not too much sugar for baby?
I don't know what she likes now that she's pregnant. Tastes change, you know.
Well, how about I just send a bunch of cakes? Cheesecake, chocolate cake, strawberry shortcake, coconut cream cake.
You know, that might be good because big apartment, a lot of people.
Ash, you tell me, what's your favorite type dessert? You like pie? You look like pie, man.
Raspberry. Anything, really.
You like Okay, Tommy, send you just for you, Ash. But don't forget this gesture of favor I do for you.
Of course, we need to have you sometime. We need to talk about your life, right?
I need help with restaurant. I need. You have to understand, St. Guillotine want everything white. White not great color for everything. Maybe something. I need your help come restaurant. And yeah, I send you up dessert. Maybe I send Rob up with dessert. Would that be fine?
I suppose.
Rob, yeah, I didn't get a chance to tell you guys, but I'm Tommy's liaison. After Raven Rock, General Rico said I could be posted wherever I wanted. I picked Gateway. He said he felt bad for me because I lost a foot. So he gave me the job of guarding Tommy Wiseau. And Tommy C, very important, I have my own guard. Do you have own guard? Don't think so.
You do not.
No, we don't.
We'll see, rob my own guard, protect me from anyone try hurt Tommy.
All right.
Alright, I send a bunch of cake and pie for you, Ash, but maybe tonight I not come, but I'm going to show up whenever I want after tonight. I'm tired of being denied.
Oh, of course. It'd be a joy to have you over, Tommy.
No Drake. Keep Drake away from Tommy.
We'll try to. He's, you understand he does what he wants, but we'll do our damnedest to keep him away.
I do understand. He's very big, scary, scare people. And Grandma, make sure Grandma healthy before Tommy come.
Well, we're gonna have a talk with her very soon, Tommy. And Zanzibar looks like a big jerk, but he's honestly a big softy once he gets to know you.
Well, maybe sometime I get to know him, but for now, Tommy gonna go get you cake. Have to go down to Ring 2. Come, Rob, let's go. And they leave.
Good guy, but damn, did we dodge a bullet?
You really did.
Yeah.
Alright. Last thing is, go and talk to Country. She's the only one I'd know who might know where to get those, healing guns.
All right. You go ahead and do that. I gotta bring this stuff up.
You got it. I'll meet you up there. Alright?
Yes, sir.
Makes his way up there.
Office door open. She looks up at you. I'll be up for therapy soon. Did you need a quickie session today,
Maybe sometime, but oh boy, I probably do, but work to do. I was wondering, you're the only person I've ever gotten one of those healing guns from. Do you know where one might get more of them?
She looks at you. Oh, the dart gun.
Yes.
Well, the only reason I even had access to those is because the Headhunters fell under Beta 5 Division, and Beta 5 is Spartan Division. The Rangers don't fall under Beta 5. I wouldn't even know where to begin to find those. How many do you need?
Let's see. Saris, Sasha, Davine, Pequod, just to be safe, Hunk.
I see.
I see said not to get a one, but one anyways. 6?
She looks at you. Oh boy. I assume we don't want to ask General Lorelei?
Probably not. I could try and ask. I'm just trying to figure out who to ask.
Tell you what. She looks at her computer, then looks at her wrist computer for the time. I'll ask around. I'm friendly with most of the Spartans on the station. I'll ask around for you, and I'll let you know where to start digging. But if I had any, I'd give them to you straight away.
Thank you.
And the darts are going to be even harder to come by.
I assume
You
so.
friendly with any of the Spartans on the station?
Didn't get a chance to meet many. There was one that I met and had a slight amount of rapport with years ago at Jupiter Falls, but that's about it.
Well, I'll start digging for you. Next time you're down here, not today, but tomorrow, a couple days from now, come see me, and I'll have at least one lead, guaranteed.
Thank you. And there's going to be a lot to unpack in therapy this upcoming session.
I've been informed General Lorelei unraveled some mysteries for you. That's all she informed me of.
Yeah. And we'll get into it more, but a lot of stuff that I'd buried deep down got unsurfaced.
I'm quite honored, Ash. From what little I understand, I'm probably one of the only doctors who ever got to work on a time traveler.
Well, I'm honored that someone as talented and compassionate as you would deem fit to work on me.
Lucky you. She winks at you.
Winks back. But I need to head up. We're having the general over tonight.
Ah! Have fun with that.
She seems to be detesting me slightly less.
Yeah, make sure you do the dishes, dumbass.
I plan to have a rotating chore schedule.
I heard her say something about all that money for that new hand, and he used it to sit and smoke a cigar. Nice going!
Yeah. Yeah, of course.
She laughs. Good luck at the dinner!
Yeah, hopefully I don't go through my track record and fuck something else up.
She shakes her head and smiles.
A pleasure as always, Doctor.
Bye-bye, honey.
Bye. Tell Hammer I said hello.
Will do.
Alright, he's gonna make his way up.
Alright, back at the apartment. Julius is already in the kitchen. Icy and Pequod. Pequod wants to eat, but Icy's refusing to feed her because dinner is in a few hours. Hunk and Davine training, and they're in the kitchen. Go for it. And Jennifer and Snarf working on Davine's room.
Walk and peek in. How's everyone doing?
Pequod looks up at you, waiting for dinner, and she glares at Julius.
It will be ready soon, dear.
Starving. Go on a field trip without me? Leave me all day?
Well, we got something that'll improve your spirits.
What's that? She looks over at...
He's going to pull out the tights.
Oh, dear God, is that Davine's face?
Yes, it is.
You hear Saris come running down the stairs. Where did you get these? She takes them from you.
Agent O.
He's such a nice guy.
Yes, he is. Although, if you find anything new, a little warning so we can let him know before we post it online. We should try to make his job a little easier.
Fair, as she comes into the kitchen and sits down next to Julius. Notices Julius is cooking up a storm. Wow, you're really going there, Julius.
Yep. 1 second. He sets down the knife, goes over to the box he was carrying food in, takes out the briefcase, and sets it in front of Pequod. This is for you. And he goes back to cooking.
She grabs it. Wait a minute. Is this the same one he hit Snarf in the head with in that clip? It's got a dent, Icy! And she points at it. Icy starts laughing.
Yes, he is.
Come on in the kitchen, Ash. Saris pats the seat next.
Comes and sits down with her, kisses her. It's good to be back.
Have fun on your field trip with General Lorelei.
Not really.
Pequod looks over at you. Yeah, so what exactly did you guys do? Icy just pretends like she's not even hearing what Pequod's saying.
Julius is just pretending to cook and not hear her.
Nothing really. We just, we went and saw some things related to the thing we're fighting.
Sasha comes, sits down next to Pequod. Pequod, oh, do tell, Ash.
Old sites, ancient sites, where fights against these beings happened and many, many people died. A mass grave where an entire species was wiped out.
Saris, what type of species?
Asinine centaurs.
Pequod, asinine centaurs?
Think centaurs, but with the ass of a mule instead of a horse.
Sasha starts laughing. Pequod looks at Icy and Icy nods. It's true. I wish it wasn't.
She just was putting into perspective what we're fighting against. As if that was necessary.
Pequod looks over at Julius. Julius,
Yes, dear.
you're not good at hiding anything from me.
I know, dear.
What are you hiding, Julius?
The salmon, dear. I'm hiding the salmon from you.
Uh-huh. She glares over at Ash.
Told you what we went to see. We actually, funny enough, saw an ancient painting of our friend Bayagona.
Sasha, really?
Mm-hmm. It looks like he was the one that raised the planet we were on, or at least helped.
Saris, yeah, that would put things into perspective.
I would. Fucker took my hand.
Saris looks at you. Well, what else did you see on the planet?
Old ruins. Dead bodies of, it looks like what we assume are the elite of the planet had hidden away.
Pequod, so how old is the planet?
I think they said best guess. The bodies are 2 million years old, so probably much older.
Sasha, yeah. When I first started with the Frontier Rangers, we found a lot of ancient sites. Dig sites. We'd facilitate the jobs for the archaeologists, protect them from wildlife or UIR insurgents. Nothing ever really happened. But yeah, ancient elven sites, very not very classified stuff. As she takes a bite of potato, Pequod reaches for it and she takes it away from Pequod.
Well, since I'd say that we're all at the clearance to hear this now, that's because... And this doesn't leave the room, understood?
Icy takes the baby from Sunny, who comes down and sits down next to you looking at...
Our species didn't originate on Earth, at least most of them didn't.
Sasha, yeah, it makes sense. Biological diversity of that extreme doesn't follow... Well, yeah.
Well, it seems various species originated on various planets. I believe it was suggested, based off what we found, that maybe dwarves originated on a nova. But, when the thing that we're fighting first came out, it wiped out almost all life, and after it was sealed away, the last of the Star Children moved what beings were left to Earth, where things went as they should have. Well, went as they did.
Sasha shrugs. It makes sense to me. I just can't believe such a big... She puts out her hand. I thought the Geist were a big threat. A monumental threat, and Malcolm was in charge of dealing with her.
And somehow succeeded in slowing them down.
Sasha looks at Saris, and Saris, I think the rest of the squad succeeded in slowing them down. Malcolm was just kind of there from what I've seen as she plays a clip of the Korkron move out and then him running away.
Yes. Yeah, I'd say so. In spite of him, as it were. Oh, before I forget, your Gatling laser's gonna be delivered by the end of the day, Sasha.
Sasha reaches over, gives you a fist bump. Did they give you the rifle?
Yes, we did. Yes, they did. We're gonna do
Good.
Gonna get some work done on Ascent as time goes on.
Ascent is right down here in the armory. You'll notice the Gatling laser and the accelerator are gone, though.
Yep. Yeah, Ascent. Good name. And a good gun.
Saris, did you get the heal dart guns Icy promised us?
Working on that. We're asking around. They're very hard to get a hold of. Spartan tech, but Country's helping us out.
Icy, I didn't expect you to get them today. Yeah, too bad Dr. Country and the Headhunters aren't still a thing. We could probably have 100 of them.
Speaking of that, looks at his watch to see what time it is.
General Lorelai's coming over at 6 p.m. sharp. It is currently 3 p.m. You got time.
There's something I need to take care of before she gets here.
Sure. What do you want to do? Pequod looks over at...
I need to sit down and have a talk with Mum.
Saris grabs your shoulder. No.
We've got to get her well, and we can't have her insane, running out insane. We need to talk this out with her. She's better. She's improved dramatically. She can actually think now. We need to fix it. And this better than any time.
Saris looks at Icy. Sasha looks at you. No. We're gonna wait for General Lorelai. That's the plan we've come up with.
You want her there?
Yes, so she can tell her the truth and prove to her.
Very well.
Icy shrugs. I'm good with whatever.
I've got so much guilt around everything that happened. Even more so, I can't imagine what she's feeling. Gods.
As you say that, Hunk comes into the room. I imagine Davine is, taking a break, so she's not in the gym, nor is Zanzibar. The belt is hanging in the gym. Davine has seen it. Hunk comes in the room. He's got his wrist computer up, and you can see he's on some ticket ordering site. And Nicole, now that we got all the girls here, how would you guys and girls, like to go to the Brazil World Cup for soccer? Just like when you were a kid and I take you to baseball. And he sees Julius and, looks around the room, looks at Sunny. She's smiling up at him, looks at Sasha. I'd love to go. And I see it's been a while. Hunk took us to the World Series, and Hunk boop, and leaves the room. And I see, yeah, great. And looks down at little Leslie.
Poor guy.
Ash, we need to talk to Hunk about that thing.
Yeah, we do. That's fine. We'll get
What
to it.
thing? Pequod speaks up.
Something.
Yeah,
What thing, Julius? I'm tired of the black bag secrets from your wife. Shall I go to my dad and tell him to come?
without getting in trouble, we're gonna ask him any questions that could lead to Lazuli.
Pequod questions? He doesn't know anything.
He doesn't think he knows anything. Hunk is smarter than we give him credit for. I'm sure there's something rattling around in that mask of his.
Icy looks at you. Let me guess. She wants you to find something of Lazuli's to help her find Lazuli. She can whisper all she wants. I can still hear.
Well, I guess the cat's out of the bag there.
Saris, something of Major Lazuli?
Yeah.
Like a shoe?
It would have to have some kind of connection to her importance.
Sasha, something of significance.
Yes.
Sasha, did you buy her anything for Mother's Day? I bought her something and she's not even really like a mom to me, but...
No, because we're terrible sons and I didn't even know Mother's Day existed until the last year we were there.
I even bought her stuff.
I know.
This rocks baby Leslie back and forth. Saris, I bought her stuff. Would that help?
Maybe. I don't know.
Pequod, I never bought her anything. She looks down at the counter.
No, I didn't either, and she was my mom. So, we're all terrible people. Let's move on from that.
Icy, not really. It's hard to buy for that woman, trust me. What do you buy somebody like that? Hunk used to say that to himself all the time.
Yeah, we've seen his room.
I mean, jeez. I bought her chocolate. Lots of chocolate. Saris, I bought her fighting gloves. Hand wrapped. Sasha, I bought her tracksuits. Pequod, I bought her nothing.
Yeah.
Pequod, we did give her something. The joy we provided for her. And she tries to crack a smile.
Yeah.
It is the thought that counts. So she looks back down at the counter and Sasha starts rubbing her back.
Yeah, it is. Piece of work I am, eh?
Saris rubs your shoulder. It's okay, Ash. It's not your fault you didn't know Mother's Day existed.
Yeah.
Sasha, well, you can get a present for your mom anytime. It could be Monday or Tuesday. It doesn't have to be a holiday. And then she stops talking, realizing she's not helping the situation.
Yeah, I know.
Icy, it's okay. They've been through a lot. And Pequod looks at her, and, what do you mean? And Icy, just a trying day with the general.
And life, I mean, you guys You don't know, Sasha.
She looks at you and shrugs.
Everyone else except Sunny, I think, knows. Oh, gods. I told you about my life back when we were on one of our first missions. And I lied through my teeth to you.
Pequod, yeah, this is a doozy. As she takes a drink of iced tea.
Yeah. Well, as good a time as any, right? I told the truth about the first portion of my life. I grew up in a small, low-tech village, son of a smith, learning from daddy. Bandits came, killed everyone, including my parents, in front of me, and sold me into slavery when I was about 8. I was sold to a gunsmith in one of the large cities of the area named Argana. 18 years I was his slave, and here's when I stopped telling the truth. I didn't buy my freedom. One day he tried to beat me as he would, and I fought back, and I killed him. Picked up an unfinished musket and bludgeoned him to death. Then I don't know, I wanted to get back at those who'd harmed me, I guess, and had realized I could. I went up, got his ledger, and found out where I'd been purchased. I filled his carriage. He had one for transport. I filled it with every weapon, explosive in the shop, and rode out. Got to the encampment of those bandits and walked in and just started shooting. Anything that moved, anyone, anything. Got through a couple dozen of them before I came face to face with the one who'd shot my mother right in front of me. Started chasing him down, and he pulled a young girl in front of him. I couldn't have been older than 20. Oh, God. She begged me to stop as he laughed and was walking away, and I took out my pepper box and shot through her to kill him. He's trying not to break it down a bit. It's at that point that I got a moment of clarity, the adrenaline leaving my system, and saw what I'd done. I just left. I walked and I walked until I ended up in the capital city, where I took up bounty hunting until one thing led to another, and I ended up on that EarthGov base.
Clearly you regret your actions. She's holding a potato.
Yeah, you could say that.
Doesn't change my opinion of you, Ash. You definitely didn't have an easy upbringing.
No. And I appreciate that. Trust me.
From slave to honorable Ranger Cadet. And she smiles at you.
Yeah, Ranger Cadet. Puts his fingers over the badge. Yeah.
It does look good on you.
Thank you. But, yeah, it's not easy. The upbringing I had, I got... Everything happened when I was very young, 7 or 8. I never really learned what it was like to have a mom. Not really. I was a snot-nosed brat, you know how it was.
That's why Major Lasley's so important. She was like a mom.
Yeah.
You know, mother, matriarch, same difference. She was like the nucleus of our little group. As Pequod stares down at the counter, and Sasha, I'll stop talking, and just chews on her potato.
Yeah. I just wish I could have been better to her.
Well, we just gotta find her, Saris rubs your back. Somehow. Some way.
Yeah, we do. Just, thanks for listening to my sob story. It's been a lot. Everything going on all at once is, dredging up unpleasant thoughts that I'd buried for a long time.
Doesn't change my opinion of you.
I appreciate
If you had just grabbed a gun and went around shooting for fun, I'd probably shoot you now. But mistakes happen. And you're not the same man. You wouldn't be the same man if you had that cadet emblem. She tries to reach across the table.
No. No, it's just, a lot of stuff. When you're, a cold-blooded killer once, it's something that eats at you, you want to prove you aren't, right?
Well, now you are. And she gestures to the ranger emblem. And Pequod, yes, you are. By helping me find Major Leslie.
We're working on it.
I'd say this is a good start. As she's looking at the Majestic Wrestling Federation.
Oh, God.
I want to try something. Just as she gets up out of her chair, just stay here 1 second. She grabs the Colonel in the bank briefcase. You hear the armory door open, and you hear Snarf, "Oh dear God!" And she comes back in laughing.
What did you do?
I just showed him the briefcase, she says. I just showed him the briefcase, and he fucking freaked out.
Yeah, he was beaten with it repeatedly.
She just keeps laughing. I'm sorry.
Well, it's life. Things get shit a lot of the time, but the only way to actual happiness is to work through it, right?
Work through it and enjoy what you have, Sasha speaks up, bites the potato. We got a pretty good gig going on. Pequod's plan set in motion years ago. Pequod, team gods of this moment.
And now we're here. Right, Julius?
Yes, sir.
Lighten up a little bit, it'll be alright.
The salmon has to be perfect, Ash.
If it isn't, just give me that one. It's fine. You only need to make 2 of them perfect.
Julius rubs his face. Yeah.
Sonny flipping through TV stations on the TV over here. Malcolm is war! She click and turns off the TV. No TV for the rest of the day, huh?
Yeah. Oh, good news. There's another show pertaining to us coming out soon.
Pequod perks up.
The Ghost Ship of the Frontier, a documentary on, well, quotation marks, it says a ghost ship that was seen on the frontier over the past 2 years.
Sasha, I was interviewed for that.
Yeah.
Pequod is... What?
The Majestic had the most advanced stealth drive in the galaxy, and, was exclusively on the frontier.
Sasha, it's gonna be a great show. We're gonna watch it live when it airs. Apparently it airs after the Majestic Wrestling Federation a few Mondays from now.
Well,
And Pequod, the Pequod Wrestling Federation.
well, yeah. I do have one other thing to show you, Pequod.
She gestures.
I found the music that goes with those tights.
She perks up.
Oh boy. Yeah. And he plays it and it's... I think I'm cute. Davine knows I'm sexy. I've got the looks that drive Davine wild. I've got the moves that really move her. I send chills up and down Davine's spine. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm Davine's boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm Davine's boy toy. I make her hot. I make her shiver. Make her knees get weak whenever I'm around. She hears me walk. She hears me talk. I make her feel like she's on cloud 9.
Pequod, they're all laughing. Pequod, who's the female voice in the song?
I think it's either Denaria or he made Davine sing it. Which one is it, Julius? You've heard her singing voice?
Denaria.
Denaria.
Poor girl. Pequod, forward me that to my wrist computer.
Forwards it? Yeah. Honestly, at that point, you could have asked her to do anything considering the amount of concussions he'd given her.
Pequod, yeah, I saw the clip of her getting milk Cherito. Sorry, honey, as she looks over at Julie.
Don't play that in front of my mother. That one gets a reaction.
I'd assume so. He's created an entire number about how attracted to him she is.
Pequod, yeah, I asked her how she liked the belt in the gym. She just kind of nodded and walked away.
Well, plays the image of the hat striking her in the face.
Oh! Everybody, like, grabs their face.
And then the sledgehammer. And then the forklift match. I think she has reason.
Yeah. Yeah. Still shocking that they were able to tie her down.
In my best guess, and don't begrudge me if I'm wrong, he probably stole sedatives from Eloquin's office and spiked her drink.
They bought the drugs to make roofies and then roofied her drinks.
Sasha, poor lady.
Yeah. Don't worry. I think she uses it. They hear like the sounds of her yelling for Hug to work out. I think she's channeling it into rage about now.
You don't know her rage.
If it's anything like yours, it's a lot to be afraid of.
Icy watching Julius prepare the salmon. So, is that, you think General Lorelai is gonna like that?
I asked her if she had any dietary restrictions or allergies. Probably should have asked. No, who cares? This is what I'm making.
I think she'll like it as she's nervously watching you.
Hopefully. Yeah, I was humming that one day, the sexy boy one, around the ship one day, and she grabbed me by my shirt, slammed me against the wall, and said, Sing that one again, Julius, and you'll see me really angry again. I'm still terrified of that woman.
Pequod laughed. Yeah. Look at him. He's in like a chainmail shirt. She plays the Heartbreak Colonel entrance where he comes out and he's on his knees and the fireworks are going. Look, Ash, look at the crowd. There's actually a crowd.
Yes, they apparently did live events.
Sonny, from what I hear, they charged 400 credits a ticket and they sold out within an hour on most colonies.
I found this, and it's Gurok, shirtless, in like jeans with a chainmail hood. Big Papa Glob.
Pequod laughed. Yeah, our wrestling show is gonna be way better than this.
I think we should dress Julius in that outfit once he gets back into shape.
I agree, as she looks over at Julia.
Yeah, sure, whatever you want.
Especially the back in shape part.
Gonna get there.
He's gonna look over at Saris holding Lazuli. What do you think of her? Other than she's adorable.
Icy's holding it.
Oh, I thought it was Saris, damn it.
Well, you can still say.
What do you think of the little one?
She looks at her. She's a goddess!
Yeah. Ah.
Yeah,
Someday.
I think she obviously got my good looks, not her mother's.
Pequod laughs. Pequod laughs even louder. Saris, I can't wait to see your son.
Yeah, I can't either.
Yeah. Anything like his mom and dad? He's destined. They both are destined for great things.
Saris, yes. And I think one of them will be making fun of us. She looks down at the face. Or at least you, Ash.
Oh, they will. I guarantee it.
God's if this moment. Pequod does her Ash impression.
God's kisses Saris if this moment.
Saris, we're actually viral on the internet.
Oh, really?
She pulls up the video of you guys meeting for the first time in 2 years. And Pequod, yeah, Julius told me not to upload it. I don't have to listen to him, because I'm in charge. I wear the pants. So she looks over at Julius. The public should see that even though Malcolm caused a lot of damage, there's still a silver lining here or there. And she glares at Julia.
Huh? You're the smart one.
Mm-hmm. I don't even
Look at you guys. You got like 9 million views.
Well, I'm just happy to have my Ceres back.
Pequod, you should be. Been a long time.
It has.
At least I got to see Julius twice.
Too long. Far too long.
I see. Now we just gotta fix Commander and Tartan.
We'll do that tonight, right?
Yes.
Right. Julius walks back over to the box, over to Pequod, gives her a kiss, and puts the DVD into her lap. And walks back and starts cooking again.
She holds it up. Agent O has written Melchiana Jones and The Last Crusade on the disc in marker, and no. And she's holding it.
Yes.
I saw a clip, I think, from this movie. He was fighting somebody with Ash's face superimposed on him on top of a tank in a desert.
Yes.
You could tell it was all filmed in the cargo bay because the green screen failed out a lot of time.
Yes.
Oh my god! Is this the movie in its entirety as all the girls' eyes?
He
Yes.
said so.
Oh god, icy hands, little Leslie, to you, Ash, and we are... Oh god, why does General Lorelei have to come over tonight?
It's not like we can make her more mad. Why don't you just invite her to watch it with us?
Pequod, I don't think she's a fan of Malcolm.
No, I don't think so either, but laughing at how stupid he is,
Sasha, that explains the picture of Ash in the Nazi officer's uniform.
Yes.
What's the plot of the movie? Ceres looks over and Pequod, I assume Malcolm's trying to find the Holy Grail?
The Holy Grail, as well as, Cupid's bow and arrow.
I see. And Davine had a role in the movie?
Yeah, apparently we get to see my mom's acting.
And apparently she was the main love interest for the hero, Malchiana.
Sasha, tries to take the disc from Pequod. Pequod snatches it away. I'll be holding on to this. We'll watch it after General Lorelei leaves.
Of course. I'm looking down at little Lazuli playing with her. You ever thought about having one, Ceres?
She looks at you, yeah. I mean, not right now. Maybe when I'm a little higher up in the Rangers, but yeah.
If you ever... I love little ones. They are the future in every way. Maybe someday.
She definitely someday. But when we're, I don't know, a little higher up in the Rangers. Or who knows, maybe after all this. Who knows what'll happen. And Pequod, gods of this moment is staying together.
And we're going to win.
I see, we better. She looks off at the wall, just staring at the wall, knowing what she knows now.
There is no ifs, ands, or buts about it. The group we have here, we've got this. It'll be hard, but I believe in us.
Icy rubs her face. Ash, can you ask Hunk if he wants any you're the Armory Master. Can you see if he has any requests? Because every time I try to talk to him, he tries to run the other way because she points at Julius is around.
Yeah, what
I
happened?
should have talked to him while you guys were out shopping, but I was busy. Not thinking about things. Pequod looks at her awkwardly.
Still feeling awkward about the dad thing, I see.
I see, I don't know. I don't know what's his problem.
Yeah, I can ask him.
Good. Well, when you go to ask him for help with Leslie, just see if he wants anything. Anything he wants. Spare no expense.
Of course.
He's getting back into shape now, so, And we also gotta work up a plan to see that fucker's face. She crosses her arms and puts her nose up.
Don't worry, I've got some ideas. Maybe could ask Snarf if there's a way to, cause that mask can go all the way back now. If there's a way to remotely make it go back.
I see. I asked Davine if she'd help me get a picture, and she said no. She promised Hunk. So we'll have to play SIS to get our picture.
Well, we did it once. I mean, Cyrus never found out about the ring.
Pequod Blaze was a big help.
He was. Speaking of rings, I need to get a new one.
I see. Well, you and Saris can go pick one out. Maybe we'll go. We need to go furniture shopping at some point too. We got more bodies in here.
Yeah. Arches is back. Ah. Well, at least soon your mom will be out of your room, so I won't be stuck on the couch.
Saris, well, there's enough room for the three of us at.
Right now?
Yeah. Just, we gotta, get her to like you again.
That's true. But I mean, we do need to get her own room because, that's no fun.
I see. You're awkward. And Sarah said, yeah. I see. Sasha's bunking with me. So, Commander Integra can bunk with us until we get the headhunters back up and running.
Appreciate it. I know it's an inconvenience, but it's better than having to sneak up onto the Nova.
I see. It's better than sleeping out in the hallway like Hunk does.
Oh, gods. At least tell me he has a cot.
Pequod, no. I tried to give him one. He sleeps down the hall. She points to the door. He sleeps out there.
Oh, gods.
Davine said she offered him to bunk with her, but I don't know. It was awkward, he said.
I'd say so. Being married to one mom and then being asked to bunk with the other mom.
I see, yeah, I did just... She kind of awkwardly gestures at Julius, then shakes her head. Anyway, go talk to Hunk. We're running out of time before Lorelei gets here.
You got it. Alright.
Pequod takes the baby.
You're gonna boop her nose and tickle her? Alright, let's go.
Icy looks over at Julius. Go with him. I'll watch your salmon, make sure they don't burn. You need to... at least get him to sleep in the fucking apartment. She steps in front of...
Alright, thanks.
Can you imagine if Lorelei sees him sleeping out there one night?
She'd kill me.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oi, how's it going, old man?
Ah. You come up to the door. And you hear Leslie's voice.
Listen very closely.
You hear her talking. It sounds like it's a like a pre-recorded, like a one-way message. Just her saying how much she misses Hunk and blah blah blah.
Right. Knock, knock, knock.
The door opened.
How's it going?
Suletta turns. Come in.
Of course. Auntie hugs her.
She hugs you back. Hunk sees Julius come in and tries to leave the room.
Grabs his collar. Come on.
Oh god, Julius is blocking him.
Come on, Hunk. He doesn't bite.
Oh, Julius, I gotta go take care of something.
Can we please just talk?
He steps back awkwardly.
Come on.
Suletta lets go of the hug with Ash. Points to the belt. Why?
Ask my
Pequod.
wife.
Just why? That woman spends so much time in here.
Ask Pequod.
She chuckles. Hunk, yeah, what do we need to do here? I got important things to do out in the hallway.
First things first. Message from, a request from Lorelei. If you, Hunk, have anything of Laslie's that had emotional significance.
He thinks for a second and... Why?
Because she can possibly use that to find Leslie.
He, do I have to?
I'd appreciate it. It'd do us all, including you, some good to have her back.
Yeah, I mean, I have some things. I can go down to the bunker and get something. Did she say exactly what? Are we talking like her favorite tracksuit?
A keepsake. Something that has an emotional connection. Something she very much cares about.
Hunk tries to get by Julius again. Ooh. I can think of, I mean, I was down on some level too. So she didn't take everything with her. I can get something.
Thank you. The
I
second...
mean, do we have to?
Yes.
Yeah.
Second on the docket, he's gonna walk up, close the door, and lock it. The three of us, or more importantly, the two of you, need to talk.
Suletta raises her nose up to the air. About what?
Well, it would seem these two have some awkward shenanigans going on, and they need to work it out.
She walks closer. He is an awkward man. Hunk, what do you want to talk about? I got things to do. I'm gonna eat dinner with General Lorelei, and then fucking gotta train with your godforsaken mother, and I gotta make my bed outside.
That's item 3 on the itinerary, but we'll get there.
Suletta, where do you get off trying to tell him what to do?
I'm not telling him what to do. I'm relaying the wishes of Icy.
Well, she puts her hand on her chin. Makes sense, I suppose. Looks over at Julius and blinks twice.
And in all technicality, I do technically outrank him at this point, don't I?
Yes, you do. She snaps her fingers, and the door to the gym opens. Go ahead and leave, Hunk.
Not that I'm gonna pull rank on him.
Leave, Hunk. And he leaves. Thank God. See you later. Gotta go make my damn bed. The door closes, and she smiles.
Why? We need to fix this. And it's not healthy for him to be running away at the sight of Julius. It's another thing that's gonna mess him up more.
Respectfully, Ash, it isn't your business. It's between me and him. I can handle it myself.
Suletta walks over here, right in front of Julius. Well said. Part of being a good, big, older sibling, Ash. Take it from the younger sibling of Plaz. Part of being a good older sibling is knowing when to let your younger sibling grow up.
Fair enough.
General Lorelei reprimands him for being disrespectful and breaking conduct. First thing you say to him is, "Don't call me Sergeant Major." She looks over at you. Tell me something. We never had as much time together as I would have liked. I am far busier than my sister was back then. Did you think me just a pilot?
No, ma'am. I thought of you as one of the best, and later, as family.
She puts her hands on her hips. When I was young, in grade school, my nickname was Chili. She chuckled. In high school, they called me the Frost Princess. At the academy, they called me the greatest Frost Princess. After the Archfiend incursion, when political elements deemed the Ariel was not necessary anymore, the Arcane Council called me the Frost Queen. And she smiles. Did you not wonder who sat on the council? Unlike General Lorelei, she reaches her hand out and touches Julius's chest. I need to be in contact with you to read your mind. But I am quite a powerful spellcaster, she looks at that. Growing up, my sister's love was sports, athletics, fighting. Mine was my studies and frost magic. She has a pen in her hand, like that you type on with your wrist computer, and she drops it, and it hits the ground, and oh, Julius clearly, obviously drops it. Julius, would you pick that up for me, dearest nephew?
Julius?
I'm guessing you can think that I can Wi-Fi.
Would you pick that up for me, Julius? She clearly dropped her pen on it.
Of course. And he bends over and picks it up.
She knees you in the gut for 4 points of damage. She's long and slender and beautiful. Lifting her leg up, straddling you across her leg. If Hunk will not do this to you, I will. And she spanks Julius for 5 points of damage across the butt. She lowers her leg and lets Julius go. And lets you stand up, seeing what you're going to do.
Yeah?
Let me tell you something, dearest nephew. Ash, why don't you move away? And she points over.
Yes.
She puts her arms under your arms and pulls your chest into hers and gives you a hug. And you hear her voice is cracking. She says, my family was very, as you feel frost start to form around you, a swirling vortex. Very good to you, young man. You are as a nephew to me. It brings me no joy to discipline or tell you this, as you feel your heart rate start to lower because of the cold. You feel a tear hit your neck from her eyes, and it leaves a burning singe because it's that cold. Cold can feel like, it's burning. And you take more damage from the cone of cold, essentially, around you, or like a remorseless winter, something to that effect. She's pulling you in. It brings me no joy to discipline or tell you this, son. But here in the civilized world, as you could tell, she's crying because she didn't want to have to do this to you. Officers delegate orders, soldiers obey. Parents provide. She pulls you so close that you are freezing. Children show gratitude. You showed little to no gratitude to my sister. How would you feel if you had to bribe somebody with something as contrived as credits for a handheld gaming console to keep them in your life? And then one day, and she starts crying more. She's not angry. She just doesn't want to have to say this to you. You come back with your biological mother. And the tick of the frost damage is going to go off again as the vortex increases. Not that. She's spank you. Now do you understand? You were a poor son. The poorest of the sons. Ash at least showed gratitude. I don't blame you for being raised by a beast in a savage land from my understanding. But you could have at least showed gratitude once. What would you know of a mother or father's love? They gave you that love. They provided it for you, and you showed little to no respect to either of them. In fact, you beat Hunk. And she pulls you close. Your heart rate slows. Your blood freezes. Another tear hits your neck. If you hit him again, I would never harm you. I could never bring myself to harm you. But what I will do is simply ask General Lorelei to put Hunk under my charge and take him from your team. Understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Officers delegate orders, soldiers obey, parents provide. She lets you go. The ice vortex turns the water and splashes all over the floor, covering you and her in water. She wipes a tear from her eye. Children show appreciation. She closes her fist, wiping the tear away from her eye. It brings me no joy to say these things to you, but my family was very good to you. She doesn't say anything.
Thank you for saying it to me.
A father has a right to see his wife and child. She sent Hunk a message through me, and I will not assist you in finding my sister. And she walks out of the room and disappears.
Before you go, he's gonna pick up one of the towels and hand it to her.
She takes it, smiles at you. Don't think less of me, nephews. It's something that needed to be said.
Of course.
And she looks right back at you, Ash. I will know if he lays hands on Hunk again. I will take him from your team. Perhaps have a talk with your little brother. And she walks out of the room.
You know, she's not wrong about either of us. I do need to let you stop trying to protect you at every moment.
Yeah. Just. Yeah.
I put sand on his shoulder. I get it. We both, fucking screw ups, aren't we?
Me a bit more so than you, but.
Nah, just different ways. I'm a almost 40-year-old who just now is starting to act his age.
Lorelai was right there. Isn't any excuse. I wasn't kidding when I said apologies to be made to Lazuli. It was all true, but if we can't find her, we can't find her. That's fine.
No, we'll find her. We need to make them. And not just for you, for her. You need to make them for yourself. I love Lazuli. I never really got to show her just how much I love her. She's really the only mom I've ever had. But you need to make that up with her. More so than anything, because guilt eats at you. More so than anything else. I know you know it, but I don't want you to end up like me. A sorry old man. Old man who gets eaten away at every night.
Yeah.
Hey, I love you, little brother. And I know you can handle this. You're tougher and more resilient up here, taps his head, and in here, taps his chest, than you know. I have said it for years. You are special, and you've got more spirit than anyone I've ever been around. You just gotta realize that.
I'm just. Yeah. Yeah, you're right.
Hey, you've got this. Whenever you're ready to talk to him, go talk to him. Much as I do want to help, she's right. This is for you and him.
Yeah, I got some apologies to make on both fronts.
We both do.
If they can't forgive me, he shrugs.
They'll
I
forgive
get
you. They'll
not a
forgive
very
you.
forgivable person, Ash.
No. You're their son.
I didn't act
You
like
didn't
it
act.
act.
You didn't act like it. But they do love you like one. And parents can forgive almost anything. If... he's gonna kind of just tweak Julius's nose. If you grow up and act like the son that you are, or should be.
I do have to have a talk with Hunk. That one I can try and do right now, but... Well, not right now, I don't know where he is, but... I would...
Curious pulls up his wrist computer showing Hunk making his sleeping bag out in the hall.
Yeah, I'm gonna have a talk with him about that. Is there a open cot, at least in the armory?
Mercurius assures you there is, and he also points to the clock on his wrist computer, and it is now 5:50 p.m.
After.
Yeah.
Mercurius with the mop bucket.
Oh, actually, and he steps closer to the door. That's great. I'm gonna have that talk now, not the important stuff, just the, maybe just the hallway thing.
Right. You do it, and remember, you can do this. You can do whatever you set your mind to, because you are Julius Rainfall. You are the son of Major Lazuli, and Davine, and Captain Hunk. You can do anything. Alright? And he's gonna hug Julius.
Thanks, old man. He's gonna hug him back.
It's alright. You go do that. I'm going to ask Snarf something real quick while you do it.
Alright, have fun. He's gonna walk out into the hallway.
Come here.
Could you ping again? I didn't see.
I'm on the wrong layer. There you go. As you open the door. Oh! Cadet Rainfall. Come to greet me at the door.
Ma'am, how are you?
Good! I'm a little early by a few minutes, but I finished up my duties early. Come, let's eat. And she puts her arm around your shoulder. I'm looking forward to dinner. I haven't eaten all day.
Yes, of course, ma'am.
You're going back in the kitchen with General. What are you asking, Snarf?
Hey, Snarf. Do you have anything that I could do some forging with?
Snarf, take your pick. Captain Icy's got whatever you need in here. And if it's not here, just ask her. Davine's rig is about 75% complete. Jennifer, yeah, we're making great progress.
We got metals that could take being used by Lazuli without deforming too much?
Yeah. Jennifer, I don't see why not. Snarf, yeah.
Good, I've got
What do you want to do?
I'm gonna make her something.
Major Lazuli?
Yeah. There's an old...
Jennifer, what are you gonna make her?
There's an old style of, knuckles that I read about, and I saw them when I was younger. The design is... Well, it was a special type of metal. It was a metal that you could channel magic through. I don't know if that's a thing here, but it was there. And you would channel magic through them, and there'd be little spikes where in between each knuckle, and claws of light would erupt from them. I don't know if that kind of metal exists here, but it used to. I'm gonna make her something in that, make a pair of knuckles in that design.
Snarf, that's a good idea. And Jennifer, yeah, get us the medals.
Yeah, I don't know. You two would probably not know any more than I would, but do you know of anything similar to that? Because if not, I'm just gonna use a high-strength metal.
Jennifer, we could get somebody to enchant the metal to do what you want. Probably our captain.
Yeah, I'd appreciate that.
Jennifer picks up the cube, throws it in the air. What's this thing? Snarf, oh no! Put that down!
That is one of only...
Let's melt this down, Ash!
No. We need that to stay where it is. That is... And he's gonna pick it up and put it back. That is one of 4 keys that are the only things holding the universe level threat that is locked behind that black hole, behind the black hole.
Snarf, given the energy in that thing from the readings I've taken, if we tried to melt it down, I think we might blow up Earth and Gateway, and probably half of Mars.
That sucker makes...
And the moon!
It's Star Children design, Jennifer. That thing...
Oh right, I'll not touch it again.
It's a nerd. You can touch it, you can look at it, just don't take it apart. That thing, the amount... I've seen the readings. The amount of energy makes a mobile suit look like building blocks.
Jennifer, okay, comes out here. I can smell something good, Snarf. Yeah, is it dinner time, man?
Dinner's almost ready, yeah. As he looks-
Jennifer says, you see Lorelai and Julius here.
Oh.
Walking together, she's got her arm around his shoulder. She looks happy. Jennifer, do you want me to do the dishes again tonight, Ash?
No, it's not any time for that. I'm doing them.
Snarf, oh Jesus, oh dear God.
We're gonna have to rearrange that chore chart. I don't want you doing them anymore.
General Lorelai walks up with the head chef. Smells excellent. Lead the way, please. And she smiles at Julie.
Yes, ma'am.
Pleasure to see you, ma'am.
She puts her hand on your shoulder and rubs it. I'm looking forward to dinner tonight.
Yes, ma'am. I'm going to inform you the girls found out about you asking for the thing from Lazuli.
No problem. Have you found something for me?
Hunk says he'll get one for us. Don't know what it is, but he said he'll get something.
I saw him out in the hallway fixing a sleeping bag.
Yes, we're going to go out and get enough furniture for everyone to fix that issue.
Why wouldn't he just sleep in the apartment? Why out in the hall?
To put it simply, he and Lazuli saw Julius as their son, you know this. I love my brother, but he's a disrespectful prick sometimes. And then he brought home a biological mum.
She nods. I didn't pistol whip him for fun. I do agree he's disrespectful at times.
Good kid, he just... Well, like we all do. Even everybody's got things to fix about themselves, right?
Quite so. I wanted to bring Gondar to dinner. I know you two are friends, but he wanted to go out drinking with Reuben, so I come alone.
That's a shame, but your company's pleasure. And of course I'd love to think I'm friends with him. He's a wonderful man. Hard to find someone as altruistic as that.
She gestures to the door she's talking to. I agree. I was attracted to him at a very young age. As she greets everybody, and she comes and sits down right next to Julie.
Ash, I guess, will sit down in the only open spot. Okay,
She looks around the room. Who is doing the serving of the plates?
Me.
Jennifer, I'll do it!
No, you can sit down, Jennifer. I'll do it. And he stands up, gets all the plates, and starts setting them down in front of everyone.
She watches Julius with a smile. I see beads of sweat coming down her forehead.
After serving everyone, he sits down. I made miso maple salmon for you, ma'am.
Smells delicious. She looks down at the plate. May we dig in?
Of course.
She pulls up her fork and knife, takes a bite. Everybody watching her. Swallows it. This is fantastic, Cadet Rainfall.
Thank you, ma'am.
Where did you learn to cook?
It was more of a necessity than anything, I learned like herbs and spices and even alchemical things when I was in the place where I was. So I learned what tasted good, what not to eat, and everything of the sort.
She takes another bite, starts cutting another piece off the fish. Now you're in trouble. Perhaps I'll come up once a week, every week for dinner. She takes another bite. And Jennifer, that'd be great. You should come up every night. As you see Icy continue to sweat.
That'd be great.
Far worse things than such delightful company.
She looks over at Snarf. You're doing better. And he, I am, ma'am. We got Davine's stuff almost done. We're doing fine. Thank you for letting us have Jennifer. I should have helped with the dishes last night too. And she, yes, you should have. Takes another bite.
Although, For your own sake, I'd recommend against coming within the next few days.
She looks over at you. Why so?
Tommy Wiseau is going to be showing up unexpectedly, and I'd hate to drop that on you. He says he'll come over whenever he wants.
Pequod starts laughing. General Lorelei, he is a strange creature. Takes another bite of her salmon and some of the vegetables.
He's a nice man, but a strange creature is an understatement.
Pequod, General Lorelei, I have a question. And she, ask away. What do you think about my own wrestling federation? And you see everybody's face but Jennifer's gets white. I think it's a great idea. General Lorelei, yes, I think you should have your own wrestling federation once you defeat the threat of Tewaz and friends. Puts another piece of salmon in her mouth.
Of course.
General Lorelei looks around the room. I'm surprised you have all this Malcolm memorabilia around. Are you not aware of the Malkiana Jones cosplay agent O is in possession of? As she cuts a big piece off. And Pequod, what?
We're aware of it. We're gonna do him some favors to get it as a gift for her. We were hoping to surprise her with it, ma'am.
Pequod, is it a whole cosplay? Like something somebody made or what he wore in this? And she holds up the disc of the movie.
It's the actual costume.
I want it, Julius, as both General Lorelei and Pequod are staring at you.
I'm working on it, dear.
Quite a demanding little thing, isn't she?
Nothing I can't handle, ma'am.
I hope so. Takes a bite of her food. Pequod, would you like to be in the Wrestling Federation? General Lorelei, no. I am considering starring in Tommy's movie, maybe an extra role.
Delightful, I mean. Having you there would make it easier. Oh gods, I've got to start practicing if I'm going to be in that.
How did you two? She sets her fork down, swallowing some of her salmon. How did you two build a rapport with that strange creature? Do not tell me he was a friend of Malcolm's.
No, it goes back to our headhunter days, ma'am. I don't know if you remember, but we got a mission to go down to a place called Watertown. There were two doppelgangers who, stole important data from SIS. I believe it was for an experimental railgun.
Vaguely.
We were sent to track them down. We ended up bumping into that was the first time we met Tewaz as well. In our investigation, I had a delightful talk with Tommy. He helped us find one of the doppelgangers, actually, unintentionally, but he did. And he kinda, I wouldn't say stood up to, but he showed more balls being around Tewaz than other people would right after Tewaz murdered 3 people.
She eats, one of the vegetables that accompany the meal. Fascinating. I do not enjoy football, or baseball, or soccer. He came into my office the other day with outdated tickets to a San Francisco some football team game and tried to give them to me. Said he was the head coach at one time. She's cutting the salmon.
Yes. Fearless, isn't he? I'm not going to say that that's a bad attribute, but oh boy.
Calls himself the Ragin' Cajun. She's cutting up her salmon. This is excellent.
Oh, Pequod. You got a nice wrestling name to add to your federation.
She smiles. Everybody's eating. Jennifer, this is great. General Lorelei, I think I'll be having seconds, assuming there is second.
Of course, ma'am.
If there's any leftovers, Gondar is a fan of seafood.
Oh, I'll keep that in mind for if he ever comes to us.
I wanted him to come, but he wanted to go out drinking. They're watching early release footage of the Majestic Wrestling Federation. As Pequod starts laughing.
I hate him. Probably more than you, to be fair, ma'am.
Oh, you have every right to.
But better to laugh at it than to wallow in misery about it, I suppose.
Yes, I suppose. I must say, some of the clips I've seen do make me laugh. She looks at Julius and smiles. That forklift clip. Wow. She just...
Yeah. The one vignette of him just... It's like 3 minutes uninterrupted of him just staring at Davine's door in the dark. That... Hilarious in a creepy way, I suppose you could put it.
Yeah. Snarf, yeah, it was something else. The only cool part about being in the Majestic Wrestling Federation was when we did do live shows, I got to leave the ship. But they knew I'd try to run away, so they put an explosive collar on my neck. General Lorelei looks down at him, and if I left the premises of the arena, my head would blow up. And then he starts eating the salmon again.
Every reason to hate him, right?
Gee, yes. Yes, it's a shame he died. Such a shame. Would have made a fine meal for Achilles as she starts making a fist.
No, all due respect, ma'am. If he had survived that, I would have killed him before Achilles got a chance. I get first dibs.
She, rightfully so, you or Julius, or perhaps Julius's mother, as she gestures to Julius.
Actually, Davine gets first dibs.
Yes.
She points up to this Malcolm Flair.
Malcolm Flair, Big M, Malcina.
This
Sean
picture
Bond.
was taken when he saw you recording him outside of your room, from my understanding.
Yes, it was. I think that actually preceded the sledgehammer incident by only a few days, I think.
She takes a drink of water. I spoke with Master Ebenezer today. Apparently, the estimates SIS have given are actually low. The Majestic Wrestling Federation grows somewhere somewhere adjacent to 100 million credits.
Oh, so almost as much as he spent on that Escalade.
Exactly! And do you know where most of those credits now sit? She takes a bite of the...
A few dozen miles underground.
Quite fitting, I'd say.
Blood money buried.
From my understanding, the civilian news networks and stations will be cutting out portions where clearly somebody was murdered.
That's good. That's good. Well, don't worry, I'm assuming, knowing the way businessmen are, they'll probably make a tell-all documentary about it someday where they explain the truth of it.
You'll probably be interviewed. She looks down at Snark. Yo. Well, if they want to talk to me, I'll be there. He looks at you two. You'll probably be interviewed.
Maybe.
Hopefully not.
I mean, at this rate, I'm not gonna have many stories I can tell that everyone doesn't already know.
I'm quite interested to see the ghost ship of the frontier. Many of my rangers are featured prominently in it. Sasha was even interviewed. She points down at the table and Sasha smiles at her, eyes sparkling.
Oh, I heard. It's gonna be great to see Sasha on TV. I've seen footage of her before. The camera really loves her.
It does. It's very much so What is that?
That is me.
That's you, Master Sergeant. Excuse me.
Oh, no offense, ma'am. Yes, that's me before we, got me cleaned up.
I see, yeah, I got him shaved and the haircut, and we came down to see you. And she... Is that why Tommy would like you to play? And she's like squinting at the picture.
Yes, it is.
Pequod, that's lazy eye, Ash. General Lorelei, mm-hmm. Like making fun of him, do you? And Pequod, yeah, that was kind of the beginning of our friendship. Ash always used to talk about airships and seeing them, and oh, it was crazy. I thought he was nuts. General Lorelei just chuckled.
Julie starts to tap his fork on his plate.
Meh. She makes fun of me, don't worry, ma'am. I can take it. And, I'm the godparent to her kids. Devious smile.
General Lorelei, quite an important charge. Cuts some salmon up, bites it, puts her plate to Julius. May I have seconds?
Of course, man. 12. And he stands up and gets her seconds.
She looks down at you, Ash. What about children for you?
I'd love to someday, ma'am. I think children are debatably the most important thing in the world, in the universe, really. They're our future. And this is gonna sound superstitious and spiritualistic, but it's a way to leave a little piece of yourself behind, your soul behind, before you leave this realm.
She nods in agreement, takes a bite of her second helping of salmon. Even better than the first. Chews it. I do agree with that. That's why Gondar and I run the orphanage.
If Saris ever wants to, I'd be happy to raise a family with her.
We are fighting for the future. Starts cutting her salmon more. Saris, yeah! After everything, I'm not interested right now. General Lorelei, that's probably for the best, given this... What is it Ash always says? The severity of the threat. This food just has my mind blown as she's looking down at the salmon.
Yes, ma'am. Wonder what that would be like. A vampire having a kid with a half-elf.
General Lorelei, trailblazer. Won't be the first one, most likely.
Oh, I mean, my exceptional wife. Well, the best at everything I've ever seen her do. Looking at her just like, you know, if it were an anime, you'd see like the hearts floating off of him. Amazing in every way.
So you do hear, as Saris says, I love you. As she says that, you hear a knock at the door. You hear Mercurius going to get the door. And Mercurius comes to the entrance of the kitchen. And rounding the corner is your delivery from Tommy.
Oh, hello, you must, is this the delivery from Tommy?
Make way, I got cakes here and... Oh, motherfucker.
Oh, let me help you, sir, please.
Oh, get out of my way, motherfucker. As General Lorelei sets down her silverware and stares up at him.
Steps out of the way, okay.
Oh, he comes in here, looks around, looking for Julius Rainfall and Patricia Rico. I don't fucking know, mother. And he sees Julius and stops. You. And you see General Lorelei look at him and then look at you, Julius.
Oh, Saint Guillotine.
General Lorelei, Saint Guillotine, you say, and turns to stare at him. He doesn't say anything. He's just looking at you, shocked.
He stands up and walks over. So you have our cakes for us.
He walks over here, setting the cake down. You're the kid who helped me kill my son. General Lorelei. Excuse me?
Yes, the domestic menace, the one who was gonna blow up that mall.
General Lorelei, how colorful. Saint Guillotine setting down the cakes. He's back.
Oh, but if I remember correctly, he got vaporized.
Yeah, he did. But that motherfucking menace needs to be killed by my motherfucking... You hear General Lorelei clearing her throat at every curse word. By my motherfucking hands. I didn't fucking know it, motherfucker! And he's back and stronger than ever. He's absorbed the power of Stonehenge. He is the royal heir of Stonehenge. As General Lorelei...
Well, we can talk about this more when we go down to Tommy's restaurant next. I do have to help him come up with some recipes.
I left my damn holy mask, holy kitchen sink pipe. I don't even know where my shield is. I need these things back. As Pequod just looks down at the table, not saying anything, trying not to laugh. This is our last chance. He's a threat to the world.
Of course, I'll try to get them back.
He's been firing off fireworks down in Michigan non-stop. He raided his cousin's panty drawer. General Lorelei.
Let's talk about this more when we go down to Tommy's restaurant. Yes?
Well, we gotta talk about it now. Here, let me sit down and eat with you.
There are people who may not have the clearance for that type of thing in the room, my saint. You wouldn't want this kind of thing getting out and panicking the populace. We should talk about it in a secured location.
He's terrorizing Garden City as we speak. We need to do something now.
We do.
The police can't stop him.
We do. We need to stop it, but think about this. Do you want there to be panic in the streets, people running away and making it even harder to stop him?
Where's that blonde woman that helped us beat him last time?
We're looking for her right now. We'll
Oh,
track her.
motherfucker!
We'll track her down, but come, my saint.
If I gotta reach out to the neo-Nazis again, I don't know what I'm gonna do. General Lorelei's hand hits the table.
Come now, sir. Please. We need to talk about this in a secure location.
You see Pequod taking pictures of him as Saris gets up and kind of helps him out of the room in his disheveled, nervous state.
It's alright, my friend. We will stop this threat, but we need to discuss our plans in a place where the menace can't hear them.
Okay, well, when are you guys coming down to the fucking restaurant? I'm getting sick of this.
Very soon. We'll be there within the coming days.
Have you seen Tanner?
No, not yet. What the hell?
Alright, I gotta get out of here. I'm losing it. That laugh wasn't from me. Ever since I lost my artifacts, it's been all downhill.
Right, of course. We will help you. But go, get some rest for the coming battle.
Mercurius looks at you and shrugs, and then looks back at John, and then over to you.
Go, my friend. Rest. Get ready, for soon we will engage in glorious combat.
Mercurius, just your wrist computer. He doesn't say it aloud, but expedite his exit from the apartment, sir. He sends you a message.
Nods.
You see, Sekiti, you don't understand. He's absorbed the power of Stonehenge. We gotta go now. As he's screaming and pushing John out of the
Slumps down in his chair. I haven't had to play mediator like that since Malcolm tried to, since I had to talk Davine down from ripping Malcolm's head off after he raided her panty drawer.
General Lorelei, I see you've been dealing with freaks for a long, long time. That's another piece of salmon looking at Julia.
Julius's hands are on his face as he sits back down. Yes, ma'am.
Tell me of this domestic menace. Tell me the tale. And Pequod, yes!
It was when we were having dinner with Master Yen, when we were first being scouted for the Arcane Council. I was sending Pequod somewhere because I was buying her ring so I could propose. And then we ran into Saint Guillotine and the Domestic Menace fighting. We stopped the fight momentarily because I managed to hold him back. And then Lazuli came out, and after he revealed a bomb, told me to fly him up. I did, and she vaporized him.
General Lorelei, a good mother, for sure, smiles at you. It would appear that the threat has returned. She chuckles and takes another bite of salmon, and I see. Actually, Julius, when Julius was learning how to drive, and Hunk was teaching him and Ash, Julius almost hit the Saint with his car.
Yep.
And Leslie threw him in a dumpster, apparently. General Lorelei starts laughing.
Yeah.
Quite a way to build a friendship, almost run over a saint. She eats a green bean.
Was he the saint at that point?
Yeah, he was always the same.
That's right. He had a. We have the artifacts. His helmet is an umpire's mask. An umpire or catcher's? I'm not good on baseball. Apologies, ma'am. Spray painted white with a cross on the forehead of it, and a a kitchen sink pipe that, excuse me, has a crucifix attached to it via duct tape.
Pequod, he also had like a robe with a big white robe with a big black cross down the back, a white t-shirt with a spray painted cross, white sweatpants and sneakers, and a shield with Jesus' face on it. General Lorelei, you all had some fun times back in the Headhunter.
You could say that, ma'am. That was a very special day for Pequod and Julius. They got to see that show, got those holy artifacts, and then got engaged.
Yeah, it was the best day of my life.
General Lorelei, just a promise ring. I read your mind. And takes another bite of salmon.
Yeah, it was originally meant to be a promise.
Pequod, well, that would have been good too. I got what I wanted in the end. She smiles and looks at Julius. General Lorelei, Major Lasley knew what was best for you.
As always.
And let's be honest, a promise ring, it's an engagement with extra steps.
Gondar was too afraid to propose to me. She takes a bite of some like garlic bread or something icy made for a garnish or something.
I can imagine, ma'am. The heart
Good.
and soul of Earthgov, beautiful woman. No, not trying to overstep my bounds, ma'am. Of course he would be.
A benefit to being able to read one's mind. I could tell it was on his mind, so I just proposed to him. As she chuckles, and I see that kind of like Hunk and Lasley. She can't read his mind, but we all knew. She just shrugs.
Everyone knew.
He wasn't good at hiding it.
At this time, Hunk comes into the kitchen. Aye! Ma'am, salutes her, and we're off duty. Sit and eat. Relax, please. Just do not let Saint Guillotine back on the premise. And Hunk, alright, I gotta take my food to go. Grabs a plate, icy. Now? You wanna, yep, gotta go, see ya! We're gonna go eat out in the hallway. And she watches him leave. And
Awkward, ma'am.
perhaps we send him back to Major Lasley.
I'm gonna talk with him, ma'am. I don't know if it'll solve everything, but
What exactly is his problem? Shall I chase him outside and read that mind of his?
well, ma'am, as you know, I wasn't the best son to either Hunk or Lasley. Major Lasley, sorry. And when I brought back my biological mother, it made things very awkward.
Take him to a sporting event. I can tell he likes sports. Most men do.
Do you think that would work for the two of us?
She takes a bite of salmon. Perhaps. I do think you should talk to him. A son should speak to their father without berating them or hitting them. As she starts cutting her salmon faster, belittling them. Looks up at you and blinks blankly.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sure you've already been told, but parents provide. Takes a bite of salmon. Children show gratitude.
Yes, I was told that.
She chuckles. Quite the dangerous woman, Suletta is.
I always wanted to ask her, but is she also a blood hunter?
Indeed, Order of the Ghost Slayer. Her and Major Lasley. She's gone far beyond a blood hunter. She was on the Arcane Council for a time as she's playing with some of the vegetables on her plate. EarthGov deemed the Ariel not needed after the Archfiend incursion, because politicians are idiots. I personally think all mobile suits should be ready to go. The problem is risking pilots' lives training them on them. That I'm not comfortable doing. Potentially sending people to their deaths just to get in the cockpit of something. You would know of that. And she points over at Ash. A great risk.
Very much. I mean, I was compatible, and the hardest part for me was getting it through my skull that it's not me controlling the suit. It's more of a dance, ma'am. It takes two to dance, right?
I think given enough screening and searching for candidates, we could have every mobile suit ready to go. After the Archfiend incursion, political elements deemed the Ariel wasn't needed. So your Auntie Suletta sat on the Arcane Council for a time. She's quite adept with frost magic. And Icy nods her head because Icy knew. Pequod, what?
Yeah, she is.
Sasha, since when? Saris, I knew.
Oh,
We
good.
found out recently.
General Lorelei takes a bite of salmon. Never inquired about your auntie. Never wanted to get to know her. Treat her like you would treat an aunt.
She
I
wasn't.
always did, but she wasn't really around to ask.
And when she was,
Did
you should
they-
value the few times you had with her. Wouldn't it make sense? As you see her playing with like a piece of cauliflower with her finger.
I didn't really want to. What's the word for it?
Impose?
Not over exert, maybe, with questions.
She picks up the piece of cauliflower with her finger, puts it in her mouth, chews it, wipes her finger. You have trouble expressing yourself? However, you were good enough at expressing yourself to find your way into General Rico's daughter's pants. She starts laughing, and Pequod Chuck starts laughing at the top of her lungs. I think your mind was just in other places as well. You are much younger.
Yes, ma'am.
The problem is, and believe me, I know, and she's looking you right in the eyes. And then she looks over the whole table. I've watched many friends die. Dying on the field of battle is one thing. It's ugly and brutal. That being said, dying of old age, withering away, I would say that's far worse. You should value any time you have with anybody, including your auntie or Major Lasley, because when they're gone, and she looks at you, they are gone forever. Take it from somebody who's went to a lot of funerals. 700 years. I have lost more friends than I care to count. You can tell she's sad. And most of them weren't on the field of battle. Imagine watching your friends wither away. Cancer, Alzheimer's, there's only so much magic and technology can do. One day, Major Lasley will be dead. One day, Suletta will be dead. Don't want to go the rest of your life with regrets. Not being able to say goodbye. She takes a bite of salmon. I don't say this to be mean, I say it from the expert. 700 years, Julius, and she puts her hand on your hand.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for the advice.
I used to think it was a blessing, my long-lived life. The more friends that disappeared, the worse it got. I will probably be here long after my husband. I'll always be a part of EarthGov. I don't want to lead the Rangers forever. She looks over at Sasha with a big smile. But in some capacity, I'll always be here. But knowing you're going to outlive your husband for a long time, swap husband for mother, your shoes, not good. She's looking at her index finger.
Yes, ma'am.
You should be kinder to the individuals that are important to you. You two are excellent to these women. Right, Ash? She looks over at Ash.
Treat them like queens, ma'am.
Good. You should be excellent to them. You should... It's not my place to say, however, I will say. You should have been... All you had to do was get a card! I can't believe you didn't even get a Mother's Day card!
I know, ma'am. Another regret to add to the pile, ma'am.
Yes, but these regrets can be thrown out the window. We just have to find that woman. She's shaking her hand. I'll find her.
Thank you.
If we could just get to Hunk. And she looks out the door of the kitchen, but I don't want to impose on him. He's been through a lot.
Agreed. He's having a hard day. Hard time, not just day.
Why did? She looks at her hand, closes it, opens it. Why did you bring your mother back? You reconciled your issues with her?
Yes, I did.
She nods. That's not an easy thing to do. I am proud of you, especially given the nature of what went on between the two of you.
Yeah,
That takes more guts than running into a machine gun.
it wasn't easy, and he starts rubbing his arm. But we had so much damn time on that ship, there was nothing else to do, really.
It's good that you did. It did make things awkward bringing her back, but I think maybe had you been better children, it might have been better.
Something we're looking to fix.
She scratches the back of her head. I can't imagine being in Major Leslie's shoes. I heard she had to bribe you with a game man to keep you in EarthGov. And Pequod, what?
He could have just asked me to stay, and I would have.
Pequod, wait a minute, what bribing of a game man? And General Lorelei snaps her fingers and Pequod blinks and... I'm sorry, I missed that. What did you say? And Lorelei smiles at you.
Julie's just like a little bow to her.
General Lorelei, I hear you want an Escalade, Patricia. Pequod, absolutely. If Malcolm can have one, why can't I, Julius?
I'll see what I can do, dear.
Saris looks over at Lorelei. So what's gonna happen? We're gonna win. And General Lorelei nods. What's gonna happen to the squad after General Lorelei? Hard to say. I don't know. You're the only Arcane Council squad. That will be up to you. All of you. Sasha has time to grow. Years. And like it or not, I'm going to cheat and extend her lifespan. The Rangers will need her years to come. That being said, EarthGov needs at least one Arcane Council strike squad. When you succeed, not if, when, I will recommend that of gods of this moment, as she's looking over at Pequod, stay together. She shrugs and takes a bite of salmon. I think that would be best for everybody.
Thank you.
Somebody has to raise these children. She takes another bite of salmon. The bigger the family, the better.
I mean, yes, we're raising... well, first off, 2 of the heirs to EarthGov, right? I wouldn't be surprised to see these 2 be even better than their grandfather in every way. No, disrespect meant, of course.
General Lorelei, why did you name her Leslie? If you weren't that fond of Major Leslie, she looked like confused.
What? I loved Major Leslie. Like I said, if she just asked me to stay, I would have.
Oh. Perhaps you should have told her that. Let me tell you something, Julius. She sets her fork down. True strength puts her hand on your chest. This is where your heart is. I can feel it beating. True strength comes from here. You and your wife love to mock Ash, and I quite enjoy some of it from what I've read your minds. I think it's wonderful. But Ash is able to effectively express himself. Gods, if this moment. As she looks over at Ceres, true strength comes from here. The expression of one's heart and soul. You'd best learn that if you wish to find Major Leslie. As I said, you were able to express yourself well enough to create that beautiful child over there. As Pequod has a big grin on her face.
Yes.
Apply yourself, and we will find Major Leslie. I take it as an insult if I can't find that woman.
Yes, ma'am. I will apply myself.
All you have to do is tell them exactly how you feel about them. She shrugs and keeps eating.
Ash is going to very, very quietly whisper to Sasha, "Did she just say something nice about me?"
Sasha! Yeah. See? She's actually nice. Just don't make any of us wash the dishes tonight,
Never would. God. Yeah. Lots of things to fix. But we have some. I was gonna say all the time in the world, but like you said, we don't. But we have the chance now.
Yes, we do. You hear footsteps coming the stairs.
Speaking of which,
You see Mercurius here at the door with his hands up. And then you see a saber go right up to his eye. On his head. Out of my way, robot. He stands out of the way and salutes. Snarf looks at General Lorelei. Oh god. Get behind me, ma'am. Whatever. And she looks down at him. She's sitting and he's still shorter. Right. She comes in the room. Ash.
hello, ma'am.
You fucked up for the last time. Jennifer's going to grab the baby and go over here and turn her back. Sunny's going to move out of the way. She presses you into the room, walking forward with the saber to your chest. General Lorelei, do events like this happen every day in this apartment? Looks at you, Julie.
Yeah, every day.
She looks up at Commander Integra. Commander Integra, you fucked up. My medication is working properly. She makes a fist. I'm back to my old self. Now it's time to pay the piper, Ash.
I think it is. It's good to see you again. Back to your old self.
General Lorelei, do you see Ceres sitting there? She looks down at Ceres, looks up at Ash. He's fooled her again! Pulls out the pistol, grabs Ash's hair, puts the pistol in your mouth. This is for everything you... General Lorelei snaps her fingers and freezes Commander Integra. Stands up. Honestly, how do you have a decent dinner with between that neo-Nazi saint man and this going on? And Snarf, it can be hard sometimes. Looks down at you.
Yeah, don't I know it?
Pulls the gun out of his mouth. Yeah. It doesn't happen every night, but...
She fixes her coat. Time to reprimand this issue. Walks up behind Commander Integra, grabs her shoulder, turns her around and snaps her finger. And Commander Integra, Ranger General, I need you to help me arrest Ash. How dare you pin a cadet badge on him? He shouldn't have that. She grabs her head. Quiet now. You see her head glow, and her hand and her eyes are glowing on Commander Integra's head. And General Lorelei says, you were lied to by a beast and a fool of an officer who is dead. Think about it. You see Commander Integra's eyes rolling back into her head. Do you think that man would be dumb enough to give up something as good as Ceres? What other woman could put up with him? He talks too much, he's smug and posh, and he likes to play games in the shadows. As Commander Integra is having the truth revealed to her. That being said, he's a decent man, all things considered. if he just stops and she's looking at you, playing in the shadows like a little kid, still holding Commander Integra's head. He was as a son to you once. He shall be as a son to you again by your own choosing. Lets go of her head, turns her towards you, and she... Ash?
Hello, Mom.
You didn't?
No. I would never dream of it.
She looks stunned. Forgive me, Ash. She hugs you.
He's gonna hold her. I have nothing. You have nothing to apologize for.
I do. I've held nothing but hatred for you for years.
I should have fought harder to come see you and set it straight. I should have...
What happened to you? You look horrible.
Malcolm was a horrid man, ma'am. 20 years on the frontier. Or 20 months. 20 months on the frontier. Bread, water, and potatoes for food. It was horrible.
You see Sasha crying. And Pequod trying to fight back crying. Saris too, Sunny too, Jennifer turns around with the baby. This is great! I see, wipes a tear away from her eye. You see Commander Integra hugging you, but she's looking at her hand behind your shoulder, and she... Was it just a lucid dream? And General Lorelei puts up her finger. In fact, it wasn't. Let her go, Ash.
He lets her go?
About face, Commander Integra. She's in full military dress. General Lorelei, your noble subordinates, some in life and death, were loyal to you towards the end. I'll be taking this. She takes her commander rank off of her uniform. You will probably not be getting this back. Commander Integra looks shocked. Did I really hurt it? What happened to Maine? She turns around, looks at Ash and Julius. Hamer? Contry!
You hurt Maine and Hamer. Contry's fine.
What of Rob?
He got hurt too, ma'am.
What of the headhunters? And General Lorelei disbanded. Where's Major Lazuli? She's looking around. I need her!
Gone.
Hunk?
He's around. I believe in the hallway somewhere.
I really hurt. She puts her hand over her mouth. Indeed, allow me to show you. And she grabs Commander Integra's head. Feel their pain. And she's seeing everything she did from a lucid perspective. So instead of seeing Ash stepping on a claymore, she sees poor Rob. She sees Tom fall through the pitfall trap on the heliport. She lets her head go and puts the commander insignia in her breast pocket and looks at Commander Integra. It's all true. She sits back down. Problem solved, Ash. Commander Integra falls into Ash's chest. No!
Yes. He's gonna carry her back and set her in the chair where they were sitting.
Fix
down.
her a plate to eat, Julius. General Lorelei points at Julius.
Yes, ma'am. He stands up and starts fixing her plate.
What is all this? Who? Ash?
We'll explain in due time. Right now, you need time to come down. Your mind is still settling. It's all right.
Hunk comes back in the room with a plate. Wondered if there was a... He sees Commander Integra. Ricardo. And Sasha, Ricardo? Oh, that is his name! She speaks up. My dearest Hunk, and she gives him a hug, and Hunk looks at you guys. What the hell?
Julius just points over to Lorelei.
General Lorelei waves at Hunk. He nods his head respectfully at her. I really did all those heinous things?
Yes, ma'am. You did.
General Lorelei takes a bite of salmon. Most of your staff are still here on Gateway. Dr. Contry rolled into my rangers. She provides therapy for Ash, Julius, Snarf when he's not drinking. Snarf, I gave it up once Jennifer came on board. General Lorelei, very good. A noble reason. Commander Integra looks at Hunk, grabs his gas mask, looks at you, Ash. What have I done?
You made some mistakes, ma'am. You weren't
Consumed by guilt over something you couldn't confirm as true. As General Lorelei cuts another piece of salmon. Sorry, Ash, go ahead.
I was going. You're not wrong, ma'am. The issues you were having don't excuse them, but we're gonna work to atone for them. Right, ma'am?
General Lorelei puts some salmon in her mouth. And should you atone for them, I'll return your commander rank to you. We need the headhunters. She points her fork at. Commander Integra, let me sit down.
Go ahead, ma'am.
He sits down. They're all still here on Gateway.
Many of them, yes.
I wish to go see them. So, whose child is that?
Me and Peapods.
She slams her hand on the desk. By God! Bring that thing over here as Jennifer brings in the... What a beaut.
We have another on the way.
Pequod lifts her hoodie. Is that a Gods of This Moment military hoodie?
Yeah.
Pequod, you're back! Commander Integra. Yes. I had a horrible dream about blowing up the pantry. General Lorelei. That's because you did. And Commander Integra's face goes white.
Like I said, a lot to atone for.
Blew up the pantry. Set up a pitfall trap. Shot Sergeant Hamer in the leg as Commander Integra's face gets whiter and whiter. I need to be taken down there. Not tonight. But I need to... You'll take me, Ash.
Anything.
Please.
Gladly, ma'am.
Hunk, well, gotta go. I'm out of here. And she come back. Where's he going? It feels like it's been lifetimes since I've seen any of you people. Who are you? And she points and says, and who is this beautiful girl?
We'll explain everything. That's Sunny and that's Jennifer.
It's as if I was lost in a lucid dream of hatred.
Yeah. It's okay. We'll get you straight. We just need to,
Where are my grandchildren? She looks over at you.
That's gonna come later. Gets like bright red looking over at Lorelei. That'll come later, ma'am. We have work to do. We'll explain everything, alright?
Fine. Who made this salmon? It looks... You see her hand shaking. Delicious. Julius! My Julius! She doesn't push the baby. What happened to you? Grabs your face.
Just... Some bad things happened on that ship.
Please forgive me as she hugs you. It was my ranting to High Command about you two that got you in that horrible situation.
Julius completely hugs her back and even squeezes her a little. It's okay, ma'am. You don't need to apologize for anything.
You see her let the hug go. She takes off her glasses, even though she does wear an eye patch now. She looks up at the... Who? Is that the man that told... Who the hell? And she points...
Yes, we'll explain, ma'am. You just need to settle down. Your mind is still settling.
That's Malcolm Flair. General Lorelei takes a bite of salmon. The owner of the Majestic Wrestling Federation? Majestic Wrestling Federation? Who are you? And Snarf, ma'am. Alpha 9 engineer. And she shakes his hand. Pleasure to meet you. Looks over at Jennifer. Come here, young girl. Gives her a hug. I don't know you, but if you're among my family, then your family to... Oh, God! What happened to your eye,
It got messed up by Malcolm, ma'am.
Hit with a plate. General Lorelei takes a bite of garlic bread. The world needed only one Big M, Integra. She turns around. What? You've missed a lot. I suggest tuning into the local news station. I will. We need the headhunters back. Yes? And General Lorelei, that's what I said. Well, we'll get to that. How is Raven Rock? Who's tending to it now?
No one.
No one? Not even a small guard detail?
It isn't an official military base anymore, ma'am.
We should go. She looks around. Fetch my coat, Mercurius! He comes in and shakes his head no at her. And what's this? And General Lorelei, you no longer have any rank over him. She's rubbing her finger on the table. And fine. Ash, fetch my coat. We'll go see Major Lazuli. To the bunker! She tries to walk out of the room.
He's gonna grab her. No. She's not there. We're trying to find her, but she's gone. We're going to sit down, we're going to eat, and you're going to settle down, alright? You need time before we do anything, alright?
She turns to General Lorelei, clicks her heels together and stands at attention. General Lorelei gestures with her hand and stands up. Yes? Please accept these. Shakily hands her handgun to General Lorelei and the saber in the other hand as my resignation. And they're shaking in her hands, and General Lorelei, you may keep your sidearms. Amend for your mistakes. She sits back down, and please sit down next to Ash and eat. He's not the only one that needs to eat. Look at you. Commander Integra looks down at herself. Amend for your mistakes, and I will restore your rank. Mercurius pulls out her chair and she sits down, looking at the baby. I like to think I played a part in that. And she points to her. And Pequod, yeah, you did.
Mm-hmm. Allowing them to keep me up for many nights.
It was for their own good. You don't know how much sleep I lost I would argue with myself at nights over these two. I wanted to tell Julius whose daughter she was, but at the same time, as she starts laughing.
So,
How did you find out, Julius, as Sasha starts laughing?
Well, I was trying to figure out her ring size. I pulled Sasha aside and asked her about it. She said, oh, is that an engagement ring? I said, no, it's a promise ring. I'm gonna ask her parents for permission first. Even though I don't know who her parents are, and that's when I learned. And then I threw up in a trash can.
Pequod starts laughing. I see. Yeah, Laz didn't know until Pequod swiped the card at the mall the day you guys were learning to drive. And Pequod, yeah, that's right. She saw me swipe and saw my last name, and then she became very protective over me, even more so.
Yeah, it explained a lot when I first learned about it.
It explains things like making unauthorized stops with one's vertibird as General Lorelei takes a bite of salmon in Japan. Spending money from Raven Rock's budget on Japanese soda as you see Pequod start to sweat.
Jennifer, hey! And he stands up. Have my seat.
Jennifer, no, I'm fine back here. It's nice.
No, please, sit down. I'm the one who should be standing.
General Lorelei, please, I was enjoying your company, Julius. And she gestures the...
Okay. He sits back down.
Pequod, yeah, I had a rebellious teenage phase at the age of 20. General Lorelei says, well, cutting the last piece of salmon, not cutting it, putting it on the fork, I think motherhood helped you grow up. And she bites the fish. Besides, Major Lazuli was quite fond of those Japanese snack foods from what I remember her telling me. She would always tell me Commander Integra, I remember always talking about Ash and Julius and little Patricia following them around like a lost kid.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it was cute.
Commander Integra, those were the days. Those were the days. As she looks down at her food, pushes the plate away. Those were the good old days. She looks up at the ceiling. You are young. You're still handsome, but healthier. Young, healthy, full of energy and fun. Those were the... And she starts to cry.
Yeah.
Major Lazuli was here. I remember she'd show up at the base and people would freak out. I knew she wouldn't hurt anybody, but even I got scared. As Sasha starts rubbing her back. Where has she gone? And Pequod, Julius ruined everything. And Icy just glares at her.
No, it's fine. I ruined everything.
Pequod, we're gonna find her. Maybe you could help us. And Commander Integra, how? She's wiping tears away from her eyes. She's looking around, how? And Pequod, I don't know.
I don't know. We can figure it out. We just need to find her.
She's disappeared. Completely.
Off the radar.
She starts thinking, did she go off to fight archfiends or something in the galaxy?
No more. Avoid us.
Understandable, Ash, but where could she have gone exactly? Was she deployed on combat? General Lorelei, she retired. And General Lorelei takes the last bite of some green bean on her plate or something. Commander Integra, Lazuli retiring. Sasha, she has a kid named Flying Baby with Hunk. Commander Integra, Flying Baby? Looks around confused.
It's a baby who can fly. His real name is Julius.
She stares blankly at you. That is sweet.
Yeah, very, very sweet. And as he looks down at his plate.
She leans over to you, Ash, holding your hand. Does the baby actually fly?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, have you seen it?
Yes, ma'am.
I wanted to see it. I always hoped Hunk and her would end up together.
When we find her, you will.
What do we need to find her? She lets go of your hand and looks around the room. I'm ready to work. Let's work. I've been in a lucid nightmare for, God, no, 2.5, I don't even know. What do we need to find her? And General Lorelei just looks at her plate, sets the fork on it. Excellent meal, Julius, and smiles at you.
Thank you, ma'am. He looks over at Integra. We would need something close to her, a memento, something that she would hold a lot of emotional attachment to. Something like a wedding ring, a photo of a close friend, that kind of thing.
She strokes her chin. She never was good at showing her emotions. I can't think of anything. Pequod head slumps into her shoulder.
Hunk said he might be able to find something.
Where is Hunk? She looks over her shoulder. Get him in here. I love you two like children, but Hunk was my first, you understand.
Of course, give him some space. He's going through a lot of rough times right now.
Fine. Well, I need to make amends. Immediately. She looks over at General Lorelei's plate. Allow me to begin the dishes. She stands up and starts collecting them. General Lorelei has a big smile on her face.
Allow me to help you, Mom.
Fine, fine. Take the silverware. I'll take the plates. She takes Julius's plate.
Julius stands up. Allow me to take the plates. Ma'am, you need...
No, no, no. I'll take it, boy.
Ma'am, please.
General Lorelei grabs your wrist. Not hard, just let her. You did the cooking. Allow Ash to do the cleaning.
Of course.
It's good for her. And Commander Integra, I was always a productive woman. Young child, move please. And she starts washing the dishes with Ash. Ash, this is wonderful. Do I get to stay here?
Yes. Yes, you do, ma'am.
Am I part of Alpha 9, as it's called? And Pequod, Alpha 9, gods of this moment, we have you a jacket. We were just waiting till you got better. Yeah, well then I'll stay on in a civilian capacity. Somebody needs to tend to the child. She points.
Takes a village, right?
It does. We'll raise. Dear God, she is the future of EarthGov. She has soap on her hands, covering her mouth.
Yes, they are.
General Lorelei looks at Julius. Perhaps you should go talk to, Hunk? Or not?
Maybe Wi-Fi problems.
Could be. Well, Saris is most definitely gonna give her mom a hug.
It is good to have you back.
Gee, good to be back. Looks at both of you. How long were you two separated?
2 years.
Dear Lord. That man kept you on the frontier all that time.
He kept us out there 20 months out of 24.
And he is done now, dead.
Gone.
Lucky for him. If I had gotten my hands on him for lying alone about something so why would he lie?
He hated me.
I see he really hated Ash. As she pulls up the video of the chainsaw and Commander Integra. I remember seeing that on the news. The robot would make me watch the news with him, confined to that room upstairs.
Yes. Well. No, 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 no! Ash! Chainsaw starts up. Yeah. They don't show it, but he actually got me with it.
My poor boy. She looks at you.
Hey, I'm alive and he isn't. I won.
Thank God. She looks over at Julius. We need to get... He is an excellent cook from what I can smell. I will clear my plate later. Allow me to finish the dishes, then I'll eat and do my dish. But who is going to train you two if Major Lazarly's gone?
Commander Jiren.
Commander Jiren.
Fine. Excellent. Excellent. I look forward to seeing him. General Lorelei looks at Julius. Perhaps you should go talk to Hunk now.
Yes, I was planning on it. Thank you, ma'am. And he...
Thank you for the excellent meal. I'll be coming up more. She has a big smile on her face.
Good.
Well,
Oh, you go, Julius.
well, I'm looking forward to it. And he bows to her. Walks over, gives little Lazuli a kiss on her head, and Pequod a kiss, and then walks to Hunk.
As you're leaving, you hear Pequod. Next time you come, we can watch this. It's Melkiana Jones and the Last Crusade. And General Lorelei. Melkiana Jones and the Last Crusade.
Yes, ma'am.
Commander Integra. Melkiana Jones, you say?
Again, we'll explain it all, but before we must give you some dessert, ma'am. I mean, Tommy Wiseau was so nice to set so much up.
Yes, Ash. Serve dessert. Start with icy and down the line.
Well, very well. And he's gonna start asking them what each of them want and serving it.
They tell you, you serve it. General Lorelei, tell me, did that lazy-eyed man send up coconut cream pie?
Why, by just the coincidence, I believe he did.
Give me one for now and one for the road, please.
Of course.
Julius, before we wrap, I'll put a bow tie here if we can. Julius is going out. You gotta find Hunk out in the fucking hallway.
Yeah, that's where he's heading.
Alright, so I'm gonna put you off the map up here. I'm just gonna say you're in the hallway. Outside. And if you've wondered where Rocco's been, he's been out in the hallway, and you see Hunk has a camera set up, and so survival in a hallway, and he looks over his shoulder down at Rocco, ugh, and he cut and then turns the camera off. Yeah,
I would like to talk with you.
can't you see I'm filming a show here? This is very important. It's a survival show. I do this in my time away from your godforsaken mother.
Well, we can agree that she is godforsaken.
I was hoping, actually. He gestures down to Rocco. He's a good dog. I was kind of hoping I could take him Earthside and film my show, and then I plan not to come back. What are they gonna do? Throw me in jail? He laughed. So can I have him?
I'm gonna have to say no on that one, sir.
I understand. He's a good dog. Patricia probably wouldn't know what to do without him. I'll have to get my own. By the way, he looks around. Anyway, you can pull a string or two with General Lorelei and get me a shuttle off the station down Earthside. I can't take the Nova because I don't plan on coming back. But if one day I'll have my survival show on the news or on TV. If Malcolm can go viral, then so the fuck can I.
Julius tightens his fist and then lets it go out of her nervousness. He would like you to stay with us.
He looks down at Rocco. Don't get me wrong, it's not that bad, but your mother's nice and all, but I didn't know. Maybe I knew what I was signing up for, but try to put yourself in my shoes. It's awkward. That and just, I don't know if I'm cut out for fighting this cult monsters, stuff like that. But if I have my survival show with the cameras, Icy got me this camera for Father's Day a couple years ago.
Julius closes his eyes. I'm so sorry.
He tilts his head. It's a good camera. There's nothing to be sorry about. It cost her thousands of credit. I actually got 4 or 5. Even Pequod bought me one.
I never treated you well. I didn't even get you a present.
It's okay. Get your mom a present. He puts his finger up, not Leslie. The fucking Davine or whatever the fuck. Get her a present. Buy her I don't know what your mother would like. She's a nice woman, but hard to shop for, I imagine.
I don't even know what she likes. We reconciled, but I still don't know too much about her.
She told me you guys been through a lot together. Bloodhunter, you told us a long time ago. Had to be awkward. As he looks down at the sleeping bag. Nicole got me the sleeping bag too. It actually has built-in heating layer, so you can survive out in the Arctic. My plan was to go back to the bunker and do my first show down in the Arctic tundra around Lasley's place. Because then I could pretend like I'm out there, but actually sleep in the bunker.
You know you're always going to be my real father, right?
He looks down at the camera. I guess. Didn't do a good job at showing it.
I know. I should have been better. It's... You... Damn it. And he takes a deep breath. I love you, okay? I love you a lot, and I just can't show it well. I didn't show it well. Those are all excuses. I don't know what to say and why I didn't do it. And he starts to tear up and he turns around. Nah. And he turns back around to face him. Nah, I'm showing all this. I was a terrible son to both you and Leslie, and then I brought Davine back because just a damn idiot who doesn't know how to do this kind of thing, and I hit you, and I'm sorry.
He walks up and gives you a hug. You'll always be my son. And between you and me, when it comes between you and Ash, my favorite. Nicole, my first, but between the boys, you're my favorite. He gives you a big hug, tightens the hug. It's alright, son. You had a rough upbringing from what your mother's told me.
He gives him the tightest hug he can and buries his face into his shoulder. Thank you.
He rubs the back of your head. You're welcome. Part of being a man is showing our feelings. It's awkward and hard for some of us. You think it's hard for you? Why do you... I've hide behind this goddamn mask for all these years. That being said, if you'd like to be a true son, I would like to get my survival show off the ground.
You know, after all is said and done with the cult and everything, Pequod is gonna try to do a wrestling thing. Maybe in the off hours, we can have something.
Well, I was thinking we could go on a camping trip now that we got all the girls back. Maybe before you and Ash go to train with Jiren. And, well, we should film the first episode there. Me, you, Snarf. We can even have Ash in the background.
That sounds like a perfect idea.
Then that's what we're gonna do. He pulls you in closer, and we gotta bring the dog. This Les Stroud guy had a whole episode with dogs. We can actually watch his show. I have all the episodes downloaded.
Julius just doesn't say anything and smiles at him.
We can go to a baseball game. This will be great. But by the way, I really don't know. As you're walking back into the apartment, I really don't know where Leslie is. I got a message from her. She sent us a letter. She looks like she's on some type of third world fucking planet. I don't know. She was in like a hut. And there was all these little dudes walking around that looked like Commander Jiren. Huh?
Right. We'll have to ask Commander Jiren where he comes from then. But if you do find out where she is,
I'll tell you. I'll tell you because I want her and my son here. And honestly, I don't think we're going to succeed without her here. Maybe not as a combatant. But as far as I'm concerned, she's the mom here, not Davine. I'm sorry.
No, it's true, and she would agree with you. She knows she wasn't a good mom.
We need mom. We need her back.
Yes, I wholeheartedly agree.
Jiren likes you guys. I've talked to him. I think he'll be willing to talk to you guys. I don't know. I'm telling you, they all look like... Here. And he just plays the message. And it's Leslie with baby Julius flying around in the background. She's just telling Hunk how much she loves him and misses him. And he... There's Mom. And he kind of chokes up and... Anyway. See those little dudes walking around in the background? You see little dudes that look like Jiren.
His voice is cracking, and he's just like, yeah, yeah, I see him.
And before the video cuts off, she tells Julius goodbye and I love him. And then the video cuts off. And I forgot about that part.
Julius turns around and just starts crying.
Hunk comes around, gives you a hug. Ash, if you're looking at General Lorelai, you see her cross her arms and smile with her eyes closed. And we'll cut there.
All right. Okay.